It all commences a certain day when unexpectedly, Azure portals materialize all across the globe. These entrances merely stayed exactly where they were and scarcely influenced people's lives greatly. In the center of all this mayhem is our hero. Eugene, he is a parentless child. And much like Cinderella, he had to exert himself to exhaustion. The individuals at his job appear cordial towards him. They hand a bottle of water his way and applaud his tireless effort. They inquire of Eugene what he intends to do with his wages, and he responds that he requires it for his siblings' educational costs. He commences recounting the tale of how they became parentless when they were merely youngsters. As a consequence, he was forced to leave education to provide for his younger sibling. Our diligent fellow even presents them a photograph of himself with his sibling, boastfully remarking on his sibling's build. He persists muttering about his junior sibling in a manner an excessively careful person would. He remarks that his brother's academy is finishing sooner today, and they aim to meet up for a barbecue later on. Once they have loaded the vehicle and are set to venture out, they begin to dispute about the mounting quantity of tasks they have been managing of late. As they travel on their way to the consignment, a novel gateway suddenly emerges high above them. Our industrious orphan, still absorbed by thoughts of his sibling, remarks that a gateway has also newly appeared along the passage. His sibling uses to university. Eugene perceives that the portal seems to be of varying shade. In the common blue, they are generally used to observe. Abruptly, a loud collision echoes as an object strikes their vehicle from behind, inducing our protagonist to rapidly depart the automobile to scrutinize the complete event. What he witnesses leaves everyone in a condition of total shock. A reptilian avian beast towers above him, apparently poised to strike. Just as he believes that facing one monster is already quite enough trouble, a vast legion of these beasts issues forth from the portals. These portals function as conduits, linking our planet to what are termed as layers, in a fashion akin to the situations depicted in animation or comic narratives. If these entrances remain unmonitored and also unclear, they can explode open, resulting in what is called a dungeon breach. And if numerous portals were to detonate concurrently, this particular situation would later on be dubbed the dungeon crisis, a menace likely no one was equipped for. This occurrence transformed the destinies of many, as countless perished within. Eugene descries a timber piece and hastens to rescue his supervisor, who remains inside the truck. Upon reaching him, he discovers that his supervisor is valiantly maintaining his stance against the creature. It seems he has undergone a transformation, acquiring power to confront these entities. Persons who experience such transformations are designated as hunters, and the pursuit of monsters within the layers swiftly becomes the most crucial profession on Earth. On that specific day, Eugene's younger sibling, Han-Yun, also undergoes a transformation and incinerates the creatures in his jet black inferno. The sibling whom our champion has treasured and adored so profoundly awakens as the planet's premier S-ranked combat. 8 years have elapsed since the momentous catastrophe occurred. A media correspondent is questioning a female hunter. The lady combatant displays her attribute panel, which is seemingly only perceivable to the hunters. Viewing these attribute panels gives the transformed a sensation, as if they were drawn into a game. The female pursuer, identified as Yumi, employs a nature element ability that immediately sprouts vegetation from nothingness. Apparently, she has utilized the power to rescue numerous individuals. 8 years prior, during the period of the Great Catastrophe, Yumi found herself destitute and battling to secure employment. Her dwelling was a shambles teeming with mold, when unexpectedly, she uncovered her capacity to use this power. The subsequent thing, she realized she was recruited as a hunter and commenced raiding lairs alongside her modest faction. Despite their terrifying essence, these lairs presented abundant prospects, as all the derivatives could be vended for a considerable sum of currency, particularly if they were a classification. A novel commodity that humans started to extract from these layers was designated mystic gems, and they became the foremost reason. Higher-tiered adventurers rapidly accumulated fortunes. Among all these elite rankers was Eugene's junior sibling, who achieved renown in a strikingly brief period, maturing as a parentless child. He depended on his brother's arduous labor to sustain him. Not merely was he among the earliest to transform, but he also became the most youthful guild commander. Speculation has it that his holdings are vastly greater than anyone could conceivably fathom. The perspective reverts to the media correspondent, who queries Yumi if she has also grown affluent. Yumi refutes this, clarifying that she is solely an E-ranker and has been accumulating funds to meet her younger sister's charges. The following day, no one possessed the faintest notion that this Lady Hunter would shortly become an element of Chronicles. The luckless individual enters a lair incursion and meets her demise, though she is transported to the infirmary. Her state is far graver than anyone could anticipate recovery from. As every currency has an obverse side, so did becoming combatants. There was no assurance you would see your kin again. Once you ventured in, the scene changes to a portal location, where hunters are mobilizing to assault it. One of them elevates his voice against the commander, denouncing the resolution to bring an impaired individual, alluding to our protagonist, along for the incursion. Eugene attempts to persuade the fellow that he can supply them with enhancements, but the tormentor persists to provoke him. He derides our lad for being an ineffectual hunter who subsists on remnants. The rationale our champion is known as the cultivator is that, apart from his talents, he somehow contrives to endure even when everyone else expires. In a lair, the tormentor prods Eugene's sensitivities, asserting that not even his junior sibling cares for him. This enrages our champion, who responds fiercely, insisting the fellow to silence his mouth. Regrettably for him, he culminates getting struck by the tormentor. The tormentor seizes Eugene by the neckband, making him keenly cognizant of the disparity in power between an E classified and AD classified hunter. He then propels him to the earth, jeering him to lament to his sibling. Battered and in agony, our F classified chokes as he endeavors to recuperate. The commander approaches him and utilizes his talents to augment Eugene's vigor. He interrogates why Eugene would injure himself before even penetrating the lair, and tries to pacify him. The elderly fellow endeavors to make him perceive that he is merely a nonentity and must remain unpretentious. My fellow offers him a grin, thanking him for admitting him in his contingent despite his low classification. They behave all chummy-chummy. And after this, the senior man accosts the tormentor, striking him on the cranium and instructing him to cease the harassment. Concurrently, Eugene deploys his talent, positioning the commander Lim Suk-woo under his sway. With everything resolved, the contingent assembles together and steps into the lair. If nothing else, our champion is positive that he will endure, utilizing this very influence talent. Upon penetrating the lair, the incursion squad is met by a throng of chiropters, monsters that appear to have wings straight out of a creature collection game. The squad swiftly assumes their formations and eliminates them. They contend with each other to remain vigilant, as monsters can arrive unheralded from any place, while the squad is occupied vanquishing the monsters and gathering mystic gems from them. Our F-ranker finds himself compelled into excavation responsibilities. The direst part is that 80% of whatever he unearths will be claimed as levy. The tormentor bellows at him to accelerate the unearthing, cautioning that hell famish to demise if he doesn't. Our champion ponders if he could covertly conceal the gems in his compartment, but feels apprehensive at the notion of getting apprehended and confronting grave retribution. In an endeavor to solace himself, he recollects the narrative of Cinderella, juxtaposing his predicament to hers. He recalls the day his sibling departed residence, leaving him entirely solitary while he labored unceasingly. His sibling was occupied organizing a new faction called the World's Verge. Shortly, his sibling's faction burgeoned into the grandest and most potent on Earth, and the chasm between the two kin continued to expand, to the extent where Eugene could no longer accost his junior sibling. Left desolate, our champion became restless, pondering how disparate things might have been if he had transformed. Propelled by this resolve, he expended all his accruals on an intermediary who pledged to transform him. The intermediary deluded him into presuming he would become an S-ranker and compelled him to undergo a succession of vile ordeals. As a consequence, our champion did transform, but merely as a paltry F-ranker. The intermediary manipulated him in every conceivable manner and then discarded him aside, just as everyone else had. The media created a travesty of him and his very sibling, whom he had sustained with everything. He had proclaimed him a humiliation. Upon transforming, Everyone obtains a designation, and the one Eugene obtained was cultivator. However, his sibling derided this designation, telling him it was nothing more than a mortification for him, as if this wasn't adequate to compound insult with injury. Our unfortunate lad got maimed in a lair and became impaired, where he accosted his sibling for assistance, hoping to obtain a healer. He confronted outright repudiation from his own kin and kith. His sibling simply disregarded him, thinking he wouldn't be capable to enter another lair. Eugene withdrew, accepting the bitter actuality of being a dependent, adhering to his sibling, yet he persisted to endure in the lairs, contriving to do so despite being an F-ranker, all owing to his singular talent. The talent he acquired after transforming permitted him to sway anyone surrounding him. All he required to do was utter a specific phrase, cheer up, and that would be adequate to place someone under his sway. His fundamental talent could augment the hunters, even if just slightly, but there was additional to it. The rationale a dependent like him contrived to endure, even when everyone on his contingent was obliterated, was not merely a coincidence. It originated from a clandestine talent that accompanied his cultivator designation. You observe this supplementary talent was named the ultimate requiter. As he continued unearthing and contemplating all this, his clandestine talent abruptly activated, bestowing him a considerable attributes enhancement. He relinquished his implement, wondering if something dreadful had transpired. The ramifications of his clandestine talent were unambiguous. He could ephemerally acquire double the attributes of those under his sway, and even employ their talents and capacities at twice their original potency. To articulate it plainly, if someone within his sway had a celerity of 100, his clandestine talent would grant him a celerity of 200. This ultimate requital was the talent he genuinely owed his existence to. However, this seemingly formidable talent had a stipulation. It could only be deployed when the individual under Eugene's sway perished, which rendered him uneasy considering it was merely a D-classified layer. He hadn't foreseen this talent to deploy so prematurely. He advanced toward where the contingent was battling, discovering vital fluid spilled everywhere. Terror seized him as he witnessed his supervisor in such a perilous plight. Unexpectedly, he perceived someone clamoring for aid, pivoting in the trajectory of the utterance. He located a contingent member being consumed by a tricephalic dragon. The very spectacle leaves him shattered, as the entity before him is none other than the notorious Venom and Hex Dragon Monarch, identified as Rauktas. This dragon has been categorized as one incapable of being annihilated. He cannot help but ponder what a dragon of this magnitude is doing in a declassified lair. The dragon monarch, Rauktas, notices Eugene and advances toward it. In a frenzy, Eugene rapidly deploys his supervisor's declassified talent, limb fortification, to enhance his celerity and make a dash for his existence. Spotting some ancient vestiges nearby, he resolves to conceal there and devise a stratagem to abscond. But before he can even attain them, the Scourge Dragon's appendage smashes into the vestiges, reducing them to debris with no place left to shelter. Our impaired champion desperately utilizes physique fortification on his appendages, hoping he can somehow obstruct the dragon's onslaught. But a solitary slam from the dragon monarch Rauktas hurls him airborne, catapulting him aside like a flimsy figure. As he reclines, they're exsanguinating. Eugene arrives at the grim understanding that regardless what he attempts, he's no equivalent for such a gargantuan entity. His clandestine talent's effect activates, inundating him with recollections from his supervisor. His supervisor had battled with all his prowess, but couldn't even mend the injuries dealt by the Scourge Dragon. Even the Tormentor fellow tried to procure some interval for the supervisor, but the dragon obliterated him like a vermin. All these recollections petrify Eugene, and he desperately endeavors to arise, but his maimed limbs decline to react. Panicking, he tightly closes his eyes, persuaded this is the culmination. For him, just when he believes he's a casualty, an eruption convulses the vicinity, and he is rescued by none other than his junior sibling Eugene. Stupefied, our F-ranker queries why his sibling arrived to rescue him, but Eugene only instructs him to remain distant. Concerned about his junior sibling, Eugene implores with him to be circumspect. In retort, his junior sibling deploys his azure willow frontal, initiating into a breathtaking exhibition of blade mastery. As he lacerates at the dragon, he then envelopes his weapon in somber, violet conflagrations and propels it into one of the dragon's craniums, assuredly proclaiming it the manner in S rancor combats. But regrettably for him, the dragon endures the impact and counters with a hex, venomous onslaught that not even a restorative elixir can ameliorate. Eugene swiftly deploys a colossal aegis to safeguard his sibling, but in the endeavor gets his weapon fractured. Our F ranker starts to question if Eugene is contending because of him, feeling like he's impeding him. His contemplations are disrupted when his sibling irately queries why he penetrated the lair anew, particularly after already fracturing his limb. His junior sibling admonishes him, stating that he doesn't recognize his station and is perpetually making him rectify his disorder. This wounds Eugene profoundly, and in his exasperation, he compels himself to stand despite the anguish and speaks caustically, unleashing the fury he's been suppressing. Consumed by vexation, he queries his sibling if he has grown weary of him brandishing a weapon in the fervor of the instant. Eugene vociferates at him, demanding to know what he's performed. But our champion, consumed by delirium, charges towards the dragon and impales it. Inciting it, he relinquishes the weapon, telling his sibling to just permit him to perish, so he won't be encumbered anymore, and won't even have to fret about his obsequies. As the dragon readies to onslaught, he requests his sibling to cease caring, stating that everyone would be superior off without it. In the ultimate instant, Eugene advances in, acting as a bulwark, taking the impact to rescue his sibling. As Eugene reclines, maimed atop of him, elder sibling finds himself pondering where they deviated. To culminate like this, our F ranker's psyche wanders back to the day their progenitors expired, recollecting how, in those instants of bereavement, the two siblings only possessed each other and cherished one another more than anything besides. Witnessing his junior sibling on the precipice of demise, he vociferates at him in extremis, with what meager vigor he has remaining. Eugene instructs our champion to attend attentively. He elucidates that the dragon monarch enters a profound slumber every 5 temporal units, and predicated on that, he merely needs to endure for 1 additional hour by conceal. Eugene, still in incredulity, endeavors to comprehend what's transpired. His psyche accelerates, recalling the anguish of being disregarded by his sibling, who didn't even call on him in the infirmary when he was maimed. None of this computes to him, and he queries Eugene why he's grinning at such a dreadful instant. His junior sibling, still contriving a tenuous smile, transfers a portal gem to his sibling, exhorting him to utilize it to abscond. But being an elder sibling, he declines, insisting that Eugene should be the one to employ it instead. But with a serene smile, Eugene informs him that he wouldn't even be capable to deploy the gem. In his present state, with those ultimate utterances, Eugene expires his final breath. In that calamitous instant, the clandestine talent of our champion gets deployed. All of his junior siblings' potencies and capacities get conveyed to him doubly. Our F ranker, now more formidable than the mightiest combat, cradles his sibling in his embrace and meticulously positions him down in a secure location. He perceives the potency surging through his physique and imbues a javelin with somber, violet conflagrations ascending despite the anguish. He impacts one of the dragon's craniums, proclaiming that he is doubly potent relative to his sibling. He easily severs the dragon's nape, as though it were simply a trivial task, with the might of his sibling surging through him. Our champion also acquires a deluge of remembrances. He discovers that Eugene, despite his vast power, had perpetually maintained separation from him from apprehension. The junior sibling fretted that their connection might become a frailty, rendering him a mark for those with malevolent designs. He remembers the instant Eugene directed his personnel to observe him attentively. When the F ranker was harmed, his sibling experienced a profound sense of culpability, reproaching himself for not being present to safeguard it. In a surge of fury, he accosted his personnel, insisting that they intervene against the tormentors who had inflicted his sibling anguish. as our champion unceasingly assails the dragon. Remembrances of his sibling inundate his thoughts. He comprehends now that Eugene abstained from supplying a mender, not out of disregard, but to avert him from venturing into another lair. Underneath his tough facade, the junior sibling had perpetually cherished him profoundly, bearing the burden of remorse for not being capable to safeguard it. With one concluding blow, the dragon collapses, but as teardrops cascade down his visage, he wrestles with the agonizing inquiry of why his sibling concealed the truth from him. He anticipates demise as the instant for his clandestine talent nears its culmination, knowing that a feeble individual like him cannot endure the toxic fumes. Before he yields to the toxic fumes, a system alert materializes, declaring that he has accomplished an unattainable accomplishment and acquired the designation of Dragon Vanquisher. He obtains 10 portal gems, a scarlet dragon blade, and an astonishing desire gem that can fulfill him a desire. At that instant, he contemplates reviving his junior sibling, but the system notifies him it's unfeasible to restore the departed. He rejects notions of desiring superior power or renown and maintaining humility. Resolves to rewind chronology to before his sibling's demise. He pledges to lead a tranquil existence, guaranteeing he won't be an encumbrance to anybody. A portion of him dreads remorse, yet he determines to execute his desire. He shuts his eyes, and upon unclosing them, he finds himself seated on a divan. Perceiving he is within his sibling's faction edifice, he endeavors to reveal his attribute panel, but is incapable to do so. He examines his mobile and finds that he is 5 anims in bygone times, pondering why he has arrived in this particular locale. Abruptly, he remembers that this is the precise day he consults the transformation intermediary. He proceeds there without knowing it is a deception, and as a result gets drawn into his sibling's edifice. Just as the portal opens, his sibling comes in and commences chiding him for undertaking unwise actions. Teardrops gather in our champion's eyes, and he hastens to his sibling, embracing him firmly. Solace envelopes him at the vision of his sibling living, and he persistently seeks forgiveness for perceiving himself a letdown. Eugene inquires whether his sibling has embroiled himself. In even more profound difficulty, Eugene refutes this, elucidating that he has come to realize what his sibling has weathered, and how arduous it has been for him to oversee the layers and the associations. He additionally assures Eugene that he will not create him any further vexation. His sibling embraces him again, conveying appreciation for divulging all of this. Our champion experiences a surge of contentment as he speaks from his core, recalling the connection they possess. He avows his affection and solicitude for his junior sibling. Nevertheless, just as he pledges to obliterate everything about the hunter profession, a system announcement informs him that he has transformed. This occasion, he acquires 2 designations, the Flawless Cultivator and the Dragon Vanquisher. He also obtains a supplementary talent, named My Progeny is the Finest, which accelerates his junior sibling's development velocity by a substantial proportion. His junior sibling encourages him to unwind while he manages the meal preparation. Eugene remembers that prior to reverting to the bygone era, he had quarreled with his sibling on this exact day and decamped. Now he feels joyful that this instance not only have they mended fences, but they're also poised to partake in supper together. He reveals his attribute panel to inspect his statistics. An instant of skepticism still persisted, as he never conceived he would transform anew. As he scrutinizes his Dragon Vanquisher designation, he ponders if it was conferred because of his confrontation with the dragon, Monarch Tars. It seems peculiar to him, as the designation ought to have been nullified when he reversed chronology. Furthermore, his designation is classified mythical, which exceeds the customary S classification. As promptly as he contacts the designation for talents unlock, it transpires that he possesses L classification, immunity to venom hex and terror. The 4th talent bestowed with the designation augments his capacities against dragon classification monsters. He grows thrilled speculating whether reversing chronology has somehow metamorphosed him into the planet's mightiest. He visualizes confronting the dragon of Scourge once again, conceiving himself shielding his sibling and his continuum like a champion, boasting that the venom would feel like an invigorating ablution to him, unable to restrain his elation. He avidly inspects his statistics, anticipating to observe an elevation to S or even L classification. However, when he ultimately gazes, his aspirations are shattered, just as previously. He is still confined with an F classified physique. Crestfallen, he inspects his other talents, which remain unaltered from the prior instance. But when he perceives his cultivator designation now elevated to L classification, he swiftly contacts it and uncovers 4 supplementary talents. The foremost talent is his former clandestine capacity, ultimate appreciation, which he hopes he won't need to depend on. The remainder of the talents are all possessing rather absurd and comical appellations. He inspects the talent my progeny is the finest and discovers that compared to previously, it now redoubles the development velocity of anyone under its sway. The tertiary talent my progeny is so marvelous, boosts the statistics of the individual sway, based on how many individuals he extols them before. Initially, he presumed he had become the paramount, but presently, he's resolved to make his sibling and all the combatants in his faction the supreme in the globe. He visualizes himself opulent once more, but this instance as the cultivator of the faction, while absorbed in the magnificence of his conceived existence. His gaze catches perception of the signal phrase, "I adore you," abashed. He strikes his cranium against the furniture. It seems that after retransforming, the signal phrase has also altered. He visualizes employing the signal phrase nonchalantly and ultimately getting detained for importunity. Feeling dejected, he directs his focus to his ultimate talent, auspicious development. This talent empowers him to evaluate the anticipated transformation, classification of the untransformed, guaranteeing that those swayed would transform with their complete capability, just as he becomes profoundly captivated by the potentialities. Eugene expresses gratitude to his sibling for the feast and praises him for crafting such a delectable meal. Eugene, delighted by the compliments, urges him to ask if he wants seconds. Intrigued, our hero inquires how his sibling mastered such culinary skills. Eugene reveals he honed these talents while striving to endure in his perspective. Preparing one's own meals is far safer, especially without detox or antidote tools back then, and the constant threat of tainted food loom. Eugene elaborates that during that period, he operated alone and had announced plans to establish his own guild, which sparked widespread opposition against him. Our still F-ranked hero playfully squashes his sibling's cheeks, chiding him for hiding all his hardships he had been enduring. Eugene replies with a sorrowful look, stating he had his motives. He shares that he watched him from a distance and intentionally kept away to shield him from exploitation, even if it strained their bond. Eugene insists his sibling should have revealed his plans, but Eugene retorts, saying he didn't want to weigh him down and thought he wouldn't comprehend. He then confesses his mistake and declares his love for Eugene, even thanking him for being so empathetic. Our hero, or more precisely, the champion who forges champions, flushes red. He feels ecstatic for having turned back time and deems it his greatest choice ever. As Eugene recalls tasks he must tackle, he rises to depart, but not before reminding his elder sibling to erase the contact. For the awakening broker, he ensures Eugene removes it and even triple checks before leaving. Our F ranker bids farewell, noting that he'll also head out soon. Resting against the doorway, Eugene declares he can't leave the residence anymore. Eugene, puzzled, asks his sibling to explain what he means. Eugene clarifies it's risky for him to venture outside. Our hero attempts to negotiate with his sibling, asserting he's been managing just fine independently. Yet his sibling counters, stating the circumstances have shifted. By growing closer, he's jeopardized risks to his safety, and now more foes might target him again. Considering all this, his sibling proposes he should reside at his place, fearing he might lose all his aspirations. Our hero dashes toward the exit, but before he can escape, the relocation crew arrives to obtain his signature for the delivery. It appears his younger sibling has relocated all his possessions to his place, leaving nothing behind. Eugene demands an explanation, and his sibling explains. Since he's already professed his love and apologized, that's essentially granting him permission to stay there. Hence, he insists he remains as Eugene departs. His sibling sprawls on the floor, feeling exasperated and pondering if this is a consequence of reversing time. He swiftly rises, realizing he can't waste time. Hurriedly, he gathers his essential items, scheming to slip away before his sibling returns. Just as he opens the door, he he spots a towering man guarding the entrance. It seems his younger sibling has enlisted Kim Song-han, a ranked hunter and the guild's top defense expert, to watch him and block his exit. Our hero grows annoyed that his sibling assigned him it. A ranked sentinel, he tries bargaining with Kim, claiming he only wants a brief stroll and will return. But the giant grows furious. Kim's daunting glare makes our ranker realize no words will sway him. Kim's aura's pressure overwhelms Eugene, but suddenly his fear resistance kicks in, soothing him almost instantly. Instead of seeing Kim as a beast, our hero views him as a tame, adorable bear confronting the giant face to face. He declares it's unlawful to confine someone like this, and cautions Kim might face jail for such actions. The giant remains unmoved. He seizes our ranker by the collar and asks if he needs a thrashing. Feeling helpless, Eugene questions how ineffective his abilities truly are as he's tossed. Back into the room, he swiftly reviews his other skills, hunting for something usable. Abruptly, his promising sprout skill activates. He closely studies Kim and sees he could potentially elevate him to S rank, envisioning 2 S rankers, including his sibling in the World Edge Guild. He ponders if he could somehow awaken the giant to S rank. He decides he must first sway Kim, using the charming keywords he's gained. He believes if he can charm the giant, he might reclaim his freedom. Mustering courage, he tells Kim he loves him, forming heart gestures with his hands. But Kim finds his actions offensive and hurls him back inside. Desperate, our ranker pleads with the system to alter his keyword. As the day fades, Eugene returns from work. He finds his sibling sprawled on the floor and asks if he rested well. Gently, he lifts him onto his lap and asks if he prefers this place over his old one. Noticing his sibling's defeated demeanor, Eugene tries to boost his mood, vowing he'll release him soon. He explains once their guild grows mightier, they'll face no potential dangers. And when that time arrives, Eugene can roam freely. Eugene realizes that obeying his sibling could delay his freedom for years. His younger sibling insists he'll strive to achieve this in a year. Yet our ranker knows it will likely take 3 years for their guild to reach this milestone. Eugene pictures himself leashed like a pet. His face pales and sours as if his spirit has fled. Straining his mind, he suddenly hatches a plan. Before traveling back, he focused entirely on studying hunters, meaning he knows precisely which individuals will likely awake. As elite ranked hunters, he plans to seek them out and sway them his way by having them sign a deal. In return for his guidance, he could easily recruit them as his protectors. He sees himself as a syndicate boss, flanked by superheroes as his followers. Feeling a rush of thrill, he swiftly offers his sibling to find him. An ranked hunter groveling humbly, he proclaims he'll secure an ranked guard, so he can roam freely while staying secure. Eugene appears baffled and wary, asking if his sibling is awakened, and if he has a skill that could help him locate higher ranked hunters, or awaken them. Eugene feels swamped by questions. He dreads eternal confinement by his overly protective sibling if he discloses the truth about his L-ranked skill. Instead, he hides that detail and shares only the essentials, claiming he's merely an F rank. He notes his skills are restricted to aiding awaken, just 1 person monthly. He manages to persuade his sibling, making him see Eugene won't be a major target. As an F ranker, his younger sibling clarifies that an awakening center will soon be established, which will act as a substitute for his skill, reassuring him he has no cause for concern. Eugene recalls such a facility function before he rewound time thus. He boldly claims his skill is worthless, all to secure his liberty. His sibling urges him to stay cautious, warning it won't be a simple task. Our ranker leaps with glee like a child who won a prize. He boasts about his cleverness and pictures himself as a grander guild leader than his sibling the next day. Kim accompanies him to the Korean Hunter Association for his Awakener registration. The crowd buzzes with excitement at Kim's presence, spotting Eugene with the World's Edge emblem. They wonder if he's a big shot or at least a ranker, but their enthusiasm soon turns to dismay when they discover he's just an F ranker. After registering, our hero opts to purchase some gear. He reviews the budget his sibling provided and feels stunned seeing a figure with 9 zeros. He then heads to the Hunter shopping mall, where he's warmly greeted, likely due to Kim's company, while they display various equipment. He finds it daunting and asks for something plainer. He spots a sleek pair of black fairy earrings and promptly decides to buy them. He also selects some leather gloves and a lightweight fabric belt to boost his stats. After he checks his stats and finds them akin to a C-ranked hunter's. Once he completes his shopping, he decides to acquire contracts and potions. Kim, waiting by the vehicle, asks where he vanished to. Annoyed, our hero snaps he was just at the mall, but the giant warns him to report his movements so he can monitor him. He asks our hero if he has more errands, so they can head back. But Eugene insists he wants to visit a particular place. He recollects that the ice which Park Urium dwells close by, together with a kinsman who operates a barbecue eatery and serves as her protector. He endeavors to recall further details about her, observing that she manifested as an A-level individual and should be a junior high student at present. Resolute, he escorts Kim to the provisions mart in quest of her. As they visit each barbecue dining spot, he asks regarding her current location. He indulges in a morsel of grilled flesh and queries Kim if he desires to consume some food. However, the large fellow icily declines. Kim wonders the reason for their presence in this spot, considering they could obtain superior grade barbecue at their personal organization's premises. Our protagonist makes his case assertive that the fare here instills in him an undeniable craving to eat. In this precise location, as he savors the meat, a maiden abruptly emerges from an establishment exclaiming, "It seems she is being reprimanded by her uncle for a deed she truly did not commit." Precisely as she weeps and dashes away, our F-level individual grasps that she is the actual Park Urium he has been diligently seeking. He passes his provisions to Kim and employs his belt, a B-tier artifact, to rapidly pursue after her. He navigates the throng akin to a rush of air, yelling for Yuri to halt immediately. He notifies her he desires to converse with her for a brief moment. The maiden misidentifies him as someone dispatched by her uncle. She addresses him juicy, a designation for a middle-aged fellow, and informs him she will not be returning. Our protagonist playfully acts quite affronted by the observation about his age, yet abruptly spots an automobile racing towards the maiden. Unhesitatingly, he springs in her direction, leaps, and bravely snatches her to safety just in the moment. The maiden queries her rescuer if he is unharmed, positioned atop him. She asks if he is some variety of hunter. Our protagonist, feeling the maiden's full weight pressing down on it, requests her to kindly dismount initially. Our lad escorts the maiden to obtain some sustenance, aspiring to engage in a discussion with her. His appetite stirs at the vision of the searing steak, and he prompts Urium to consume to her heart's content. Eugene is quite comforted that he carried the business plastic, particularly because Urium wolfs down the provisions, as though she has been famished for many days. He attempts to inquire with her concerning her uncle, implying she could favor dining at his particular establishment. The maiden responds that the fare there is quite dreadful, and further counsels him against making a visit, declaring it would simply be a squandering of funds, as Urium crunches on entire chili. She requests our protagonist to please be direct, observing that an associate of such a premier organization would have no dealings with an individual of her stand. Eugene, feeling somewhat clammy, responds that he merely perceives a positive aura from her. The maiden presumes he is from some shadowy cult and informs him she is decidedly not interested. She thanks him for the provisions and commences her departure. To halt her, our champion invents a preposterous narrative concerning how his forebears assisted him during his hour of need, and he feels greatly beholden towards them. Astonishingly, the maiden is readily swayed, and she hesitates, confessing that numerous people betray her all the time. Observing her rapt attention, our champion at last reveals the core purpose of this encounter. He discloses to her that he possesses a talent that enables him to assist other individuals awaken. He additionally mentions she will manifest as a minimum B-level individual, and because he possesses the full support of the world's Edge Guild, he will aid her in evolving into a recognized warrior, voicing his aspiration to become her main patron. He proffers his hand, beckoning her to forge an agreement with him. Eugene wishes the maiden accepts his kind proposal and determines to elevate his overall execution. He retrieves an agreement from his personal storage and queries if she has an interest in perusing it. Urium rises with considerable enthusiasm, questioning our F-level individual if the object he revealed is a storage and how he managed to obtain it. He advises her that she too shall obtain one upon her awakening. He then hands her the official document, requesting her to examine and then endorse it. He clarifies the stipulations and key provisions. Her only task would be to keep his special skill a secret and undertake the safeguarding of him for 1 full year. Our F-level individual readily concedes his current feebleness. However, Urium derides him, querying if he might not feel chagrin, aware a junior high student is actually safeguarding him. Eugene replies that upon her eventual awakening, she will be considerably more potent in comparison to him. Thus, there will be no actual cause for any awkwardness. The maiden displays a rather sorrowful look, inquiring if she might gain autonomy post her awakening. Our F-level individual gives a confirming nod, reassuring her every single warrior receives equitable treatment, perceiving all her apprehensions suitably addressed. Yuri declares she is prepared to endorse the agreement. Yet our F-level individual instantly grasps the writing tool, instructing her to please halt. He admonishes her for not scrutinizing the pact with diligence and queries what she might do if someone manipulated her. Carelessness, he presents the pact to her comprehensively, stressing that it ought to be equitable for her. He clarifies she will also require a custodian if she is a minor. Yeren becomes quite exasperated and contends that her custodian is the exact individual manipulated and defrauding her as she becomes more agitated. Her uncle abruptly materializes, yelling at her for vanishing. Our F-level individual rises, attempting to resolve matters amicably. However, the fellow disregards him, compelling the maiden to return with him. Eugene firmly clasps his arm, requesting him to cease. The man at last acknowledges him, inquiring if he is romantically involved with her. Owing to the artifacts, Eugene grips him tenaciously, inflicting severe discomfort, and demands who he is to meddle with her. Our protagonist observes the maiden's tattered attire and footwear, and states to her that he comprehends why she would be far better off minus a guardian, such as him, feeling validated for the very first occasion. Yuri unleashes all her pent-up grievances, detailing how truly malevolent her custodian is. She discloses that the man seized all her parents' legacy and failed to give her 1 dime, as she vociferously and publicly laments. Onlookers in the vicinity begin to pay attention, their focus captivated by the developing spectacle. They commence to assert that all this constitutes mistreatment. This deeply infuriates the uncle. He gently nudges our protagonist aside to confront the maiden, yet our champion, skillfully executing a performance, theatrically collapses. Our delicate little F-level individual writhes in agony, creating a major spectacle about how the large, wicked uncle is assaulting him without provocation. When the elderly man attempts to vindicate himself, Eugene swiftly sways everyone to his side, tears brimming as he professes he is merely shielding Yuri. Yuri's uncle seizes our lad by the attire, but in a crafty maneuver, he unbalances the elderly man and dispatches him tumbling into some provisions. With a smirk, my champion observes the elder man lose footing on some beverage, then smashes his countenance into kimchi, imparting his nose a scalding sensation. Persisting with his charade, he torments the elderly fellow. Yerman relishes his theatrics, as our WIRM vanquisher positions his uncle's visage above a brazier and warns him not to swindle his niece again ever. But while he proceeds dishing out retribution, a resonant thud startles him completely as the pair of them glance about, attempting to ascertain where the noise originated. His guardian dashes in, bearing a caution. A Cthulhu-like behemoth is just outside, plunging the metropolis into turmoil after escaping a crypt. The guardian rapidly instructs them to remain behind, while he employs his Tetra shield technique to erect a colossal barrier. Our protagonist ponders if such a happening occurred in his prior existence. Honoring his commitment, the guardian launches into the atmosphere and drives his heels into the behemoth, only to ascertain it is a conglomeration of numerous entities. The appendage commences to dismantle the barricade, compelling everyone to flee scrambling in tattered footwear. Yerem stumbles the behemoth's limbs, almost ensnare her, but are blocked by our protagonist's aegis. Eugene directs her to hasten to his sanctuary instantly, noticing her immobilized on the spot. He grasps her hand and speeds away. However, Urim appears quite discontented once they ultimately arrive at the haven. Our WIRM vanquisher tells her to remain, while he departs to confront the appendage horror. He remembers that he has encountered these collective-type horrors previously, which only succumb if all their forms are neutralized concurrently. Recognizing that his guardian possesses only protective abilities, he cudgels his intellect for a method to nullify the menace. Yet, as he is deep in contemplation, Yerim seizes his arm and implores him to unlock her aptitudes. However, he counters that she has not yet endorsed her path. She avows that she's resolved her decision and will avoid peril. But my champion informs her that she's merely a youth. He offers her a dose of actuality, that not all individuals awaken with astounding talents right from the get-go. Tormented by his previous blunders, he's resolute not to replicate them and departs swiftly, assuring her that he's got this under control, leaving Yuri utterly astounded. Our WIRM Vanquisher utilizes his 5 years as a warrior to devise a stratagem. Henceforth, he calls across to his guardian and instructs him to deploy his Aegis technique. Sung Han retorts that it is futile even if he safeguarded a vicinity. But my champion states that is precisely what he requires. So the pair ascend the barrier and gaze down at the immense conglomeration. The guardian propels his fist directly downwards to utterly encase the creature in a colossal dome, entrapping it taking his signal. Our WIRM Vanquisher vaults above the Aegis to locate an aperture. He recollects purchasing Virulent, orang pods for dire moments like this. As he readies to toss one into the snare, he's shocked to see the area vacant. Bewildered, he ponders where the creature vanished, when abruptly tentacles assault him from behind. The beast seizes his ankle, rising from below and hoisting our hero upside down. Our champion rues, not knowing monsters lurk in sewers. Unsurprisingly, dungeons lack such features. But to his amazement, an umbrella-toting woman rushes to his aid. Yerim diverts the creature's attention, allowing our hero to break free from its clutch. Now she urges him to trail her down an alleyway. But our F-ranker begins scolding her for endangering herself. As a regular person, Yerim, however, swiftly reminds him of his own rank. When he tries to play the age card, the witty teen mocks him about wanting a young girl, like her, as his protector. As they escape, he continues his reprimand. But Yerim asserts she must awaken. She expresses joy at having someone value her safety, yet her irritation at feeling defenseless. She confesses she craves strength, and not the helplessness of her youth. Resolute the ice which implores Eugene to trust in the potential he once mentioned. As this unfolds, the creature finally encircles our pair. Out of options, our nurturer tightly grips her arm, triggering a dazzling burst of blue light across the city. Watching from afar, Sung Hoon is baffled out of nowhere. Yuri is seen icing the tentacles with her ability, Frosty Breath, spotting a panel display her S rank. She lights up and eagerly shares her skills with our hero, while she's caught in her triumph. The tentacle beast ambushes her, clinging to her arm, sobbing like a child. The S-rank hunter uses raw power to slam it into the wall. This boosts her assurance, so she borrows Sung Han's black staff and drives it into the ground, unleashing a glacial spike. Icicles hurtle toward our F-ranker, but his bodyguard swiftly rescues him, using the sandals of Hermes. Her second ability, Yuri soars through the monster horde, blasting them with a devastating strike. So our hero calls her out, cautioning her against causing collateral damage. Nevertheless, our nurturer is thrilled to see the ice witch sport. Such a radiant smile. He lauds her remarkable awakening, but can't help wishing for a broad-range attack to eradicate the entire swarm. Suddenly, a familiar voice responds to his thoughts, holding a vorpal flame. Yuya ignite a colossale explosion. Yerim gapes in awe as our mighty younger sibling torches the tentacle beast, completely collapsing onto the ground. Our hero feels relief as his sibling arrives just in time, but Eugene shoots him a scornful glance and promptly begins chastising him, ranting this is exactly why he confined our F-ranker in the first place. Meanwhile, as Yerim steps back from the bickering siblings, our hero presents Yerim as his new S-rank guildmate. Eugene boldly boasts he's secured an S-rank protector, but his younger sibling asks if her parents approve. Rubbing his chin, our hero ponders how to clarify the complex situation and resolves to become her caretaker. His younger sibling seems uneasy and suggests being her patron instead. When he asks about the distinction, Sung Hoon clarifies. A patron lacks control over their ward's personal life, so they can't shield them from a bad contract. unlike a legal guardian who acts like a parent. Hearing this, Yuri urges our hero not to go that far, but despite his siblings' skepticism, he reminds her of her cruel uncle and offers her the final say. Yet, Eugene grabs him by the collar, noting he's seen many minors overpower their vulnerable legal guardians, half joking. He questions if our hero could handle an S ranker if she lashed out. Offended, Yuri insists she'd never do that. Eugene then boldly claims he'll be her guardian, only for Yuri to reject him instantly. The two powerful teens begin bickering, until Eugene pulls our hero away. The ice, which clinging tightly to his arm, accidentally pops his shoulder. Both apologize, but our hero brushes it off, suddenly turning assertive. Our elder sibling asks if he raised Eugene to act this way. He further states his younger sibling should be thankful he found Ness. Rank Hunter, he even urges him to uphold his role as guildmaster and assist the kind Mr. Kim. Finally seeing Eugene break free from his overbearing sibling, Yera mutters about her future guildmaster's domineering demeanor. Without missing a beat, Eugene orders her to sit quietly too. Chastened, she apologizes and checks his shoulder. He dismisses it instead, offering her his shoes. As he slips them on her, our hero notices her awful uncle didn't even get her the right size. With empathy, he promises they'll buy new shoes tomorrow. That she perceives like a rom-com protagonist from television, in the manner of the protagonist part. She attempts to strike a fly from his head, but ultimately she causes him a nosebleed. Our lad shouts out, commenting she's much more like an antagonist than a protagonist. Then, altering the tone, he remarks on how inquisitive he can be, having been in her circumstance after his parents had died. He voices remorse over not having someone to depend upon. As he begins to clarify himself, she promptly agrees to his proposal to be her custodian. After jesting about the paradox of being his protector, Yuri grins happily as she fist bumps her new protector. Then quite suddenly, after stating that he cannot cherish her as her parents, our protagonist blurts an "I love you" to her, which is his special phrase naturally. While the last giggles at his strange remark, a display indicates her under his care. But to spoil the heartwarming instance, her stout uncle bursts in. He remarks how greatly he was anxious for her security, with the uncle not even concealing that he views her merely as a meal ticket. Our protagonist comprehends he has one final issue to address now, choosing to humor him. Yerim informs her uncle that she manifested as an S-class individual. Then she guilelessly includes that she's now relocated, since she formalized an agreement with our lad. This astounds her uncle, who states that she's only 16 years of age. She rectifies that she's 15, and our fellow explains that hunters have the legal right to relocate. At 14, the senior retorts he has no knowledge of such a ludicrous statute, just prior to Eugene presenting an audio of his maltreatment. Eugene subsequently extorts him, implying that surveillance video can be utilized to file accusations. The pair begin arguing over who's unsuitable to be her custodian. Forfeiting his composure, the uncle strikes our lad's device and seizes him by the neckband. Weary of their capers, Yerim terminates it by powerfully smashing her parasol into the ground. When the uncle cautions her not to injure him, a non-combatant, she gazes at him with imploring eyes. Alternatively, she implores her dear uncle not to resort to aggression. The elderly fellow begins blathering once more, but promptly falls silent, witnessing his kinswoman break the metallic bar in half, concocting her own tale to thrash him now. Yerim frightens her kinsman. The portly fellow ponders if she remains the young child he recognized, or a creature. The spectacle even causes our protagonist's dread immunity ability to engage, at last releasing her suppressed exasperations. Yuri confronts her uncle she is indebted for nothing. She cautions him that naught can prevent her from squashing him like a melon. Seizing him by the upper arm, she informs him she's merely releasing him as he does not merit her attention or effort. She includes that hell be refused eternally, and menaces if he ever injures our protagonist, shall act more severely than crushing him like her parasol. Subsequent to their departure, Yerim gleefully inquires our lad if her wicked Eugene impersonation is commendable, and thereupon, having discovered an S-class protector, he is at last at liberty to exit the residence. Nevertheless, the following day, our slumbering protagonist gets not much repose, as Eugene erupted through the entrance, causing him to ponder what's so pressing. His younger sibling requires the articles he acquired on his purchasing binge. Our hero is flabbergasted. He thought he had freedom to spend as much as he wanted. Yet Yoon explains he desires the A-class venom capsules, as our drowsy protagonist is bewildered regarding how his sibling learned of the specific article. An emotional Yoon embraces him from pure reverence, yet rendering our fellow speechless. His sentimental younger sibling appreciates him for being prepared to end his own life, should any foes have detained him captive. One last occasion, Eugene profoundly thanks his elder sibling and vows to safeguard him with his existence. On the other hand, our protagonist, with famed poison resilience, is vexed by his current incapacity to conquer dungeons, with them not troubling to resolve this current misapprehension. Our protagonist informs his younger sibling he already instructed Manager Sook to deal with Urium's troublesome uncle. He reveals that after digging up dirt on the stout man, they found out he consumed all his kinswoman's legacy and depleted it through his wretched enterprise. Thus they presented him an agreement, vowing not to sue him if he never contacted Yuri once more. They also provided him some money to persuade the avaricious imbecile. Yoon is astonished that Yurim has no desire to prosecute him. Thus Eugene explains that she merely wishes to evade him regardless of expense. He subsequently verifies she has been practicing diligently throughout the night to become accustomed to her abilities. In the practice chamber, the lads are met by a mound of debris. Then quite suddenly, a huge pillar crashes down, barely avoiding our F-class WIRM Vanquisher. Yoon grins knowingly, recalling to him that assured claim of capability to handle an S-class individual adjusting to her fresh abilities. The Frost Monarch alights, demolishing a striking sack. Yerim also tests her Umbreless Day special ability, which ultimately immobilizes even our renowned WIRM Vanquisher. She commences pulling an all ensnared inside her ability's radius, merely to demolish it all once more, while she pridefully mops her perspiration away. An agitated tone startles her. The young woman discovers her lawful custodian, unconscious now in the embrace of his sibling. Anxious, Yuri hastens across to inquire if he's all right. Yet he inquires her identity in his bewilderment. Yoon clarifies they gave Urium a brand new coiffure for her attendance at the Tracker's organization. She giggles softly, remarking she'll have to adorn herself if she's creating television showings presently. The freshly transformed Frost Monarch concedes she was evaluating all her abilities prior to registering them and expresses regret for not observing our protagonist sooner. When he inquires regarding the ability that affected him, she cites her initial pair of abilities and a fresh one. Umbreless Day, the multiple objective ability, severely weakens the foe by actually consuming their very umbra. Furthermore, it also enhances her personal attributes as she desires. He deduces that the ability has to be drawing energy from all objects surrounding her, which clarifies the damage practice equipment. Then she discloses an unsettling power, one cadaver that permits her to question the deceased. Understandably, our fellow responds calmly to her unsettling ability. He counsels her to maintain that specific power concealed and to omit certain key particulars. Thus, they modify portions of Umbreless Day and her Hermes footwear ability. This causes her to adore his sagacity, which merely vexes his jealous younger sibling. Envious Yoon descends rapidly, asserting Eugene learned all this just for him and not her benefit. And thereupon the pair commence squabbling like young children, each attempting to gain our protagonist's notice. Mildly troubled, our lad ponders if they'll ever coexist peacefully. The view shifts to the organization edifice teeming with reporters. The Frost Monarch executes her magnificent arrival, while our WIRM Vanquisher watches from afar like a silent protector. His protector, Sung Han, inquires why he does not simply accompany her, remembering Yuri's previous letdown. Yet our excessively humble protagonist simply dismisses it, stating that once Yuri experiences the renowned S-class star lifestyle, she will no longer feel his absence. Nonetheless, he's truly delighted to witness her change from a reserved Frost Monarch into a cheerful young woman in this fresh existence, he additionally verifies the lair breach was a new anomaly from his former chronology, evoking apprehension regarding what different astonishments might now emerge in the fresh one. Changing direction, he opts to concentrate on seeking prospective prodigies, precisely as he's on the verge of despair. He discerns something extraordinary. Without any hesitation, he dashes away, forsaking his protector behind. He shoves through the throng and seizes the limb of a pure F-class individual, possessing the capability to activate a dual S-class ability. Myung Woo Yu, the F-class individual, fixes gaze on our lad, as though attempting to remember a known countenance. He nonchalantly laughs, feigning they share an extensive past, and jests that it's been such a duration that it's acceptable Wu fails to recollect. Concurrently, he furtively peeks at Wu's special ability, observing his command of the Auric Forge. Bright ideas suddenly illuminate in his mind, contemplating all the truly lavish SS gear he can monopolize, not even obtainable in times to come. He comprehends that although Wu is oblivious, corporations would hasten to lavish funds on the apparently unremarkable and uninterested fellow. He promptly begins posing inquiries. Thus the chap clarifies he has lately manifested and arrived to procure his stipend. Our protagonist proposes to mentor him, but he humbly denies, stating no one would hire a broke F-class individual. Thus our elder sibling cheerfully presents him complimentary instruction at his association, irritating the reserved fellow. Thus, as his protector hauls him off, our fellow vows to recollect him. Sunghan emphasizes that the regulations state solely association affiliates may utilize the practice chamber. Observing the large fellow Wu cannot avoid pondering how Eugene is acquainted with the renowned Sunghan, Kim from World's End Association. Thus our fellow, suspended by his neckband, joyfully discloses his younger sibling is now the association chief, dazzling Wu with his radiant camaraderie emanation of final instance. He presents the fellow complimentary equipment and an opportunity to practice. Although Wu wavers to embrace the magnanimous proposal, our lad persists, stating he trusts Wu is a decent fellow fundamentally. Astonishingly elder siblings' tenacious benevolence deeply touches the fellow, who wells up and actually prostrates in thankfulness on the roadways. Subsequently, that same day, our main character procures Wu some dispenser brew to settle down. The chap admits that no individual has been kind to him since his early years. He was exceptionally gifted at constructing things and secured accolades. Yet as he matured, individuals informed him his artisanship was futile, impelling him toward academics alternatively. His existence deteriorated rapidly, and his kin, incapable of sustaining him, they ultimately ejected him, accumulating a vast sum of liabilities. Deja vu strikes our F-class protagonist, who's coped with his personal portion of prejudice, owing to his inferior strength tier and abilities. He realizes that Wu's abilities were never observed in the past, since academics constituted his sole route. Yet on this occasion, he can alter the dual S artisan's destiny. Thus our protagonist rises and greatly inspires him to cease considering all others' critiques, exclaiming some affirmative refrains. He counsels his new F-class peer to act likewise, whilst covertly inserting an I love you right at the conclusion, to include him in his care. Nevertheless, they promptly encounter a fresh impediment. Manager Sayok, the World's End Association's personnel chief. The manager denies complimentary instruction for an unknown individual, particularly an individual who may not offer aught to the association. He also derides Wu, stating individuals would protest if they created a special case for an individual appearing so destitute and cowardly. As the unhoused fellow's optimism diminishes on learning all this, Eugene attests to his incredible abilities. Nevertheless, following praising his sharp perception locating Yuri, the contemptible manager dismisses him rudely, stating that it was likely a fortunate accident. The fellow then recalls to us our chap was duped by the manifestation fraud only days prior and subsequently employed favoritism to achieve his desires in the association. Maintaining composure, our fellow concurs with Manager Su's apprehensions, yet still persists. Nevertheless, having shamed his recent companion previously, Wu darts from the edifice due to mortification. Externally, our exasperated protagonist now considers contacting his younger sibling, yet Wu reassures him that it is acceptable, stating he's appreciative for being esteemed by an individual. He discloses his intention to afford his ardor a further attempt, citing a location even prepared to employ F-class individuals. While they converse, a dark utility vehicle arrives, transporting wuss liability retrieval associates. With that, our unhoused friend thanks Eugene and bids him adieu. The fellows joyfully greet their associate and inquire of him regarding the stipend he obtained. Naturally, it is quite insufficient. Thus they bring him with them for a purported task. When our lad confronts them for taking advantage of him, the ruffians question him why he cares at all. Perspiring profusely now, the F-class WIRM vanquisher states he desires to accompany them presently, crammed collectively in the vehicle. He inquires of Wu why he's indebted to such dubious fellows. The unhoused chap clarifies that no bank would give him a loan. Alternatively, he inquires why our protagonist would accompany when he is not indebted at all. Thus he replies that he cannot abandon his companion, hauled off by a disreputable crew. Observing that they are acquainted, the portly ruffian inquires about their connection. Thus, prior to Wu actually disclosing he is Yuyan's sibling, our fellow quickly silences him and states they are juvenile companions. He also includes that, as a peer F-class individual, he is eagerly awaiting the new task the chaps are engaging for. Thus, a hairless chap with ink states that dissimilar to large associations, they permit even F-class individuals to accompany for excavation. Feigning complete guilelessness, our lad cheerfully agrees. Our lad jests that they actually prove to be rather amicable fellows. Thus, they all share a hearty chuckle, prior to them frigidly directing him to execute an agreement. Smiling quite superficially now, our protagonist remembers how that excavation agreement defrauded epics from his existence, with as much as 80% of an excavator's income seized as a safeguard in charge. The assault squad abandons excavators solitary to toil arduously. Occasionally errant beasts harm or even slay excavators. He cannot avoid feeling true pity for Wu, witnessing his existence squandered and his capabilities disregarded. The chauffeur chuckles, stating all they must simply perform is gather items, internally reviling these scoundrels. Our lad still maintains an amiable demeanor. At last they arrive at the association edifice in Myanmar. Eugene audibly praises the incredible association title while they now ascend the steps. Our cheerful protagonist is impolitely struck in the rear. He rises to observe Wu also now being assaulted. The hairless chap expresses regret to him, yet deems Eugene quite accountable for participating willingly. Our elder sibling cradles his weeping companion in his embrace, who persistently expresses regret for implicating him. Yet prior to him comforting his sobbing companion, our fellow is hauled off to execute an agreement. The head honcho presents him the paper, declaring he'll acquire a liberal 20% of his toil prior to charges, as he possesses no liabilities, to make the agreement obligatory. They disclose it bears a malediction for violating the conditions. Without affording Wu a moment to contemplate, they imprint his dactylogram upon it. Observing this, our fellow requests a boon from the chief. He solicits an opportunity to juxtapose their agreements, forthrightly stating his agreement ought to be superior, as he owes them absolutely nothing. His boldness amuses them greatly, and they surrender the agreements, chuckling. Perusing it, he observes Wu's agreement merely grants him 10%. The chief chuckles, stating ITLL greatly assist in settling his liabilities. Profoundly unsettled Eugene proclaims it an indenture agreement. He rebelliously shreds it, pledging not to permit them to defraud his companion. The crew observes astounded he is not hexed, possessing the malediction immediately nullified by his ability. Our protagonist delivers a rapid boot to the chief's mandible. Witnessing their chief topple the ruffians become frantic. Comprehending they confront an individual of might. With dignity, our WIRM vanquisher discloses his class, inciting them all to rush toward him. Yet he composedly extracts his cellular device. Entertained, the ruffians chuckled that summoning law enforcement is futile. To their consternation, He was conversing with his protector for a full 25 minutes. Unexpectedly, Sun Gun materializes from behind our fellow, rending the barrier apart with his uncovered palms. The brawny protector bursts in and propels the portly ruffian airborne. Nonchalantly pivoting, he informs Eugene it is now the moment to depart. Concurrently, his companion Wu is bewildered and ponders how this transpired. Thus, he clarifies he had covertly auto-dialed Sung Han. When he entered the vehicle from that point, all he needed to perform was provide guidance, and Sung Han managed the remainder. Concurrently, Sung Han is occupied administering some severe retribution to the crew when a hairless inked chap attempts to knife him from the rear. Wu starts to panic, but the hairless chap is the one sweating profusely when his blade merely ricochets off Sung Han's iron. Sung Han derides him, stating brandishing a blade to an A-class contest is a grave error, and subsequently swats him aside like an irksome insect. One of the hooligans unexpectedly identifies Sung Han as a member of the World's End Association and promptly commands all to genuflect. When queried by Sung Han how to proceed with them, our fellow peruses their current agreement and opts for just retribution. Unexpectedly, the document in his grasp commences radiating an auric luminescence. He now surrenders the S-class agreement, astounding his protector. He clarifies he formulated it a 50-year agreement and akin to the crew's chief. They'll merely retain just 10% of their total earnings, as they owe him absolutely nothing. When the chief laments about it constituting an indenture agreement, Eugene simply showers additional agreements from his reserve upon him. Eugene commiserates with all the F-class individuals, who likely forfeited an appendage or so, yet the chief chuckles that they're accountable for affixing their assent so readily. Our lad punts his avaricious mouth and rebukes them for not cherishing existence. If it is of an F rancor, he tries to get it through their dense heads that F-class individuals are not merely expendable instruments. So he dishes out justice to these ruthless thugs with his contracts as he prepares to depart. The hefty crook pleads for a shorter sentence to show mercy. Our compassionate hero taps him on the head and urges him to genuinely repent for his wrongs. That evening, after turning the gang over to the association, Eugene and Sung Han return home, with Wu suddenly tearing up and thanking Eugene for rescuing him over and over, musing about the riches he'd gained from the timid guy. Our hero brushes it off as no big deal, but this doesn't stop the shy guy from embracing our F rancor while sobbing noisily back at the guild. Our hero also snags a dorm room, using his charm as Yuri's guardian, and perhaps strong-arming the crew director from leaving. Played a part too. He offers the room to Wu, but soon a new issue emerges. Eugene asks his fellow F rancor if he can cook and clean, since an outsider can't reside with him unless they're a maid or housekeeper. He assures him the chores won't last forever, and he can exploit this loophole until he's self-sufficient. Naturally, this stirs his emotions and reduces the grown man to tears again. Moments later, after lulling him to sleep, our dragon slayer heads out to move his belongings from Yuyun's place. But at the door, a towering Sung Han ambushes him, who declares he has urgent matters to discuss. They visit a lively eatery with an oddly pink ambience. When the waiter asks Sung Han how many are in his party, the giant simply responds with the name mangacaps, prompting the waiter to bow and shift his tone instantly, making bystanders speculate if they're mobsters, serving the finest dishes on the menu. The waiter bows again before departing. Thus, our hero questions why someone as seasoned as his guard chose this place. Sung Han shares he followed a tip from his colleague, Kim, for this great spot, with that the man shyly urges our hero to have fun. Even as risque tunes blast in the background, Eugene proceeds to pour his drink. But before he can speak much, the man snatches the bottle to pour for him instead, abruptly apologizing as he does. Sung Han opens up admitting he initially viewed our F rancor as a burden to the guild master, but his perspective shifted after seeing Eugene's compassion and courage, recalling the dungeon breach, his bravery in earning Yerim's trust and saving her from her uncle, and his efforts for Wu. Sung Han conveys deep admiration for our hero. Our protagonist senses this is the ideal time to slip in a quick "I love you" to Sung Han. The giant perks up instantly, visibly touched while Eugene plays along, capitalizing on the man's sincerity with a sly grin. Our hero brags about his plan to take down the gang. From the outset, Sung Han warns it's too dangerous for an F rancor, but Eugene just chuckles, claiming he's never truly at risk since his sibling always has. His back on the subject of family. Sung-han recounts his childhood, raised without parents, nurtured by his grandfather. He shares his awakening sparked while trying to shield his grandpa in a dungeon breach. Sung-han praises Eugene family values, noting how the guild master let him tend to his grandfather, even hiring a healer for them. They keep enjoying their chat, and our hero opts to down a hefty number of shots, using his tipsiness as a pretext to deploy his keyword on Sung-han. Sung-han watches in awe, noticing he's polished off a dozen bottles. He realizes his poison-resistant skill likely prevents him from ever getting drunk again, panicking that he'll need to profess his love. Fully sober, he frantically toggles the skill, trying to disable it at last. It deactivates, and the shot glass slips from his grip. With a flushed face, Sung-han watches our dragon slayer slump head first onto the table out cold. Hours later, Eugene awakens with a pounding headache. He's annoyed his skill betrayed him at the worst possible time. Just then he's floored as Sung-han enters with a basin of water. Eugene bolts upright in bed, suddenly anxious about being in Sung-han's room, especially since he knows he used his keyword on him. So he eyes his charming, devoted bodyguard warily. The man asks the most alarming question one can hear upon waking. He asks if Eugene recalls what happened last night. Our hero instantly yells he's not in a guise, ignoring him. Sung-han offers herbal juice for his hangover, but then the giant starts rubbing his legs, and even offers a golden pot for him to use. Finally, Eugene can't handle the odd behavior anymore and demands why Sung-han is acting so excessively caring. Sung-han reminds him that when he was blackout drunk, our hero had something serious to confess. Per the giant, he locked eyes with Sung-han and uttered the magic words. But that wasn't all. He kept repeating his love for his bodyguard countless times. This mortifying tale makes Eugene instantly grovel in apology. But to his shock, Sung-han admits it truly touched him. Apparently, Eugene's clumsy, drunken antics evoked memories of Sung-han's youth, when he'd carry his inebriated grandpa, who'd also proclaim his love for Sung-han, letting him relive those cherished times. Sung-han thanked him again, learning he reminds Sung-han of his grandpa and nothing else. Our hero feels relieved. The giant adds he felt like he was with his grandfather, so he wanted to care for Eugene to an odd degree, vowing not to be so strange again. The heartfelt guy asks if he can stop by occasionally, just to check and moved by the sincere story. Our nurturer has a sudden epiphany. His guardian ability seems to make hunters feel more like they're with a caregiver, rather than a pal or romantic partner. This also explains why Wu is oddly clingy with him constantly. With that, he bids the big teddy bear farewell. Wu, who seems wary of Sung-han for some reason, finally emerges from hiding. Just as this happens, Yuri storms through the door. Smashing it down, she cheers for Eugene, moving next to her. But her mood sours, seeing a scruffy guy glued to him. Meanwhile, our nurturer is lost in thought, questioning why he was granted such a skill. Days later, the trio enjoys a lavish feast prepared by Wu. It's the minimum he is able to offer for complimentary lodging. Yet the envious Yuri grumbles he ought to perform far more than preparing meals, while cramming her cheeks with a delectable fare. Altering topics, Wu discloses that Sung-han, who has been coming by daily, is at last departed for an expedition. Eugene informs Yurim shall appear on television when she commences dungeon expeditions. As conceited as usual, she quips about amassing vast fortunes, intending to purchase an estate and reclaim her custodian from Wu. Eugene grins ruefully at the bickering pair. To their consternation, he announces that they will need to be amicable, as they are venturing to a training ground together. Perceiving the doorbell chime, our lad departs from the two squabbling youngsters. Director Suk arrives personally to collect the trackers, owing to an evident alteration in the itinerary. Thus our threesome finds themselves confronting a swarm of fiends, equipped with only a substantial ebony staff. Our protagonist, feeling quite apprehensive, exclaims that rudimentary instruction involves engaging one beast at a time. Director Suk chuckles, clarifying that the more creatures they confront, the more rapidly they can become accustomed to it. Eugene considers this rationale defective, yet the threesome has no alternative in this circumstance. Yerim rushes forth, encouraging them to remain untroubled. Pouncing upon the creatures, she discharges frigid frost that sears them. She then impales a lifeless beast with the ebony rod and offers it to our champion. inquiring if they might roast and dine upon it. While the director marvels at the might of an S-class individual, a woman approaches from the rear, asking whether it is proper for him to permit novices to manage such a multitude of beasts simultaneously. Positioning his eyewear, the director advises her to be at ease, voicing greater apprehension that Eugene and Wu may not have an opportunity to engage a solitary creature. Precisely when he remarks this, Yuri vanquishes all the creatures, arranging them in a Yuletide tree configuration. Abruptly, a beast, yet living within the heat, unleashes an ambush on the vulnerable Wu. Our protagonist exhorts Wu to swiftly direct the javelin at the beast, yet dread consumes him in a state of trepidation. He casts the javelin aside and flees, tears flowing down his countenance as he escapes for dear life. At the moment the creature approaches him, Eugene springs forth, executing a courageous intervention. Subsequently, Eugene chastises Wu for forsaking his armament. He elucidates that the alleged creatures are merely F-class tusked rodents, famed for their weak vision. He assures Wu that as the beasts only travel in direct paths, he could readily overcome them by merely jabbing the javelin toward them. Director Suk meticulously scrutinizes the combat and infers that our champion is unusually proficient. For one who has recently empowered, he ponders if aught is being kept secret from them, while shielding Wu and assuring him. The young man lauds his courageous bearing, remarking it appears as though he has been a practicing tracker for ages. This remark has a deep impact, prompting him to doubt whether he has gone too far. To appear inconspicuous, he casts the javelin away, simulating terror as he allows the creature to leap above him. The director, witnessing the scene, comprehends he has wrongly assessed the young man. Conceivably, he is not the expert he originally assumed. As the examination finishes, the group of three goes out. Wu looks crestfallen, while Urium is very eager. She looks set for another engagement. Wu offers an apology to our champion for showing cravenness. Our champion comforts him, hinting that battle is perhaps not his strong suit. Urium, feeling quite audacious, vaunts that her execution excelled far beyond Wu. Yet, our protagonist exhorts her to avoid likening and motivates them to be amicable. Director Suk next materializes, lauding the group for accomplishing proficiently their rudimentary program. He lauds Yerim's remarkable display, while jesting with the other pair for their uninspired attempts. The supervisor tells them their scholastic instruction is set to start the subsequent day, and makes known the female at his side as their supervisor, Professor Seo Kyung, as she identifies herself. A glimmer of familiarity occurs briefly in Eugenie's thoughts. He recollects she is the brilliant youngster who journeyed to the States and revealed the basic tenets of how dungeons are made. Abruptly, he recollects her famous pseudonym, Dr. White, and inadvertently utters it. This intrigues the female as she examines him closely, wondering as to how he recognizes that moniker, seeing as merely a small number of individuals address her so. The gracious Dr. White Hyun notes on the novice's insight, to which he coolly answers he was told by the Human Resources Department. This allusion to the unit prompts a notion in him, perceiving that both the supervisor and Dr. White possess matching last names, causes him to infer they likely have familial ties. The female notifies him she is present for a study and suggests their routes will intersect again later on. Concurrently, Yu-Yoon and Kim have just achieved victory from an igneous lair after vanquishing a fearsome beast. As they appraise the results, they locate an infant creature lying near the defeated beast. Kim observes the minuscule creature and inquires what action they should take regarding. Reverting to our champion, he attends a scholastic class, listening attentively as the instructor clarifies the genesis of lairs and the emergence of guilds. She expounds on ideas like lair breaches and lair upheavals as the chronological data appears on the display. Our F-class individual seems preoccupied in contemplation, becoming wistful over the narratives of hardship and fortitude. The instructor then redirects her attention to the details of manifestors, explaining how their classifications are set based on diverse statistics. Eugene finds her clarifications captivating and her instructional techniques potent. Nevertheless, he discerns some errors in the visual aids, recollecting that abilities can differ substantially, contingent on an individual's talent and surrounding conditions. Observing our champion's keen absorption, the instructor draws near to him, Inquisitive if he has detected a mistake. She notes that he possesses the same perceptive gaze as her primary instructor, implying she can interpret his musings through his mien. I desire it was this simple to discern someone's countenance. Our champion voices his ideas, stating that abilities do not have to be manifested solely in perilous circumstances, contending that personal safeguarding isn't the exclusive impetus. He substantiates his assertions with pertinent illustrations. Perceiving the instructor's bewilderment, he promptly proposes that she disregard the dialogue. Nevertheless, she clasps his hand softly and tells him that she is impressed by his creativity. Inquisitively, she questions him if he is laboring independently, in an attempt to evade the notice of the instructor. Our champion turns to Urim, imploring her to pose an inquiry. Urim, understanding the signal, cooperates and asks about the prospective income of an S-class individual. The instructor replies with fervor, taking satisfaction in the weight of the question. She discloses that the yearly net value of an S-class individual characteristically surpasses $10 million. She expounds upon this, underscoring the infrequency of S-class individuals worldwide. They not only function to safeguard non-combatants, but also recover precious articles from lairs, which encompass thaumaturgic gems and sometimes even thaumaturgic beasts. As the view changes, Eugene calls upon his sibling, who has brought with him a juvenile thaumaturgic beast from the lair. As per Eugene, it is an infant Cerastian fire leonti, and he plans to domesticate it for utilization as a beast steed. The two kinsmen endeavor to capture the beast, with Eugene voicing exasperation over his powerlessness to domesticate the creature. He clarifies that he has tried assorted techniques, encompassing employing taming trackers and a proprietor's emblem. Yet nothing appears to be successful. Resolute Eugene affords the emblem gem a further opportunity, precisely when it seems that the juvenile leontide has ultimately been pacified. It unexpectedly pounces at him. Readying to assault, Eugene shoves his sibling backward and utilizes his conflagrations to cow the beast. Eugene implores his sibling to desist, apprehensive he might incinerate the youngling. Yet Eugene assures him that fire assaults are futile against this particular species. What follows is a tumultuous feline scratching contest, and following considerable exertion, Eugene at last succeeds in ensnaring the roguish youngling. Though he is utterly depleted, he hurls the youngling into the enclosure to restrict it. Breathing laboriously, Eugene voices his plan to eliminate the creature. Eugene inquires if he intends to put it up for sale. Eugene negates, explaining that the youngling would need to be dispatched, as it cannot be permitted to enter perilous possession. This notion distresses Eugene, who considers how ideal it would be if the youngling could be domesticated. Eugene inspects the youngling's statistics and endeavors to recollect if any individual in times to come possesses an ability capable of domesticating such a beast. Abruptly, his system alert materializes, notifying him that the youngling hasn't been affected by his key phrases. This startles him greatly, as he had never planned to utilize his abilities on beasts. His intellect teems with prospects. If he can somehow contrive to domesticate the youngling, his sibling could possess a formidable steed. The notion of such a prospect invigorates him. Addressing Eugene, he nonchalantly inquires if other guilds also possess beast steeds, attempting to assess the scarcity of such a creature. Eugene informs him that, although some of the beasts are indeed available, they are all inferior domesticated ones. Learning this, our champion becomes animated and avidly requests authorization from his sibling to manage the youngling. He makes his sibling comprehend the importance of possessing a thaumaturgic beast, as an ally, stressing how priceless it could prove. He includes that considering the leontide's fire-resistant quality, forsaking it would represent a total squandering of capability. In his endeavors to sway his sibling, he furnishes illustrations, all whilst envisioning himself growing affluent as a triumphant domesticator. His sibling eventually poses the pivotal inquiry: how precisely he intends to achieve such a remarkable feat. Eugene, with assurance, commences by addressing the youngling's dietary plan. As the initial maneuver, he produces a nourishment vessel and nonchalantly asks his sibling what the beastly feline prefers to consume. Eugene, playing along, replies that the creature would likely favor a repast of beast flesh, blended with a C-class gem. At the reference to the C-class gem, valued at an astounding 10,000 won. All of our champions' exhilaration wanes like a glimmer of vanishing optimism. It becomes evident that what the beast desires isn't merely a basic repast, but the equivalent of a man's very lifeblood, and his whole financial reserve added for good measure. This is no jest, he recollects, remembering a custodian once lamenting about how much even a snow panther can ingest. As our depleted champion presents the repast to the feline, his spirits unexpectedly surge when his sibling nonchalantly states that he would be more than delighted to finance the 10 billion won yearly for it. Observing the youngling eat, our champion cannot help but find it exceptionally endearing, causing him to flush. He starts to ponder if the youngling can comprehend specific key phrases, or if the significance of his utterances might somehow register with the tiny creature. For the present, he opts to leave that enigma unresolved and proceeds to the subsequent round. Engaging with the not-so-fearsome youngling, he removes his cincture and initiates a contest of tug-of-war with the thaumaturgic beast. Auspiciously having toiled part-time at a veterinarian establishment, he possesses sufficient expertise to manage such occurrences. With a smirk, he mentally christens this contest the tug-of-war of demise. As weariness begins to manifest, he produces the domesticator's emblem and offers it to the youngling. Initially, the youngling responds irately, yet after sniffing the emblem, it abruptly settles down to enhance his astonishment. A system alert materializes, notifying our F-class individual that his designation also magnifies the emblem's potency. The once savage youngling ceases behaving like a beast and warmly embraces Eugene, however. When Yoon approaches nearer, the youngling rapidly bites his hand. Without delay, our champion rebukes the youngling for nipping, addressing it as if he were its matriarch. Yoon, being S-classified, is not harmed and feels reassured that the youngling isn't hostile towards his sibling. In reality, he even consents to let him nurture it. This causes our champion to drift back into his reveries, where he envisions himself as the great forebearer of innumerable thaumaturgic beasts, acquiring the appellation the thaumaturgic beast domesticator. Eugene assures his sibling that he will accept the youngling. After completing the requisite arrangements, his sibling then inquires if he won't raise it here. Our champion replies, clarifying that the dormitory is amply spacious, and he also has Urium and Wu by his side there to assist. This causes his younger sibling to become sentimental, not desiring Eugene to depart from him. Our F-class individual recollects Kim's counsel concerning his sibling and tenderly pats Yuyen's cranium. He attempts to console him, clarifying he isn't relocating entirely and will be utilizing both locations. Eugene reassures him that as soon as his novice instruction is concluded, they'll have ample opportunity to socialize together. Eugene then inquires if Yun is unoccupied in the evening. Yun replies that Hell arranged time, yet wonders why Yun informs him he desires to share a beverage together, reminiscing that if the planet were still identical to previously, they would likely be savoring a beverage during festive periods. Without a moment's hesitation, Yun flushes and consents to the proposition, imparting a subtle tenderness to the instance. Now, our champion proceeds into the subsequent stage, contemplating over what he ought to name the beast. Following a brief flush, he settles on the designation piece, trusting it should represent global tranquility. Shortly thereafter, the nursery threesome is prepared to enter the lair once more. Yet this occasion, they are accompanied by Yun. Yerim, noticeably perturbed, questions him, irately asking why he's accompanying this time. It appears that Yun simply cannot permit his sibling to explore a potentially perilous location unescorted, which is the reason he's accompanying. Eugene feels somewhat abashed by this, deeming his sibling's excessive solicitude utterly peculiar and a tad overpowering. The throng hums with fervor as they capture images of Yi, positioned beside Urium. Amid a dialogue, their junior association chief clarifies he desires to mentor the fresh S-class individual executing his duty as both an elder and association chief. Concurrently, our protagonist maintains remove from the recording devices, witnessing how his sibling adeptly enhances his public persona. He deems the circumstance captivating, given that both S-class individuals hold contrasting qualities, rendering them an optimal pairing. As he observes, he ponders when Kim will manifest as an S-class individual, resting a palm on Wu's shoulder. and wishing he can fashion some remarkable gear shortly. As the moment to venture into the lair nears, the fresh team is eager to borrow some gear at no cost. Wu keenly inspects the articles, but is startled when the arms custodian notifies him he would need to cover costs for any harm he might inflict, aware that Wu will fashion far superior gear in the time to come. Our protagonist comforts him by presenting a top-tier item of equipment and advising him not to fret while perusing the racks. Our F-class individual notices some elixirs and inquisitively inquires if they are complementary too. He discovers the elixirs are only complementary for association affiliates. Thus, he requests Yerem to procure additional ones and apportion them with him. After selecting the elixirs, Yerem chances upon an unpleasant appearing armament and asks if she is able to employ it. Eugene counsels her to discard the hatchet, preferring an item more appropriate for her physique. Concurrently, Eugene is still busy with dialogues, praising his association and its affiliates. Ultimately, he nears his sibling, excusing any tardiness. He clarifies the portal opens to a lower-tier lair, and cautions that upon their entry, the portal will seal, giving them just two alternatives: vanquish the chief or meet destruction. He also offers them a portal gem, an uncommon artifact for utilization in urgent situations. Our protagonist ponders how recently he was deemed refused, yet presently his existence has undergone a significant shift, experiencing a wave of elation. He comprehends that on this occasion he ventures into the lair, with pride alongside his sibling and the individuals who genuinely cherish him as he passes via the portal. He pledges to avert the destiny he previously encountered from at any time materializing. However, it appears existence yet holds numerous trials awaiting him. Upon venturing into the lair, Yerem's eagerness is tangible. She cries out that it resembles entering an entirely new realm. Eugene, nevertheless, rebukes her to cease behaving like she's on an excursion and to stress his argument. Incinerates the vegetation before him. Yerem, evidently exasperated, challenges his reasoning for charring the environment. She then begins a discourse on conservation. Eugene composedly replies, clarifying that matters are distinct in this location. He indicates a beast hiding close by, recalling to her the primary concern upon penetrating a lair is to guarantee her personal security. He clarifies the most powerful individual must invariably spearhead and resolve the disorder for companions. In a bantering manner, he inquires if she was slumbering through her lessons. Yerem, with a trace of resistance, asserts she was present for all of them promptly, including that she lacks an area of effectability to aid her. Eugene motivates her, reassuring her she'll obtain an ability once she advances. He clarifies if she continues defeating beasts, she will attain tier 10 air, she realizes. Nevertheless, he additionally notes nobody can foresee what ability one could acquire. At that moment, his interface display appears, presenting him the choice to pick which ability he desires to select for her. He seeks the one deluge ability, remembering it was the hallmark area of effectability of the Frost Sorceress prior to his temporal return, directing the development concentration onto one ability for Yerem. He assuredly informs her he possesses an intuition. She will acquire an area of effectability. Upon her advancement, Yun, positioned next to her, notifies Yerem that advancing is not as simple for her, observing that S-class individuals need a vast quantity of experiential units to advance, in contrast to inferiorly tiered persons. He subsequently vociferously indicates her, cautioning her to look after her own well-being, stressing he is particularly present to protect his sibling. Eugene interjects, requesting Yuyun to moderate slightly, yet notwithstanding his intercession, the pair of S-class individuals persist in squabble, their amicable competition infusing a degree of strain to the instance. Vexed by their incessant squabbling, Eugene tugs their jowls and insists they cease immediately. He inquires their reason for penetrating the lair and instructs them to concentrate on the task instead of initiating altercations among themselves. He counsels them to act amiably, precisely as they performed amidst the dialogue. Hesitantly, the pair reconcile for the benefit of our protagonist, clasping palms with one another, Our F-class individual exhorts them to remain alert and recalls to them if they assist him and Wu advance. They may additionally acquire some fresh abilities thereby. On perceiving this, Yuri and Yuyun race towards the beasts, pledging to subdue them for Eugene so he may readily dispatch them. As they jointly assault concurrently with their contrasting qualities, a detonating collision follows, illuminating the lair with a radiant spectacle. The view subsequently transitions to an odd location, wherein the residents appear cognizant of our protagonist and his capacity to rewind temporality. One among them pressingly directs another to find him. Swiftly observing he has penetrated a lair, it is made evident that the sole chance they possess to reach our protagonist is upon his penetration of a lair, rendering this instance vital for their schemes. As the view reverts to the serene appearing lair, Yuri is observed rushing ahead, solidifying all within her trajectory. Concurrently, our younger sibling is occupied charring the beasts, vying with her to aid Eugene. The pair of rivals accumulate the semi-deceased, semi-living beasts. Our protagonist swiftly springs to engagement with his javelin, giving one to Wu so he may additionally acquire some practice. As they clasp palms, Wu ponders if he also might obtain a fine ability on advance. Our protagonist comforts him, exhorting him to cease fret, and asserting he shall undoubtedly obtain one. Nevertheless, upon inspecting Wu's condition, he finds an additional prerequisite needed for the ability. He swiftly glances at the interface and becomes preoccupied. Observing it necessitates Wu honing 10,000 implements. Incredibly, a misprint materializes, rendering our protagonist feeling bewildered and pondering if these assignments are inscribed by hand. Soon Wu attains tier 10. The unfortunate individual prostrates and let down, comprehending he has obtained naught for his exertions. Concurrently, Eugene is still absorbed by the strange misprint, as the denizens of this realm deem the fresh interface a marvel from a deity. The late malfunction causes him to doubt if a different entity could be responsible for it. Yuyun and the Frost Sorceress near our protagonist, inquiring if he has concluded and attained tier 10. Yuyun replies that Wu is prepared, yet he personally requires some additional practice. Quite abruptly, an odd display materializes, proclaiming, "Located you surprised." Our protagonist queries its nature, yet ere he comprehends the circumstance, the pair of S-class individuals race towards him, exclaiming for him to beware. The Frost Sorceress Yerim swiftly engages, shielding them from the conflagrations rushing at them. Our F-class individual, bewildered, inquires what transpires. Yuri clarifies a chief beast has materialized. What is peculiar regarding this circumstance is that chiefs in lower tier layers ordinarily do not employ such potent area of effect assaults. Yuri persists, noting there existed a colossal caprine beast chief, yet abruptly an avian form beast materialized and slew it. She exclaims in trepidation, inquiring what action they must take and the reason the portal has not unsealed. Even subsequent to the bovine chief beast destruction, Yuyun suggests it is conceivable the avian has been recorded as a replacement chief, implying they are unable to flee until they vanquish. Anxious, Yuyun concedes he has not previously met such a creature. He gives his elder sibling a portal gem, counseling him to employ it for flight if circumstances deteriorate. Our protagonist becomes preoccupied, experiencing fear at the notion of a recurrence of the prior instance. Nevertheless, he finally refuses the portal gem, assuredly, reassuring his sibling the beast has no prospect versus him. He scrutinizes the creature, observing its designation is Auric-Bill Maya, and that it is an A-class igneous quality lair chief. He additionally notifies Yuyun that the cranium is the most vulnerable section of the Auric-Bill Maya, clarifying that ruining its pinions will not be fruitful, as it has an additional set. Yuyun inquires his sibling how he acquired all this information. Our F-class individual answers he will inform him upon their flight, resolved to exit jointly unharmed. He directs Urium to fashion a barrier composed of frost. As the glacial bulwark materializes, he informs his sibling to exert maximum effort, preparing themselves for the approaching conflict. Yuyun persists in giving the portal gem to his sibling prior to engaging. Yerim inquires if she could have been a superior choice, as she has an aerial ability. Yet Eugene retorts she would merely result in being scorched. Eugene knows his sibling not only possesses flame immunity, as an ability similar to levitation. Meanwhile, Eugene anticipates the beast to lower and promptly strikes at one of its pinions. Our F-class individual yells at him, exhorting him not to target that spot, reminding him the beast possesses extra pinions. The avian ascends once more and initiates an assault. Our protagonist feels bewildered, wondering why his sibling remains on the terrain when he could readily ascend and dispatch it. He dreads he may have wrongly assessed the circumstance, and that his sibling has not yet acquired his Azure Salix ability. Abruptly, the avian targets our protagonist and the Frost Sorceress, prompting Urim to become frantic, as she frets about what course she must take. Should her barrier give way against the approaching assault, as the beast rapidly nears them? Eugene swiftly employs his Azure Salix ability against it. Our protagonist relaxes at the spectacle, yet as he witnesses how his sibling is utilizing the ability, he exclaims, informing him he is not meant to employ that assault in such a fashion. He exhorts Eugene to leap upon the foliage. Initially, Eugene is unwilling, yet upon stepping onto the foliage, he swiftly grasps the technique. The avian envelopes our younger sibling in conflagrations, yet such feeble conflagrations pose no threat against it. With resolve, Eugene brandishes his weapon and executes the decisive strike to the beast. Upon his landing, our protagonist hastens toward him, inquiring if he has injured the younger sibling. Filled with fervor, asks how he knew the foliage could be utilized instead of levitation. He voices his appreciation, stating all he lacked was a levitation ability. Yet now he has rectified his issue with the avian's defeat. The portal materializes and the quartet returns to the terrestrial realm. Upon their reappearance, the association affiliates observe their association chief in dishevelment and grow apprehensive, asking what transpired. Eugene clarifies an A-class chief materialized and that they ought to inform the organization. Concurrently, our protagonist adeptly maintains his separation, endeavoring to remain concealed from observation. Quite abruptly, Kim is observed racing toward him. He pounces and seizes Eugenie's pedal extremities, inquiring if he is unharmed. This act captures everyone's notice. Concurrently, Kim frets about whether he will continue to be futile upon their arrival home. Eugene proceeds to inspect his beast companion. Peace leaps upon him, and the pair engage in much playful interaction. Eugene ponders if this engagement suffices to sway the small chap, as he reclines on the surface utterly depleted. Our protagonist considers all the peculiar occurrences that transpired during the day. What troubles him most is that these peculiar occurrences commenced in times to come, causing him to question why they are transpiring presently. He experiences a wave of dread, wondering if all these misfortunes are a direct consequence of it. Rewinding temporality at the outset, he holds himself accountable. Yet then he redirects all culpability to the interface for neglect to notify him regarding any repercussions. He deems the interface to be inequitable, and just as he accesses the display, a peculiar tome materializes before him. It transpires that entities from an alternate plane have dispatched him a character manual, observing its elaborate presentation. Our protagonist ponders if it was crafted by a preschooler, or something comparable he discovers only as classified. Influenced individuals are cataloged in the tome. It appears the interface desires him to sway 50 S-class individuals. Concurrently, Yoon emerges inquiring of his sibling if he is faring well. As the view shifts, Peace is practicing against the rodent beasts, having doubled his stature in merely a pair of days. Our protagonist, chronicling his companion's advancement, is suitably attired in protection. When Peace assails him, his protection shields him on this occasion. Merely the preceding eve, when his sibling had inquired what ability he acquired at Tier 10, our protagonist had informed him he obtained a taming ability to conceal his personal ability. He contrives a pretext stating is an S-classified ability, permitting him to domesticate superiorly tiered beasts. Upon learning it is an S-classified ability, Yeon readies to confine him once more. Yeon proposes they ought to utilize the ability to their benefit, instead of concealing it. He suggests he will not only nurture the Cerastian Leonti, but also numerous other beasts. If all the superiorly tiered individuals in the worlds and association acquire superiorly tiered beasts, the mechanics of lair conquering would profoundly transform. Now, reverting to the present, Our protagonist feels auspicious the Leontide youngling has at last been swayed, as his interface desires him to sway 50 S-class individuals. He ponders if swaying beasts might prove a superior alternative. Feeling depleted after practicing his Leontide companion, he reclines, yet peace still appears to be brimming with vitality. Abruptly, director Sook materializes. Applauding his palms, he lauds our protagonist for practicing. Immediately after his practical assessment is finished, Director Sook lauds our protagonist and prostrates, expressing regret for having been discourteous towards him. He subsequently adheres to him, imploring him to affiliate with the World's End Association. This conduct vexes our F-class individual who attempts to repel him. He recollects how abashed he felt in his future. Each occasion he met this chap. The unfortunate director exerts every effort to sway our protagonist. Abruptly, our protagonist recollects matters could transpire differently. Presently, that Sayok fails to remember his history in this existence, adopting a more commanding demeanor. He states it holds no significance for him, as his sibling will defray all expenditures regardless. The director grows animated and swiftly readies the agreement. Our protagonist includes his stipulation that he will be enlisting as a standard staffer instead of tracker. He clarifies he intends to continue unaligned as a tracker. Thus he can nurture beast steeds for different associations and amass a considerable sum of currency. He persists, stating he plans to become an auric ovum among superiorly tiered trackers. Should the World's End Association attempt to render his ability theirs alone, he cautions other associations might pursue him and could employ poisoning his sustenance or utilizing any methods required. He further includes it would be preferable for an auric ovum-producing gallinaceous bird, such as himself, to continue unaligned with any entity. He shrewdly states in this manner, he can nurture companions for each association whilst guaranteeing his personal security. In reciprocation, he requests the director manage the parleys with the other associations. Director Sayok at first continues speechless, yet ultimately grins, conceding he simply cannot outweed our protagonist's machinations. He then inquires if he may record a visual for the parley procedure whilst readying for the filming. The director inquires if our protagonist would reevaluate affiliating with them once the World's End Association attains ultimate supremacy. Eugene feigns, making it appear he might consent. Yet he swiftly inquires the director if he is chronicling this segment. Our protagonist then retorts by questioning what advantage the association would derive from enlisting him, as he is already aiding them. As the director departs, he grins, comprehending our protagonist, yet lacks self-cognizance. Concurrently, our protagonist is gambling on the surface with his companion, feeling elated about obtaining a fine remuneration and societal safeguard. The director opines superiorly tiered individuals frequently grow oblivious to their environments. Yet unlike them, our protagonist appears to possess an aura of haughtiness. He composedly foresees the result of circumstances and also knows how to conduct parleys proficiently. He ponders if the youngster was invariably this gifted, and if he had neglected to perceive it. Dazzled by the splendor of his sibling's abilities, adjusting his eyewear, he considers that whilst the association was ready to confront some perils, should Han Eugene continue unaligned, all will target him, rendering the association unharmed. He ponders if our protagonist is oblivious to the perils he confronts, or if he recognizes them and is endeavoring to shield his younger sibling from jeopardy. As the director disseminates the visual, it swiftly becomes widespread, reaching the association chiefs of the 3 premier Korean associations. They intend to visit the World's End Association after viewing it, wishing to ascertain if our protagonist is authentic or merely a pretense. As the view shifts, our protagonist has at last completed constructing Peace's enclosure. He inquires Peace if it approves of the fresh area, wishing it won't grow too confined for the youngling as it develops. Yerim and Wu materialize, alluding to the small beast as a feline. Abruptly, Yiyun materializes, pressing need evident all across his countenance, and inquires his sibling if he possesses a moment. He notifies Eugene the association chiefs are arriving to meet him, whilst proceeding toward the conference chamber. Eugene notes Eugene may decline the conference if he desires. Yet Eugene asserts he would not perform that. Yiyun contends inferiorly tiered individuals ordinarily do not meet S-class individuals, and asserts he would. merely requests them to depart however. Eugene comforts him not to fret, and prohibits him from employing any utterances that might bolster his contention, such as nevertheless, or even consequently, as the pair enter the conference chamber. All the association chiefs are previously present. The ambience feels strained, engaging our protagonist's dread immunity. A chap in a lavender three-piece attire requests Eugene to present his palm, stating he would wish to evaluate him. Eugene is on the verge of proffering his palm, when he abruptly recollects he cannot permit such a thing to transpire. He swiftly withdraws his palm, contending he cannot imprudently reveal himself in such a manner. He envisions how his sibling would secure him once his L and S class abilities were disclosed. Auspiciously, the youngling pounces on the evaluator. Growing truculent, our protagonist hastens to soothe peace. The tracker organization head and the Hanshin association chief commence arguing about whether the youngling behaved in this manner, because it perceived the ability being employed. Witnessing the turmoil, the Breaker Association chief, Moon Hyuna, states the beast's conduct is evidence enough, rendering the evaluation superfluous. She then offers our protagonist a seat to occupy, as he observes her imposing build. Our F-class individual ponders if Yuri will also surpass him in height. The colossal female inquires Eugene if he can procure another Cerastian Leontide for her. Our younger sibling replies he would, yet in return for a premier beast steed with cryo-resistance. She swiftly comprehends. Teasing him, he undoubtedly desires it for Yera, and terming him avaricious, the MKC Association chief, Choi Seokwan laments that the World Edge Association has previously cornered all the beast steeds on the exchange. Eugene, vexed, informs him he will await until Choi acquires one from the lair. This enrages Choi, who strikes his Manus on the furnishing and rises, asserting Eugene is deceiving them all. He states it is apparent. Eugene is unaligned with his siblings' association. Merely in designation, Lady Moon advises Choi to compose himself. Yet our protagonist stands resolute for himself. Rising from his seat, he proclaims that his connection with his siblings' association is merely a collaboration, as he cannot manage all expenditures independently. He states had he planned to align with his siblings' association, he would never have arrived here. He further includes considering his personal constraints. He would be capable of nurturing at least one beast for each individual in the chamber, notwithstanding his endeavors to sway Choi. It becomes evident Choi is not an individual who can be readily influenced. Concurrently, Hyuna lauds our protagonist for his superb parley abilities, also inviting him to affiliate with her personal Breaker Association. Observing his sibling appearing disheveled at a remove, our protagonist swiftly exclaims he is not even contemplating a superior transaction. He clarifies he would not affiliate with any association unless his sibling invites him. After his association becomes premier in a nation learning this, the Jupiter Association chief Sung Hyunjae contends they are already premier in the nation. Our protagonist swiftly retorts that his prior proposition was solely for his sibling. For any different associations, they would need to be at minimum premier in the globe for him to contemplate their proposal. Lady Moon pats our protagonist's posterior firmly, terming him assured for his stature. Witnessing his stubbornness, she remarks he genuinely is the sibling of Yu. In that instance, our protagonist feels like a minuscule insect amidst a shoal of cetaceans. Were it not for his dread immunity, he would have been overcome long past. He commiserates with his sibling for having managed these formidable personages, until presently Park also lauds our protagonist, contending he is far more tractable compared to his sibling. Yuyun interjects, stating he cannot concur, as in his view, his sibling is likely the most tractable individual in the entire chamber. All make peculiar countenances at our F-class individual, rendering him feel uneasy to clarify his prior assertion. Our protagonist commences narrating a poignant narrative. He clarifies how his sibling has invariably been an indispensable younger sibling. To him, one who persistently cared for him even when he was very juvenile. He discloses Yuyun toiled diligently to enter medical institution, pledging to amass considerable currency for both of them. He includes that notwithstanding his finest resolves, he could never allot sufficient occasion for his sibling, particularly following their progenitor's demise, when he had to assume labor duties. Yet throughout it all, his younger sibling never vexed him. As he narrates this tale, mirth erupts within the group. They surmised his attendance. Patently clarifies why his younger sibling stands so courteously presently. Eugene experiences a wave of ire towards the association chiefs and inquires the female if she is vexing his sibling, merely due to his juvenility. The organization head and Park endeavored to suppress their mirth at the spectacle unfolding before them. As the agreement is presented to him, Eugene seizes it away with an impolite motion, bewildered by the manner all are treating his sibling. Lady Moon clarifies the association chiefs had achieved a consensus prior to the youngster's appearance. She proposes Eugene take a moment to peruse the agreement and inform them if he requires any modifications. Whilst perusing, our protagonist discovers he is to obtain an edifice, with security assured by all the associations implicated. Lady Moon, bewildered by his response, inquires if Director Sook hadn't alluded to any of this to him. The organization head clarifies that the director particularly solicited an edifice in Eugenie's designation, recognizing he would require a location to nurture beasts. As our protagonist examines the entire agreement, he finds himself growing progressively apprehensive. Upon reaching the segment necessitating his autograph, he never foresaw he would become the proprietor of a whole edifice. In the core of soul, the exhilaration consumes him, and he becomes lost in contemplations regarding how his fresh estate will be safeguarded by the premier 5 associations in the nation. He also commences to plan how he can establish an equipment manufactory for Wu, and ponders if he might sway Hyun to perform her study there, instead of journeying all the distance to the States. He envisions himself being interviewed about his triumph narrative, which highlights his abrupt ascent from a building laborer to an affluent property owner. Not only does he foresee this, but he additionally plans his superannuation by leasing out the edifice. As F-class individual returns to his sentience, the association chiefs are already departed. Association chief Sung notifies him the proposition will continue accessible should he contemplate reevaluating, with the conference concluding abruptly. The pair of siblings participate in casual dialogue. Eugene motivates his elder sibling to disregard what others opine of him. Our protagonist embraces his youngling for displaying such praiseworthy conduct. As the view shifts, our protagonist is offered a repast by Wu. Eugene adores the sustenance and relishes each morsel. He inquires if Wu does not possess extensive baggage and prompts him to prepare for departure. Wu grows troubled, fearing he is about to be expelled, and slumps to the surface weeping. He voices he perpetually foresaw he would arrive at this state, feeling incompetent throughout. Our F-class individual endeavors to console him by stating they are both F-classified. Yet Wu interprets this unfavorably, asserting that even so they are on wholly disparate echelons. Eugene endeavors to console Wu. Yet Wu mops his lacrimal fluid and thanks our protagonist for all his kindnesses, stating he will ready himself to depart. At this juncture, Eugene comprehends what has just occurred. He informs Wu misapprehension has arisen and asserts he is not incompetent. He also comforts Wu he will shortly obtain a fine ability. At last, our F-class individual swoons, abandoning the contention, asserting he cannot compel Wu to align with him. He involves Wu in a pun, stating he has just acquired knowledge that would prove exceedingly beneficial. Yet, as Wu is departing, he will be unable to impart. Wu takes the lure and insists on knowing the knowledge. Our protagonist fabricates a narrative, asserting he has learned from Dr. White that a particular instruction exists that might permit Wu to obtain a unique ability. Concurrently, Dr. White Hyen is occupied performing her study in obscurity during the night. She has just finished her labor, wishing to reveal some clarifications. The view reverts to our F-class individual, who has procured a multitude of blades for Wu. He notifies Wu he cannot impart aught he has learned from it, not even to Dr. Hyen. Wu feels bewildered. Upon comprehending, he will be honing a collection of culinary blades. As Wu hones one of the blades, our protagonist inspects his condition and observes the count has risen by 1. He subsequently endeavors to motivate Wu, informing him he will acquire a remarkable armament-related ability should he hone 10,000 of these blades. Wu flushes, experiencing a wave of fervor. Our protagonist had opined it would require a year to finish this assignment. Yet in his fervor, Wu asserts he will finish in 100 days. By honing 100 blades, each day. He pledges to reciprocate our protagonist's benevolence when able. Little does we realize that for Eugene, he is merely superannuation resource number 2. Following this, our protagonist calls upon Dr. White's laboratory. Hyun appears elated to converse with our F-class individual and involves him in dialogue for epics. She clarifies that as per study, mass layers are erratic, and not numerous individuals venture into studying. For this precise rationale, our protagonist, endeavoring to keep pace, indicates they ought to lack in information, given there are only a scant few layers in the nation. Dr. White concurs, replying this is owing to their nation being quite diminutive. She includes she would be capable of assembling some figures. Were she able to examine additional layers? And as per her, the sole method to do so is to affiliate with a foreign team. This prompts a recollection for our protagonist. Causing him to comprehend this was the rationale. She intends to depart for the States. For the preceding 3 years, she has been revealing the tenets of layers, and the States would gain from her discoveries. He ponders if a method exists to make her remain. Hyun then procures some phagopyrum confection and positions it near the case, clarifying that Dokibi enjoys it on the final eve of the lunar cycle. Inquisitive, our protagonist inquires about this enigmatic personage she mentions. Hyun informs him Dokibi is a fabled teleporting tracker, and as the designation implies, this particular tracker dons Dokibi habiliments. Dr. White further clarifies neither their designation nor their gender is known to individuals, which is why the pronoun them is employed. The sole information obtainable is they can teleport and have been utilizing their abilities to rescue individuals from lair breaches and assorted natural calamities. Regardless of the arduous circumstances, Dokai has invariably been triumphant in managing ruffians. Their abilities render them difficult to apprehend, and they have never affronted any individual worldwide, as they aid all whilst continuing unaligned. All adore them, learning how to summon them via the web. Dr. White wishes that Dokibi will arrive and impart information regarding all the layers in the nation. As she scatters the phagopyrum, our protagonist begins to deem her somewhat irrational. He questions if this fable is even veracious to start with, and proposes she ought to obtain information from his siblings' association. Instead, abruptly, an obscuration transpires. Our protagonist swiftly produces his device to activate the illuminator. Upon calling out to Dr. White, he finds her immobilized as if she has encountered a specter. She shrieks and swoons. Our protagonist lifts her and experiences a wave of dread. Upon observing an actual specter, his dread immunity activates, immediately tranquilizing him. He ponders if it is Dokibi performing jests and calls out their designation. Perceiving this, a Dokibi materializes before him. The figure resembles a male and states he is present as he has been summoned. He then voices apprehension that he may have proceeded somewhat excessively with his jests and alarmed the female. Our F-class individual swiftly glances at his condition display. Discovering the Dokibi is a B-class tracker named Yunyun. He considers if he can sway Yunyun, given he is unaligned. Eugene swiftly conceives a notion. Should he contrive to have this Dokibi aid them, Hyun would not need to journey to the States. He perceives this as his sole opportunity. He attempts his pun informing Yunyun to cease the jest, asserting it was not alarming at all. Yunyun replies he just observed our protagonist quivering in dread. Nevertheless, Eugene refuses to concede this, contending such juvenile jests will not succeed on him. He intentionally provokes Yunyun's sensitivities, inquiring if he has devoted his existence to alarming individuals. Our protagonist proffers his palms and proposes a wager, challenging Yunyun to ascertain if he can alarm him or not. As the view shifts, the female awakens perspiring profusely. She inquires where Dokibi departed, only to discover he vanished. Our protagonist imparts a confidence to her. The fable's sartorial taste is quite wretched. Following an uneasy quietude, our lad comforts her not to be alarmed as the Dokibi has departed. She gazes downward in remorse, wishing to have her inquiries clarified. She discloses her difficulty to continue study in Korea. Thus our protagonist offers to aid her. She is overjoyed, opining he will affiliate with her at the institution. Yet he swiftly tranquilizes her, clarifying he can furnish her with information instead, as information procurement is her greatest impediment. With assurance, He proclaims he will shortly possess a trustworthy origin of knowledge. Eugene's recollection flashes to a prior moment, when he made a wager with Dokibi. Whilst the science female lay insensible, he had challenged the Dokibi to alarm him with his jests. Should he triumph, he desired the itinerant specter to be his subordinate. This causes Union to chuckle at his ludicrous stipulations. Thus the levitating jester consents. On the stipulation, our WYRM vanquisher will need to be his subordinate for a full 20 epics with that. Our protagonist immediately materializes an agreement, rendering Dokibi distrustful as to why a defeated individual would obligate himself so readily. Inclining his cranium, the levitating specter accuses Eugene of possessing ill resolves, with his peculiar wager perspiring profusely. Our protagonist abruptly verifies Doki is yet oblivious to his fabled dread. Immunity, which is pivotal to guaranteeing his facile triumph. To appease the visored specter, he assuredly discloses his concealed aim. Flushing, our lad concedes he deems Doki exceedingly admirable, remembering all the valorous acts the visored personage has performed. Eugene opines he triumphs regardless of outcome. Should he triumph, it would be magnificent. If should he lose, he gets to be the great Dokai's menial, rendering the mischievous specter flush. Submerged in adulation, the peculiar chap commences capering in elation. He vaunts he would never permit an individual to be his menial. Implored, yet the wager truly captures his interest. Our protagonist assures him he will not be defeated, and they concur Dokai B will receive 3 opportunities to alarm him. Reverting to the present, Eugene informs the study devotee that help procure her the information she requires to labor in her native land. As he is not an admirer of analyzing figures at a bureau, he merely requests her to apportion the gains from her study upon her triumph by employing his knowledge. Notwithstanding her reluctance about the endeavor being unproductive, our elder sibling voices his unwavering confidence in her abilities. He flushes at his adulations to secure her alliance. He informs her a substantial A-class lair will materialize that day, also providing the precise site and surroundings. Astonished by his information, she inquires how he would know such a thing, yet he declines to elaborate on his origins. Thus, prior to his departure, he advises her to trust in his utterances and verifies her study will undoubtedly triumph. After reminding her to inform Director Suk to reserve the portal, he readies himself to vanquish Doki in their wager. The view shifts to our protagonist unwinding in his chamber at eve, when Doki startles him whilst donning an ogre visor. Unperturbed, our protagonist nonchalantly interacts with peace, nullifying the initial endeavor the subsequent occasion, whilst transporting a container of blades for Wu to home, a pair of cadaverous manus tug on his pedal extremities, causing him to descend face first onto the surface. Seething with ire, he inquires if the knave of a spectre arrived to slay him instead of alarm him. Following failure the second occasion, the tertiary strike also arrives at eve, as Eugene procures some fluid from the refrigerator. A sanguineous straw effigy materializes above. Astonished, he lauds the endeavor, prior to being caught unawares by a secondary assault from the rear, which also impresses him at that moment. A somber chap with a blade materializes behind it. Astonishingly, this terrifies Doki, whilst Eugene nonchalantly greets Wu. His peer F-class individual discloses he commenced toilet, as he was unable to slumber, yet overheard our protagonist conversing with Dokibi. As his ocular organs spot the hexapadal specter, Wu slumps on the site, frothing at the orifice, with the tertiary endeavor also failing. Our lad acquires a fabled subordinate. It is clarified the Dokibi are phantoms originating from ancient articles. When Eugene inquires how he came into existence, Dokibi discloses he manifested in a pool of fluid beneath a lair, which bestowed upon him his abilities. Perceiving this narrative, our lad deduces the teleport ability functions, similarly to lair portals, yet what astonishes him most is that Yun, the Dokibi, is an actual phantom, employing his grasp of Sino words. Eugene accurately surmises Yun's provenance. Regardless, he procures a slate and apprises his impressed subordinate of his fresh assignment. Nevertheless, the visored phantom gazes at him mutely. He then commences a fit of pique, declining to perform aught tedious. censoring how the dokebi is behaving with his superior. Our protagonist discloses the phantom will journey to assorted nations to gather information from their lairs. He endeavors to cajole the indolent phantom, who can circumvent limitations with his concealment and teleportation abilities. Unimpressed, the visored phantom inquires what aim this serves. Eugene gleefully replies he desires to render the Dokai a champion, should they possess greater knowledge of lairs. Fewer individuals would perish, and he would become a globally renowned champion. He causes the levitating chap to envision all the merchandise individuals would procure. With that, Yin seizes the device and bolts off joyfully. Nevertheless, he inquires if he genuinely must journey to other nations. Inquisitive, Eugene inquires if he cannot journey that extensively and receives a negative reply. This reminds our protagonist he could not locate such an ability in Yun's statistics either. Abruptly, he blurts out an I love you with a gravely serious mien. The dokebi is taken by surprise and inquires why his superior would abruptly confess, persisting his peculiar digression. Our WIRM vanquisher commences fabricating nonsense regarding dokebi being entities of affection, concluding a genuine dokebi ought to be accustomed to affection. He informs Yun to invariably greet him with affection. This greatly unsettles the visored phantom, who vanishes due to mortification. The subsequent Hyun, along with her kinsman, excitedly hastens to locate Eugene. Our protagonist, occupied interacting with Peace, gazes at the pair in bewilderment. They commence tossing him skyward to commemorate his remarkable forecast. As Peace readies to assail them, they lower him and clarify the ooze lair, replete with precious viridescent confection, has amassed a fortune for the association. The kinsman and kinswoman pair persists in adulating our lad. Captivated, the lair nerd female pledges to exert her utmost to reciprocate his kindness. The director includes Hell affix a tracker on Eugene for safeguarding at all occasions. Vexed that even the director is purloining his liberty like Eugene, our chap instructs Peace to assail him. The chap contends they cannot imperil a great prodigy, like Eugene being harmed. Yet our protagonist proposes they concentrate their assets on Hyun instead, as she will manage most of the labor, stating he's solely proficient at beast domesticating. Our protagonist swiftly dashes away, fretting over how to safeguard his tranquil existence from superfluous assignments. He comprehends his forecasts won't invariably be accurate. Not desiring to be caught prevaricating, he abandons the kinsman and kinswoman pair. Peculiarly enough, in her presumptuous contemplation, Hyun lauds him for being a genuine scholar, wishing solely to contribute without claiming any recognition. The view shifts to a resplendent contest amphitheater, displaying a labyrinth intended for felines and canines. As the narrator clarifies the regulations, Peace effortlessly dashes through the labyrinth, swiftly arriving at the terminus. The endearing, small, aurantiaceous chap bursts through the ribbon and into our protagonist's embrace. The entire throng erupts in applause to laud our beast domesticator. Appreciative of the acclamations our protagonist is content to have accepted Director Sue's invitation to the contest show. He recollects how the director had been quite earnest, exhorting him to render his countenance known to the populace. The director, stroking his mentum, had clarified that becoming globally renowned imparts a degree of security, though he had concurred. Our chap feels somewhat uneasy remembering past difficulties before. The temporal rewind regardless, as he causes his small, endearing companion smile. All the participants melt at its adorableness as they laud his utterly adores beast. Eugene nonchalantly grins, elated by all the notice he's receiving. The beast and domesticator pair commence flaunting. At last the show goes on recess. Our gratified protagonist sits in felicity, content to exhibit Peace's adorableness to the globe. He considers creating a social media with its poignant images to capitalize on its renown, with effigies and other merchandise. Lost in his reverie, he envisions how admirable Hell appear as Peace's domesticator when it matures without perceiving who is nearby. He proclaims any individual desiring an autograph ought to form a line. Then a towering female joyfully concurs and inquisitively inquires if the autograph will include an endearing petal imprint. Eugenie's ocular organs fly open, startled to observe Hyuna, yet recuperating from a jolt. Our lad questions why the association chief is at his contest show. Thus she nonchalantly replies she's one of the 3 A-class individuals stationed to avert mishaps from his endearing small beast going on a rampage, whilst the chaps around gaze at her in reverence. She proffers her palm to aid our protagonist rise. Like a genuine Sigma, he dismisses her and stands independently. Bewildered, she teases him, wondering if he desires her to transport him like a royal female, which only mortifies him further. He endeavors to clarify that acting so amicably in public could result in misapprehensions regarding their connection. Yet the large female vociferously proclaims she desires Eugene to sire her offspring, alarming the daylights out of him. She inquires if Eugene would wish to affiliate with her once more. Pouting, he displays to her an intrepid demeanor. She concedes this causes her to adore him even more. Eugene proceeds to state he perceives all as merely humans. Thus he possesses no rationale to be alarmed. Hyuna only grins, more broadly positioning her palm on his shoulder. She informs him that whilst his perspective is admirable, it's also somewhat troubling. At that moment, Yahello materializes with beverages for the pair of them, only to be met by an astonishment. The breaker association chief astounds the onlookers as she proclaims with allure that she's borrowing him for a brief duration. As she performs, a vortex of thaumaturgic vitality envelopes our beast and domesticator pair. Peace commences sibilating. As our protagonist inquires why she erected an atmospheric barrier, Hyuna merrily chuckles and clarifies it is a basic soundproof chamber. She assures him a subordinate will notify Yahello externally. Nevertheless, our protagonist's sharp ocular organ immediately perceives it is far from a basic ability. He's not astonished Yahello was powerless to perform aught standing before him. The intimidating female informs him they can at last converse in confidence. Perspiring somewhat, he asks, what confidence is so vital? Hyuna replies, it's more about preventing others from overhearing. When she mentions Eugene, mien turns grave. She voices her apprehension, indicating that Eugene does not even know what his own sibling is up to. Peace sibilates once more, yet Hyuna only flushes at its adorableness. She then approaches nearer, giving our elder sibling an amicable caution to investigate more profoundly into Eugene's conducts. She discloses she merely chuckled in the conference. Yet she counsels him to perform his study, should he desire to labor for the association. She challenges his discernment, wondering if he genuinely opines his sibling established in association. Solely by aptitude, Lady Moon terms his perspective of Yi, something not even located in juvenile narratives. Although Yi-Yoon endeavors to champion his younger sibling, the large female deflates his optimism. The association chief articulates his musings and terms Yi-Yoon a holy person. Yet then she states that the holy person does not vanquish others to empower their personal association. Hyuna then elaborates on Eugene's shadowy history. Hyuna commences her narrative with the tale of her manifestation, disclosing how she had to abandon her athletic vocation. The rationale, she was compelled to become an association chief, a position she never desired, utterly ignorant about managing an association. She collaborated with Choice Yakwon, only to become the association's public image. She clarifies that in Korea, all the premier 5 associations became instruments for large corporations, all excluding World's Edge led by Yu. She recollects how the secondary schooler declined every financier, amassing innumerable foes along the route. Thus she opined head fail assuredly when she learned of him being poisoned. She chuckles, presently opining how irrational she was to champion him. She had approached her financiers to lament their nefarious schemes, only to find naught but turmoil and ruin. She opined a beast was accountable until she observed the perpetrator. There he was impaling through his adversary's thorax. A chap implored for clemency, yet Yi-Yoon displayed none. When she called out inquiring if he was unharmed, he lunged at her, barely affording her occasion to parry his assault. Ultimately, the Breaker Association chief then informs Eugene how World's Edge covertly eradicated each coterie. Our protagonist, speechless, listens as she clarifies this is the method of S-class individuals, and he knows not regarding it, residing so remote from his siblings' realm. RF Class individual scowls upon discovering his sibling's shadowy aspect. The large female then inclines to murmur in his oracle. Then the mischievous female inclines nearer, murmuring a caution in his oracle. She cautions it is merely a matter of temporality. Ere the beast he's concealing from, his sibling fully reveals itself. As she counsels him to distance himself, she receives a communication from Eugene, saved as irrational knave number 2 on her device. With a roguish smirk, she offers our protagonist aid in staying away from his sibling. Yet our lad continues unperturbed, cognizant of the shadowy machinations that warped his sibling's existence. He seizes her device, assuring Eugene he's secure. Then, his younger sibling inquires if the large female has mentioned aught peculiar. Eugene pauses for an instant, then nonchalantly concedes she divulged some outlandish hearsay regarding it. Lady Moon appears let down. Yet he comprehends nefarious individuals exist worldwide. He's not astonished by his sibling's sanguineous history, considering his own menace are not immaculate either. With a conceited smirk, our protagonist informs his younger sibling he's being undervalued. Thus, as an amicable retribution, he proclaims he will also disparage the large female, standing all contentedly before him. Upon mentioning the April of the prior year, her mandible descends in trepidation. She immediately swipes the device like it is the fresh iPhone and asks how the blazes Eugene knows regarding her mishap. She shakes him, insisting he disclose his origin. Yet our WIRM vanquisher refuses to yield. She menaces him, stating she could slay him. Yet he nonchalantly shrugs and indicates she won't obtain a beast steed from his lifeless remains. Eugene smirks and states this is retaliation for disparaging his sibling. He informs Huna to maintain quietude, reminding her it is in their mutual benefit. The large female face-bombs, stating she wrongly assessed our lads. With a snap of her digits, the barrier dissipates, she's content, observing the purportedly timorous chap won't be pushed around by other association chiefs. Fuming Urium interrupts the pair and rushes in. Irate, the large female laid her soiled menace on our lad. Yet Huna chuckles, stating it was merely 2 adults conversing, and cautions Eugene never to permit her confidence to be revealed. Our lady's chap observes from afar as the pairess class females contend over him. Witnessing their abrasive yet remarkable rapport, he's alarmed at the notion of Urium potentially affiliating with the Breaker Association, with the sole other female class individual in the nation, alluding to his future knowledge. He recollects both class association chiefs dissolve their associations, offering fluid to his endearing small companion. My chap considers enlisting the large female, opining she'd be a fine associate for Urium. He jests to himself Urium could utilize a female mentor, yet he nearly expectorates his fluid when Urium boldly proclaims she desires him to sire her offspring, to outdo Lady Moon. My chap immediately intervenes to separate Urium from the other irrational class female as the show concludes. He ultimately utters something hell subsequently lament. Subsequently, in his dormitory, Eugene watches in dismay as his companions chuckle at his appellation upgrading from beast domesticator to beast patriarch. The subsequent day, our classified WRM vanquisher and his associate would transport corroded blades to the association's equipment depot. Eugene chuckles about being prohibited for honing blades in the dormitory culinary area, and then proposes that Wu cultivate camaraderie with the association artificers, who'll shortly become his new associates. The unkempt appearing chap concurs, stating it would be ideal as he's no lair explorer. Eugene merely grins, aware his associate will shortly be the premier figure in the establishment. Upon stepping inside, they're met with a surge of powerful warmth. They meander about inspecting the location, until Wu extends his hand for a brilliantly luminous thaumaturgic gem. Yet a brawny chap yells at him to retreat, nearly alarming him out of his integument. The muscular chap rebukes them, stating they ought not to merely saunter into the establishment like that. Eugene clarifies he's the one who solicited workshop admittance, and shortly thereafter he and Wu bow to one another. The large chap then gives Wu a swift dialogue, whilst guiding them to their fresh station. Observing an elaborate grinder, Wu brightens. Yet the domineering, muscular chap states touching, it is forbidden. Prior to showing them to the squalid chamber, Hell actually be utilized. Wu appears unperturbed, yet Eugene is astonished at how dilapidated the place is. The chap indicates a whetstone left for Wu and departs without a concern. Yet our elder sibling cannot help but voice up regarding how inadequately his associate is being treated. This merely earns him some peculiar gazes and murmurs regarding favoritism. Wu informs our agitated F class to relax, stating he's merely perceived as a novice who fortunately secured the position. He positions a stool appreciative of the equipment he possesses. Eugene observes inquisitively, wondering if his associate can still labor with a whetstone. After all this duration, the unhoused artificer commences immediately, depressing the pedal and initiating. Our protagonist is overjoyed to observe his associate's abilities still keen. He swiftly perceives Wu's manual hone. Results are far superior to the apparatus externally. As he warms up, Wu secures his hair and commences honing like an expert. Our elder sibling cautions him not to overexert, yet soon he's captivated, witnessing Wu hone blade after blade with intense concentration. Eugene recollects the Wu he once knew, the timorous individual who recoiled at every minor thing. The composed artificer appearance astonishes our protagonist, who becomes lost observing the chap's artisanship. Upon informing Wu he's about to depart, his associate is astonished to see him excessively modest. As invariably, he expresses regret to our protagonist for purloining his occasion. Yet, Eugene mutely wishes he could observe his associate composed instants longer, opining of Wu as a piscusback in the ocean. After nearly desiccating on terrain, Eugene comprehends how evident it is Wu was destined to be an artist. Feeling reassured, he won't need to fret about his associate's future. He departs, yet the very subsequent day, their timorous individual is confined to bed. Wu commences doubting himself, fretting his vermicelli-like musculature simply isn't suited for the assignment. Concurrently back at the establishment, the other artisans ponder why he hasn't appeared once more. Learning he's in discomfort, a female, Jessie's likely feigning it, chuckling at how the favoritist desisted after a lukewarm endeavor. Yet one among them indicates his labor, inquiring if they still opine the novice lacks talent. They're astounded, observing this alleged favoritist honed 1,000 blades by Manus. No wonder he's utterly depleted. Returning from his bed confinement, Wu leaves all at the establishment astounded, as they witness him adeptly honing each blade, achieving a remarkable 5,600 of his 10,000 objective. Not ceasing there, he subsequently astonishes Eugene and Yerim with his remarkable culinary abilities. Following one morsel, the Frost sorceress practically adopts him as her elder bro, imploring him to remain with her eternally. When Yuri mentions that she'll miss such delectable repasts in the lair, our protagonist inquires on how she's faring. She laments lair expeditions have grown tedious, as she only gets assigned B-class and inferior lairs, because she's yet a juvenile. As she munches away, she daydreams regarding advancing via daily lair expeditions. Yet our elder sibling counsels her to proceed moderately, as trackers cannot perceive their thaumaturgic energy drain, and depleting at mid-layer is a formula for calamity. He then has a notion regarding her utilizing elixirs, and inquires how much thaumaturgic energy she possesses, when she nonchalantly replies with 102. Eugene experiences a measure of despondency, comparing his paltry to thaumaturgic energy. Concurrently, Yuri endeavors to sway Wu to join lair expeditions as a culinarian, foreseeing his enterprise would flourish. Observing his modest associates, Manus, all abrade, Eugene inquires if Wu is exerting himself excessively, honing blades and preparing meals all day. Yet he replies with a smirk, stating it's his delight to perform these actions. Still apprehensive for his peer F-class individual, Eugene gifts Wu's kairathiki. Wu is astonished to find their A-class kairathiki. Yet Eugene asserts it's too torrid for him to utilize them. Thus Wu ought to possess them instead. Touched by the motion, Wu adheres to him, proclaiming hell never removed them. Amusingly unsettled, My chap wishes he at minimum removes them in the lavatory. Subsequently, that day, Wu readies to tackle another container of blades. As he mops his perspiration, he ponders regarding the intense warmth from the establishment's conflagrations. Abruptly, an individual presents him an azure towel. The female clarifies it's imbued with thaumaturgy to maintain his coolness. Wu flushes at the benevolence, and his labor persists smoothly. Upon finishing epochs later, he perceives most individuals have departed. His gaze settles on the brilliantly luminous thaumaturgic crystal, and as he approaches nearer, he hears the familiar holler of the muscular chief, cautioning him not to touch it, humoring him. The chap elaborates on the history of the S-class thaumaturgic gem. He concedes with some exasperation that notwithstanding its immense worth, no individual possesses the ability to labor with it. He laments that even World's Edge, one of the premier associations, lacks an artisan who can manage such a treasure. He then forthrightly informs Wu an F-class like him ought not to even envision it. It swiftly commiserates with Wu, acknowledging he's inequitably branded as a favoritist. He asserts only the proficient succeed via official routes, praising Wu's uncommon prodigy. He terms him a gem interred beneath a dearth of opportunity. Wu is taken by surprise by the unforeseen admiration. The muscular chap then invites him to persist laboring at the establishment, also proposing the utilization of costly equipment to surmount his inferior statistics. Agreeably astonished, a genial smirk spreads across Wu's countenance as he pledges to exert his utmost. All appears to be proceeding splendidly until a certain day, when a pair of inquisitors appear and insist he accompany them. When his brawny supervisor inquires what's transpired, one of the inquisitors somberly discloses they need to question Wu regarding Eugene's abrupt vanishment. Wu's countenance drains of hue at the dreadful tidings. He cries out that Eugene was meant to be in the association's edifice all day. He includes no peculiar individual contacted him either, causing the female to ponder if he intentionally vanished. Abruptly, Yuri bursts onto the spectacle, having departed her lair expedition. As soon as she learned of our hero's vanishment, ere she can join the dialogue, the attired chap pulls her aside, mentioning Eugene has returned. Profoundly troubled, Wu offers to aid. Yet the chap brutally replies the utmost an F-class individual, like him, can perform is remain out of the path. As he is futile flashing back to some epochs prior, Eugene was unwinding on a divan, encircled by rent furnishings, owing to peace causing turmoil. He's content all his associates are advancing remarkably. Yet when peace commences tugging at his hair, Eugene decides it's occasion to take his small associate out for instruction, wishing to cheer him up as they depart. A fresh protector inquires their objective. He begrudgingly recollects the vexatious safeguarding accord, wherein the large associations alternate dispatching guardians, primarily to maintain surveillance on him, whilst the chap notifies his team of their arrival. He analyzes him to be a B-class individual from the MKC Association. The spectacle takes a humorous turn when peace extends from Eugene's embrace to depress the lift button. Our F-class individual is elated and glances to observe the guardian's response, who is utterly impassive. The pair then await in an uneasy quietude until the lift doors open, and a group of chaps in crimson abruptly barges in with a heap of baggage. Our protagonist inspects them also, swiftly perceiving they're not from the association. Distrustful, he presses one among them with inquiries, yet receives a plausible reply. The chap clarifies how they borrow World Edge's instruction chamber to sporadically test out equipment. The chaps commence chuckling and comfort my chap they're not distrustful at all, and as the lift ceases, they depart on their cheerful routes. Yet our F-class individual deems them exceptionally distrustful for not acknowledging peace's adorableness. He dismisses it, reminding himself not all must find his small associate endearing. At last he arrives and permits his endearing companion to wander freely, not even perceiving he's encircled. At that moment he pivots and is struck by a gust of crimson particulate. Yet whilst the toxin does naught to him, Peace is rendered insensible in a flash. The crew smothers him with a venomous serviette. They're all astonished to observe our mere F-class individual, yet full of vitality. One of the elder chaps surmises he might possess an antitoxin article on it, and approaches nearer in a state of trepidation. Eugene punts him away and contrives to break free from his captors. He flees, yelling for the protector in Azure to rescue him from these unsettling individuals. Yet instead the knave strikes him in the abdomen, causing our lad to fall to the surface. Revealing himself as the head honcho, he rebukes his feudal subordinates. The large chap commands the crew to divest our F-class individuals as superior gear item by item. They remove his chirotheki and cincture. Yet he's still unaffected by the soporific toxin. The flaxen-haired chap perceives something peculiar about his earrings and yanks them right out abruptly. He's reduced to merely 2 thaumaturgic energy units from 29, after previously depleting his reserves, fighting back enfeebled and drained. Our F-class individual recollects his lesson to Yerim on the peril of thaumaturgic energy depletion, exploiting a security vulnerability. They conclude by cramming him into a piece of baggage and nonchalantly departing via the main entrance. Drifting out of sentience, our chap makes a mental notation: any individual who fails to find peace endearing is an adversary. Unquestionably epochs later, he receives an impolite awakening with an aqua pale on his countenance, expectorating and spluttering. Eugene finds himself confronting a B-class individual, appraising the abductor Kim Woo-ji. He surmises this B-class individual must be some prominent figure from a mercenary association. Nevertheless, Woo-ji expresses regret for the inconvenience, prior to seizing him by the hair to lift him. Not squandering a moment, the abductor amiably menaces our chap, insisting on the proprietor's emblem for his companion Fire Leonti, nonchalantly producing a fumigator. He assures Eugene no individual can locate him. He reiterates his request guilelessly. Thus our sagacious domesticator grasps peace, is yet living and likely nearby. He then indicates the 5 associations are likely en route to locate him. With a conceited smirk, the chap shows him the protector is still maintaining guard externally to the chamber, ensuring no individual discovers our domesticator's vanishment. The chap chuckles frenetically, disclosing that even if the pursuit commences, they'll never be located in one of the myriad containers on the inlet. He mentions they're shortly departing on a voyage to Nippon. Inquisitive Eugene inquires if Nippon is particularly targeting him. Yet Wu Jie clarifies they intend to auction him, proposing a scheme to sell him abroad where they cannot be reached. Comprehending he must gain occasion ere they reach foreign waters, Eugene knows that without delaying, neither the organization nor the associations will be able to rescue him. The haughty abductor informs our lad to surrender. Yet instead Eugene commences chuckling assuredly. He derides Wu Jie, stating he's not alarmed by refuse, aware they cannot harm him as precious cargo. He dismisses Wu Jie vexed. Wu Jie forgets his fumigatory and irate by Eugenie's taunts, strikes his genu into our unarmed F-class individual. Wu Jie proclaims this as a reminder of Eugenie's station. Yet Eugene merely replies he knows it well. This further provokes the ruffian, who responds with his calceus, grinding his calceus into our protagonist's crus. Wu Jie laments he cannot harm his merchandise any further. Concurrently, my chap acts suspiciously algolagnic, covertly wishing the ruffian harms him severely, enough to land him in the infirmary. To his astonishment, he is hauled away to meet an individual special. Wu Jie hurls him against an enclosure, introducing him to a thaumaturgic beast his crew has nurtured. Yet stupefied, our WRM vanquisher feels a slippery, ebony tentacle encircle his cervix. The hideous ruffian delights in observing him shriek like an infant. He then introduces the C-class beast, the venomous tentacle beast known as Rivulet. The abductor discloses an endearing fact, that its toxin causes one to writhe on the surface, an intolerable discomfort frothing at the orifice, all within the duration of 30 minutes. With that Wu Jie departs, wishing to observe Eugene implore for clemency upon his return. He leaves our horrified F-class individual alone to suffer the agonizing 30 minutes. Concurrently back at the association, Urium approaches Eugene clearly on an assignment. The association chief greets her nonchalantly, commencing to disclose the latest intelligence from the MKC association. Urium interrupts him by seizing his neckband, insisting he at minimum provide her an elucidation. As head pledged Eugene would be safeguarded. Eugene, composed as invariably, clarifies it's an uncommon anomaly. He assures her trackers who labor for S-class individuals are devoted and submissive to their leader. Like a pack, he indicates all protectors assigned to his sibling were meant to be devoted trackers solely. When Yuri inquires why this matters, Yuyun discloses guardians were switched at the final moment by coteries within the MKC association. Apparently the association is financed by an affluent chap who is accountable for authority contests between coteries of the association. He indicates that Choi Seo Kwan, the image of the association, is exasperated precisely due to having forfeited command of his association. Yuyun foresaw this would transpire. Yet he did not anticipate World's Edge to be ensnared in their strife. Particularly beyond his expectations was them employing inferiorly tiered trackers, who he ought not to have disregarded, as his sibling is a mere F-class individual also. The Frost sorceress commences to compose herself, yet Yuyun indicates they yet possess no clues, which is precisely why he contacted her. Although reluctant, he proposes she employ her questioning ability. Juan Cadaver, this request does not sit well with Yuria, though it does not astonish her either, as she's previously detected the scent of sanguine fluid nearby. Yerim swiftly comprehends. She'll need to question the deceased guardian in the lift. As the metallic portals slide open, there lies the gruesomely mangled remains of a B-class protector. Yuyun states this will furnish a far more precise narrative than an admission. He also makes her pledge never to disclose any of this to Eugene, a pledge she mutely concurs to uphold. Back at the inlet, Wuji perceives he's no longer receiving intelligence from his confederate. Initially, he's apprehensive if the chap got apprehended previously, yet then dismisses it, as all is worthwhile so long as he secures the emblem. Following half an epoch, he gladly opens the portal and inquires our F-class domesticator how he's fared. To his astonishment, my chap is insensible on the surface. The chap steps on him to verify if the malediction to avert syncope isn't functioning. He derides Eugene for not possessing even the vitality to urinate himself. Yet our protagonist commands his fresh companion, Umbra, to have amusement. Caught unawares, the assured B-class malefactor barely eludes the beast's assault, getting his brachium caught by Umbra. He's unable to credit his ocular organs. With a smirk, our chap strokes the rivulet like it's merely a companion, disclosing the alleged feeble F-class individual can command more than just infant beasts. He chuckles, stating only an imbecile would reveal all their stratagems up front, then commands Umbra to take a morsel from it. The chap seizes onto Umbra's glossa in a state of trepidation. Exasperated, he wasn't notified of such a fractured ability. Our F-class individual taunts him by vaunting about his admirable ability, and numerous others as the subsequent half-epic extends. He observes in dread as the rivulet ingests Wujiue, its malediction performing its nefarious thaumaturgy. Revolted by Wu Jie's worsening condition, our chap ponders what might have transpired had the chap not possessed fabled malediction immunity, deciding its occasion to conclude matters. He produces a poniard from his inventory, without command over the C-class beast any longer. He ponders if he can yet manage it. To his astonishment, the creature retreats, intimidated. A pair of notifications inform him his WIRM. Vanquisher and Rooktar's innate foe effects are engaged, doubling his potency against the rivulet. As a WIRM Vanquisher, he's got an innate superiority even against this hexed WIRM. Nevertheless, he is cognizant his assault abilities are quite wretched. Thus he resorts to employing his swaying abilities, nonchalantly tossing his blade away. He catches the WIRM unawares. With a C-class thaumaturgic gem from his inventory, he invites Umbra to collaborate with him, whilst the despicable abductor observes our protagonist domesticate the WIRM once more before his ocular organs. Under commands from its superior, the beast pounces onto the proud B-class individual. Yet the chap displays some mettle. and breaks free from the tentacles confining him. The malediction on his brachium yet torments him though, which permits our protagonist to seize the moment and stab him from the rear. In a fury, Eugene strikes my chap backward, yet with a conceited smirk. He drives his blade into the alleged mighty B-class individual, as if his integument were not. The chap curses the arrogant F-class individual, who commands Umbra to bite Eugene once more. In his haughtiness, the abductor produces his falx, assured he can vanquish a C-class beast single-handedly. And thus he does, decapitating the WYRM with a solitary slash. Clearly content with himself, he chuckles Eugene is an imbecile to opine he could triumph against him. A mighty B-class individual, he bursts into frenetic mirth, eager for his retribution. Yet abruptly, an ebony effluvium utterly immobilizes the knave. Flabbergasted, he ponders why the inferiorly tiered malediction is active, even when the rivulet's remains are deceased cold. Too unfortunate bro does not know what's about to transpire to him, as Eugene's ultimate appreciation ability activates. Not only does he acquire double the WIRMS statistics, yet the WIRM Vanquisher effect doubles it to a solid fourfold multiplier, though he briefly hesitates to unleash such potency on his abductor. Our lad rationalizes it with self-preservation, staring with fiendish ocular organs. He inquires the knave why he would slay an innocent creature, with his digits digging into Wu Ji's cranium. He insists on knowing where his small associate is concealed. Wu Ji, utterly oblivious to his doomed destiny, spouts invectives back at him. Perceiving the futility of the exchange, Eugene decides it's occasion to conclude, employing his adhesive toxin ability. He commences liquefying Eugene from the countenance downward. He expresses regret one final occasion, murmuring that no individual ought ever to know the full compass of his ultimate appreciation ability, notwithstanding his internal pacifist compunctions, being abducted compelling him to take existences superfluously. Our WIRM Vanquisher vanishes, leaving not a vestige of a corpus behind, at the peril of Urim employing one corpse. As Eugene makes his exit, all the portal handles adhere to his manus, struggling to command his overwhelming potency. Our WIRM Vanquisher considers how to expend the subsequent 7 days. With the enhanced ultimate appreciation, he inspects to ascertain if Umbra possesses any beneficial abilities. True to Asurian, he spots an ability that camouflages him, and one even permits him to detect foes more powerful than himself as he persists on his route. The fractured Asa in his crew's sake. Yet his superior statistics lessen the discomfort concealed by his stealth ability. Our protagonist commences searching for peace, traversing a path ironically replete with violence. Auspiciously, he chances upon the same knaves who abducted him. With his invisible tentacles, he asphyxiates them whilst nonchalantly walking by. He walks in on a chief chap, nonchalantly scrolling on his device. After punting open the steel portals with raw, cruel strength, he ponders who the chap is. Judging by the chap's demeanor, he appears like the premier figure, whilst the chap looks astonished at an F-class individual escaping so readily. Attempting to divert our protagonist using Peace's designation, the scoundrel seizes a container and endeavors to ambush him. He misses yet, then rambles our F-class individual ought to have fled. When he possessed the chance, the chap summons a phantom weapon and taunts him, stating he possesses the clavis to Peace's enclosure. On further scrutiny, he discovers the C-class individual with a Tempest hatchet is Park Sang-gu, an insignificant individual thus. Our protagonist lashes his countenance with his tentacle and cautions him to swiftly inform him where the enclosure is, failing spectacularly to retort. The chap gets slapped once more. The cycle of pummeling persists. Each occasion he spews refuse, beaten and bruised. The C-class individual inquires if Eugene got abducted by volition. Yet my chap informs him to attend to his personal affairs and give him the confounded clavis. He persists, tormenting the varlet, whilst voicing his reluctance to harm him further. With a hatchet and manus with an alluring smirk, our protagonist unveils his secondary hex WIRM ability, nearly liquefying the charred ebony hatchet. The chap is horrified as he observes Umbra goose spill beside him and immediately divulges the information. Yet he's not irrational and presents an agreement. He desires security after giving his agreement in return for the clavis. Thus, our protagonist also includes a non-disclosure agreement regarding his abilities. The chap breathes a sigh of reassurance upon being free from a menace. Yet he awaits as our chap departs to rescue peace. Then the imbecile endeavors to catch our WIRM vanquisher by surprise, transforming his manus into talons. He commences asphyxiating our protagonist, silencing our protagonist. The chap obnoxiously chuckles the F-class imbecile cannot defend himself, as the agreement's malediction will render him blind. He derides our protagonist for being naive enough to sign the agreement, without a moment's hesitation. Yet the F-class novice tears the hexed agreement. This C-class knave stares in disbelief, being utterly flabbergasted, seizing his seemingly tough talons. Eugene employs the WIRMS malediction to inflict unimaginable torment upon the imbecile. Vexed by the gruesome result, he concedes never intending to leave him living from the outset. Eugene prays no individual discovers his transgressions, wishing they attribute it to an internal conflict gone awry. Regardless, on his exit, he decides to leave the insensible chaps living, wishing his rescue team will apprehend them. At last returning to his deceased WIRM, he refuses to abandon it, aware the unfortunate thing would be salvaged into equipment. Instead, he extracts its thaumaturgic gem. Finally arriving at Peace's enclosure, he proclaims that Patriarch has arrived. Yet upon entering, the endearing chap continues unresponsive, conflicted about raising distrust over his unbelievably facile jailbreak with Peace. He tenderly lifts the drowsy, small youngling, deciding to do naught inside the enclosure. He awaits for the rescue team to arrive. He observes his endearing fluffball slumber to warm his spirit. Sentimental, quite abruptly, he prays his associate does not expire ere he does, to discover our pair reclining insensible in the enclosure. The female in command directs her personnel to breach the enclosure and establish communication with Eugene. Abruptly, the interface notifies our lad another S-class individual is en route. Our slumbering protagonist is shortly jolted conscious by his boisterous sibling. He feigns the imperiled maiden with his sibling. Yet immediately behind, a frantic Sung-Han and Yuri participate, with Yuri also making another appearance in the enclosure. Observing all hasten to aid him, he wryly smirks at the VIP standing he's acquired. Yet, when Eugene lifts him, a potent ache shoots along his injured cruise. The troubled younger sibling inquires if he's all right, and yells at his subordinates to summon a mender. Greatly agitated Yerim and Sung-Han also voice their apprehension. Yet our WIRM vanquisher asserts he's perfectly fine. Nevertheless, Yoon astounds all by cradling his elder bro princess fashion. Thus our lad lacrimates at his sibling's tender motion, notwithstanding the profound mortification. En route home in a motor car, he bids Urium adieu. He discovers shall be investigated, which unsettles him as shall need to employ her hexed ability. Yet his musings are curtailed as Yuyun proposes an infirmary visit. Eugene asserts he's previously mended by the mender. Yet his younger sibling is unyielding. The genuine rationale he cannot go is to conceal his augmented statistics. His demeanor shifts and he commences pouting, fearing he'll be examined and narcotized by unfamiliar individuals once more. Yuyun, abruptly cognizant of the distress he overlooked, concurs to proceed directly home. Naturally, he yet scrutinizes his elder bro from head to toe for injuries, and grows grave at the scent of Saurian's lingering. Vexed by his siblings' excessively keen olfaction, my chap dismisses it as the oceanic scent. For additional precaution, he also activates his stealth ability. Ultimately, MKC confronts a prohibition from supplying guardians, and security inspections for attendees are intensified, necessitating association chiefs to attest personally. Concurrently, security inspections on attendees have also been augmented, including compelling association chiefs to personally attest for the guardians. Yet of late, Eugene has been experiencing phantasms regarding the B-class individual who abducted him. Jolting conscious, he ponders if it was all a phantasm. Yet he then recollects their Umbra's recollections he's acquired, owing to ultimate appreciation. He curls up for a brief duration air, procuring fluid, considering how much he endured prior to the rewind, remembering how inferiorly tiered trackers frequently perish. He thinks back to his personal initial occasion, the distress, was so profound he expended a week imbibing solitarily in his chamber, until some individuals, likely Yuyan's personnel, hastened him to the infirmary. Yet he regains assurance, aware his S-class associates won't be vanquished so readily. Apprehensive regarding Wu, he inspects him and finds his bed unoccupied. In the manufactory, our formidable artificer is toiling away at corroded blades like an expert. Finished with one, he casts it aside and procures another. His count, yet merely 20 short of 10,000. Chuckling at his circumstance, he emits a frenetic chuckle and smashes a blade in exasperation. Wu commiserates with his pitiable condition and menial labor. He laments his powerlessness to achieve aught, whilst his associate was in jeopardy. His intellect flashes back to the inquisitor who advised him to remain stationary, stressing he's powerless to aid, compounding insult with injury. They noted no significant connections between the pair in his records. Wu is heartbroken about being branded an untrustworthy, unfamiliar individual. Back in the present, he sheds a few lacrimal fluids, feeling utterly futile when it genuinely matters. The subsequent morning, receives a communication from his sibling. In a state of trepidation, Yin notifies him this occasion Wu has departed for good, and prior to departing, he even prepared a farewell bovine Ossian broth for him. He voices his dread Wu might get himself abducted once more. Pause is accustomed to prepare bovine Ossian broth prior to part. Concurrently, Wu traverses the roadways, emitting a prolonged sigh as he feels abashed of himself. He deems himself a parasite who is futile. Wandering without aim, he proceeds with his ocular organs downward, possessing no destination abruptly. He perceives his shoestring is unfastened, precisely as he bends to secure it. Articles tumble from his satchel. A pair of juveniles passing by spot a pass for the World's Edge Association slipping from his satchel. They grow excessively animated and bombard Wu with inquiries regarding the most superiorly tiered lair he has visited. A throng assembles around him, rendering him progressively apprehensive. When he can no longer endure the duress, Wu yells vociferously, proclaiming he is merely a domestic in the dormitory. This does not dissuade the juveniles. Instead, they persist in asking him even additional inquiries. The unfortunate chap divulges the information, disclosing he only possesses an F-class armament augmentation. This revelation terminates the juveniles' fervor. They contend among themselves, stating that, as per their matriarch, F-class individuals are futile and cannot even acquire aught fine. All the harsh utterances pierce through Wu, causing him to break down in lacrimal fluid. He envisions all abandoning him due to his worthless abilities. Prostrating on the surface, he weeps like an infant, feeling utterly vanquished. The small lad inquires Wu why he's weeping, and his elder sibling rebukes him, stating it's all his culpability. The juveniles then devise a scheme to aid Wu and decide to accompany him to acquire him a fine ability. Their initial method involves subjecting him to aqua torment. Next, they propel him downward from the secondary story. Mr. Wu feels mortified, wondering how a chap like him is being vexed by small juveniles. The motivated juveniles then guide him to jaywalk across an octo-lane roadway. Precisely as the small lad is about to leap before a motor car, Wu pulls him backward at the final moment, instinctively safeguarding him. Wu rebukes the small siblings for participating in such perilous capers. The pair of kids reply, asserting all they were endeavoring to perform was aid him. They contend that based on what they've learned, abilities are certain to materialize when one's existence is in jeopardy. Wu recollects he was manifested when his existence was at peril. Apprehensive for the juveniles, he inquires them if they participate in such perilous activities each day. He endeavors to sway them to concentrate on study instead of squandering their occasion. Yet the kids do not appear intrigued. They indicate studying won't acquire them aught. Listening to the kids, it becomes evident that unfortunately, the focus of this realm has shifted from study to merely becoming a combat tracker. As they stand there, an abrupt detonation echoes through the atmosphere, followed by a proclamation, exhorting individuals to evacuate to security due to a nearby lair breach. Wu inspects his device and comprehends the location is merely in their vicinity. Nevertheless, ere he can respond, the juveniles depart towards the lair. Wishing they might manifest their abilities in the turmoil, Wu races after them, yelling it is utterly insecure for them to go. As the view shifts, the media crew is shown flying in aerial vehicles, capturing visuals of the entire lair breach circumstance. They are reporting arachnid-like beasts have materialized everywhere, spreading turmoil across the region. In an abrupt moment, one of the reporters catches sight of the kids and Wu racing toward the jeopardy. On his camera, the visuals go live, showing that a few individuals yet haven't evacuated the spectacle. Soon thereafter, the kids are observed fleeing from the arachnid beasts with Wu, who now laments following them. The young female, bewildered, questions why they're fleeing after journeying all this distance. Yet even she cannot help but persist, racing at the sight of the terrifying creatures. As an arachnid beast closes in on them, Wu and the young lad immobilize in dread whilst the female steps before, feigning to be a champion ready to safeguard them. She theatrically endeavors a juvenile rendition of an S-class, grandiose menace. Yet the act is ephemeral as the arachnid readily swats her aside. She falls to the surface, sinking into dread. Comprehending she never foresaw matters would transpire this way. Responding swiftly, Wu scoops up the pair of kids and bolts toward a nearby flight of steps. His sole scheme is to reach the uppermost story and summon aid. As they scramble upward, the female sobs, pleading for them to abandon her. The small lad indicates the beast has caught up once more, causing Krura to quiver with dread. Notwithstanding this, when the female pleads to be abandoned, Wu somehow contrives to find a glimmer of valor. He tenderly positions her downward and produces his blade, his ocular organs brimming with lacrimal fluid. Resolute to fend off the fiend for the utmost duration feasible, he utters some uplifting phrases, endeavoring to impart them the fortitude to press onward. He instructs them to hasten up the stairway and summon assistance. Aspiring his offering grants them sufficient moments. The youngsters dash skyward, imploring for Wu to endure till they come back with aid. As they disappear, Wu abandons all semblance of valor, completely cognizant he has no prospect against the beast. In a rapid, savage instant, the being flings him into a window pane. The pane explodes, causing Wu to plunge from the structure. While falling, his thoughts wander to bygone days, inundated by notions of his personal triviality and shortcomings. However, then, an unforeseen event transpires. He descries someone speeding up the structure's exterior toward him. It is Eugene, our champion. Wu at first presumes it's a creation of his mind, yet the vision instills a profound feeling of solace. Eugene swiftly reaches and leaps to close the gap. He urges Wu to swiftly take hold and seizes his hand. An arachnid-esque fiend advances on the pair, yet the WIRM vanquisher adeptly eludes it, employing his tendril abilities. Wu, alarmed by the vision of the tendrils, experiences a surge of dread engulf him. Inquisitiveness proves too strong for him, and he queries the champion about the peculiar extensions, appearing from his dorsal side nonetheless. Eugene nonchalantly brushes aside his apprehensions, implying that Wu is likely seeing illusions, because no such thing is real. Ere Wu gets the opportunity to probe deeper, our F ranker rapidly administers a targeted blow to his neck, rendering him unconscious for a moment. When Wu in due course recovers consciousness, he encounters an astonishing discovery, that he is currently returned to the dormitory. Profoundly stunned, Wu speculates if it was merely a slumber vision. Yet upon observing the identical pair of youngsters from before in the broadcast, he grows convinced it actually happened. Ere his alarm intensifies, our champion appears with a serving of broth to him. Promptly he queries. Wu interrogates our champion about the tendrils he witnessed emerging from his spine. Eugene, nevertheless, deceives him, asserting no tendrils of that kind exist, and that the world edge hunters are those that delivered him. Wu, skeptical, maintains that he cannot remember any such thing. To alter the conversation, our WIRM vanquisher seizes Wu by his garment and jolts him, insisting on an explanation for his flight. Eugene laments about the extent of his anxiety, fearing he could perhaps lose Wu forever. Realizing an individual continues to cherish him, Wu starts to weep. Our F ranker, troubled, inquires if Wu is injured and requires a cure. Yet Wu gestures no elucidating. That Eugene's statements induced a sensation that a weighty load had been removed from his spirit. Wu then anxiously inquires if hell remain on our champion's circle of companions, regardless if he ultimately acquires a futile ability when the blades are home. This infuriates Eugene, who insists on knowing whether that was the reason Wu fled, striving to bolster his spirits. Eugene reassures Wu that he's currently performing exceptionally, sufficiently lacking an ability endeavoring to jest. He mentions he's grown dependent on Wu's culinary creations, and simply cannot survive in its complete absence. This sincere admission imbues Wu with joy, and he vows to prepare meals for our champion anytime he wishes. When darkness descends, Wu resumes his blade-honing enterprise, on this occasion with unclouded thoughts. As he hones the edges, he contemplates his bygone recollections. He remembers the bleak period when he considered ending his life, yet abruptly underwent a realization. Although his ability appeared futile, that realization bestowed upon him a grant of 100,001, the entirety of which he utilized to settle his obligations. He rarely saw himself as a genuine main character, and frequently imagined himself gradually submerging in murky depths, precisely as he abandoned every aspiration for life. Eugene came near him, offering a gesture of camaraderie. At first hesitant, Wu experienced thankfulness, yet was additionally plagued by persistent apprehension. Despite honing the blades, Wu finds it difficult to conceive something optimistic. Nonetheless, upon perceiving a small youngster deeming herself valueless, he grasps he has been mistaken the entire time. Eugene never disdained him due to his status, and made no attempt to compel him into positions that mismatch his nature. As he dabs away his sorrowful drops, it becomes clear to him our champion has been bolstering him continuously. Eugene had faith in him when he lacked faith in his own abilities. Grasping this, Wu resolves to conquer his apprehension. A feeling of resolve imbues him like an intense wave, and he perceives the diminishing tally of the refinement, nearing the 10,000 benchmark. To his expectant sight, an insignia of a double S ranked skill materializes, and the interface notifies him that he has achieved the designation master of the golden skill. The following dawn, a minor commotion erupts in the vicinity, as people voice apprehension over the vanishing of the S tier. Magic Stone, an operative on-site, queries a woman, creating a commotion whether she has not viewed the most recent reports. She advises him that the Magic Stone has discovered its destined owner. In the subsequent tableau, an S-ranked magnificent spear is observed in the possession of Yahello. She has withdrawn it to evaluate the initial armament forged by Wu, identified as Parmeni's Ice Tree Spear. Resolved to appraise its potency, she directs the weapon toward the lake. In a flash, the entire reservoir congeals solid. The guild records the visuals and showcases it on a general broadcast, triumphantly presenting the globe to the 16th S-class armament, the sole one ever fashioned by a mortal. The South Korean Federation vouches for the classification of the armament, utilizing the valuation ability, and proclaims the identity of the fabricator. Reporters address Wu, inquiring about the paramount tier he could feasibly craft. In reply, Wu discloses that there exists no boundary. However, to fashion a double S-tier armament, or even superior, he would necessitate acquiring further expertise. Kim, positioned beside our champion, deems this disclosure genuinely astounding. He indicates that they will presently require to assign protectors. For Wu's security, Eugene notifies Kim that, as per Wu, merely obtaining the ability has elevated his attributes to C rank. Nevertheless, Kim finds it hard to grasp this, as he has never encountered anything comparable previously. The scene reverts to the prior evening. Wu ushers our champion into his chamber and proudly displays the armament he constructed, employing his subspace pouch ability. He unveils an entire collection of precious articles he procured, along with the talent. He additionally presents our F-ranker a complete compendium devoted to armament fabrication. As our champion beholds all the remarkable items Wu has obtained, he reclines in vexation on the settee, remembering that he scarcely received an elucidation for his L-rank talents, much less anything of this sort. Wu then inquires of our champion if he wishes to behold his forge. Perceiving the term smithy, our champion swiftly becomes animated as Wu unseals a golden portal to a workshop, permitting our champion to step inside with him. Captivated by the impressive environment, Our champion observes that with an arrangement like this, we would not even need to fret about any prospective abductions. As our champion enters the forge, he can scarcely contain his mouth in wonder. Eugene deems it incredible to observe a blazing furnace that functions without any combustible material. As he inspects more closely, Wu cautions him to retreat, elucidating that it is an igneous spirit. The igneous spirit salutes its proprietor and identifies itself as his Moor. Our champion, astounded, remarks that he has solely witnessed such beings and diversions. Wu conveys that the igneous spirit aided him in fashioning the armament, clarifying that everything was configured by the antecedent master to assist him in learning the fundamentals. Eugene finds the reference to a previous master peculiar and contends how there could be an antecedent master when Wu is the very first armament fabricator. Wu responds that he is equally uninformed, explaining that all the antecedent master bequeathed is a nosegay and a missive inscribed in a dialect that, curiously enough, only he can decipher. When he interprets it, he discovers that it is merely a welcoming salutation. Eugene recollects that vestiges of societies are frequently discovered in the catacombs, and speculates if this ancient master from the smithy resided in another ice-sky dimension. As our champion mulls over the actuality behind the catacombs, Wu presents him the nosegay, asserting that it all pertains to him. Wu additionally pledges his allegiance, informing Eugene that he will permit him to determine everything. Hearing this, our champion can scarcely restrain his elation, as everything appears to be aligning perfectly as he had orchestrated. However, he curiously appends that Wu does not have to heed him. He then discloses that he has been concealing a confidence from Wu all along. Eugene admits that he never was acquainted with Wu to start with. Wu endeavors to state that he is already cognizant of this, but our champion persists in apologizing, expressing his disinclination and requesting Wu to act as he desires. Although our champion initially considered utilizing Wu for his personal advantage, his compassionate nature guides him to do the contrary. Wu thanks our champion, but then bestows the bouquet of blossoms to him. Moreover, he resolves to gift his inaugural armament to Yer from the World's Edge Guild, contending that the guild has assisted him greatly. Concurrently, our champion, seated beside Kim, feels revulsion at the notion of permitting his prospective asset to elude him, despite his sentiments. Eugene concedes that witnessing Wu flourish feels like a triumph scenario. Kim then inquires if Wu would be capable of operating autonomously now, to which Eugene responds that he perceives no impediment why not, particularly since he would be embraced wherever he ventures. Kim attempts to persuade Eugene to be somewhat more self-serving, but our champion feigns indifference. Yerim, after acquiring the armament, first expresses gratitude to Wu for it, and then alludes to our champion upon hearing his designation. Eugene ejects his beverage, taken aback by the unforeseen reference. Wu concurs with Yerim and commences lauding our champion, even terming him as his patron. As the assembly's focus shifts towards Eugene, he is observed concealing his flushed countenance. Meanwhile, Wu and Yerim's motives are utterly transparent. They articulate all this to guarantee the security of our F-ranker. A few sunrises elapse in a moment's notice. Our dragon slayer perceives himself becoming listless with inactivity, particularly since his artificer youth has entered dormancy. In his forge, he calls out to his infant Leonine, asking if it desires to embark on a stroll, but the whelp seems to be depleted of vigor. Eugene wonders if the abduction has afflicted the diminutive creature. A gentlewoman passing observes this and proposes to escort them to the exercise chamber. Her designation is Kong, so young, and she is functioning as a sentinel. She clarifies that she has been uniquely enlisted by Song, straight from the British Isles. There's intelligence circulating that she and her sibling even harbor intentions for the Moro jointly. As So Young chaperones our champion to the training precinct, she notes that the abduction intelligence astounded her, and she is gladdened to discover him intact, asserting that he is her ultimate prospect. She elucidates that she holds a double S-ranked dragon riding aptitude. However, the predicament resides in the circumstance that dragons are reputed to be the most arduous beings to domesticate, rendering it nearly unfeasible for her to employ her aptitude proficiently. So Young reveals that she entertains lofty aspirations linked to our champion's capabilities, as dragon lairs regularly materialize within his Grandmaster dominion. Observing her fervor, our champion blushes, realizing how charming his prospective sister by marriage is. But unforeseeably, So Young requests our dragon slayer to be the one who nurtures her offspring, alluding to the infant dragon. This entreaty disgusts our champion, who disputes her selection of terminology. He recollects the instigator behind this concept, which is Lady Moon. They proceed into the training chamber. But Peace reposes indolently on the ground, as if it has forfeited all zest for existence. It adheres to our champion, unwilling to descend. He attempts shaking it free, but it remains tenaciously situated. He inquires of So Young if there's a method to take the companion animal out for an air. She contemplates for an instant, and then states that her Jupiter Guild possesses a garden on the housetop. Squandering no interval, she coordinates with Sung for a vehicle. Meanwhile, the Jupiter Guild master is seated by a splendid fish tank, making ready to welcome his invitees. As the panorama transitions, our champion reaches the rooftop sanctuary and finds it genuinely exquisite. Lady So Young notifies him that the zone has been cordoned off, enabling him to utilize it unrestrictedly. Our dragon slayer endeavors to comfort Peace, making the infant creature comprehend that the domain is secure for it. He even indicates that the gentlewoman beside him, referring to Kong, So Young, is also exceedingly agreeable somehow. The two contrive to persuade the infant beast that everything here is protected. Upon beholding the brilliant blossoms, Peace becomes animated, and in a flash, its vitality resurfaces, making it evident that all it required was a variation of surroundings. So Young addresses our champion and states that she can organize this excursion at any juncture. Appending that, it would be marvelous if Peace and her dragon could associate amicably in the time to come. Eugene becomes inquisitive and asks So Young what species of dragon she is anticipating to incubate. She replies that it is a rank 3 aerial dragon, identified as the winged black needle dragon. She portrays it as a dragon brimming with endurance, with ebony spines encasing its physique. So Young considers those barbs genuinely endearing, and what she cherishes most is that the dragon's appendage is laden with venom. As our champion savors his interval with the lady, he ponders on the reality that ever since his reappearance, he has not experienced a moment of repose like this, and he feels truly gratified. Although Eugene feels a trifle disquieted, he swiftly dispels the notion, assuring himself that it's not as if the Grandmaster would arrive here, just as he considers this his apprehension. Endurance and discernment abilities trigger. Speak of the fiend. It transpires the Grandmaster is already present for a sojourn. As he nears our F-ranker, Song clarifies that he possessed no justification not to appear, since his most esteemed guest is in attendance. Beholding the globe's mightiest combatant before him, offering him delicacies, leaves our champion utterly dumbfounded. Being served in fusion by the world's paramount warrior is no trivial matter. As the two gentlemen are seated opposite the board, Sung proffers a fragment of osseous matter to Eugene for his piece. It seems to be a dragon pinion bone, which is favored by high-echelon carnivorous monstrosities. Peace appears to cherish it instantaneously. The Grandmaster then extends his commiserations for the abduction episode, causing Eugene to become flushed. Sung asserts that considering Eugene is a custodian of an S-ranker, a beast subduer, and is safeguarded by the globe's unique artificer, there is no one on Earth who can equate to him. He informs our champion that all the guilds are prepared to bestow upon him whatever he requests. With a sportive grin, he jests Eugene to attempt it. Our champion becomes agitated, reflecting on the Grandmaster's imposing demeanor. He resolves to humor him, replying that since he is merely an F-ranker, prioritizing his own well-being. The Grandmaster then unveils the motive for his appearance. He clarifies that all the guilds have been deliberating the prospect of permitting Eugene to rear a subsequent superior tier creature which he would cultivate for his personal safeguard. Startled Eugene responds like he is oblivious regarding this. In retort, the Archon observes that his sibling could be so excessively shielded that he fails to disclose vital intelligence to him. At this juncture, our Serpent Vanquisher comprehends that rewinding temporality was the paramount decision he had undertaken. If he had desired an alternative, such as a subduing aptitude, he would probably be experiencing an isolated and monotonous existence. As the Grand Weaver savors his infusion, he contends that our champion is already well regarded by majority of the guilds, and should he desire, he could even amass an entire beast legion. Eugene retorts, stating that the statutes may not permit him such. The syndicate head rejoins that although that might be true presently, observing the rapidness with which the catacombs are proliferating, these regulations are destined to transform eventually. Within half a decade, at maximum, his sheer presence might attain unparalleled status, as all individuals would require a creature steed. As perspiration beads down Eugenie's countenance, he ponders if Sung is lauding him or alternatively evaluating his capacities concurrently. Yuyun and Urium are immersed in dialogue. Urium remarks that when she employed her alabaster cadaver ability, she uncovered that an effort was undertaken to render our champion unconscious. With a soporific dust, yet inexplicably it failed on it. She contends that Yuyun's sibling lacks even any purification articles, which probably signifies that he might be concealing some matter from them. As the vista transitions, the Supreme Guide himself is chauffeuring our champion to his abode. Yuyun queries if it's alright for an S-ranker, such as himself, to be roaming freely like this, asserting that it would bear no impact on their deliberations. Abruptly, Sung's palm advances towards our champion, appearing as though he aims to throttle him, but rather he secures his safety harness, rendering Eugene astounded. The consortium chief appends that he can regard this as recompense for his inability to assist him during the abduction episode. He deems the MKC culpable for the occurrence, but is likewise gratified because it resulted in an appearance from our champion. Sung even suggests the notion of severing relations with the guild, which activates our champion's recollections. He remembers that the MKC was the initial syndicate amidst the major factions to crumble. Pondering what lies ahead renders Eugene wary of the syndicate's sovereign, particularly as he is devoid of data about his genesis, and observes that Sung's cutaneous hue is somewhat distinct from others. He then speculates whether he could employ his seedling ability upon the fellow, and resolves to surreptitiously glimpse his condition display. Feigning to peruse a placard beyond the pane, he endeavors to view the state interface, when unexpectedly the High Commander seizes his name. His dread fortitude swiftly activates as he perceives tremendous force from the High Commander's clutch. It appears as though the fellow is already aware of Eugenie's intentions. Yet the query persists how, considering he has not even employed his aptitude yet. Eugene queries Sung whether he desires to dispatch him by emulating the path of the MKC. In that manner, the ambience becomes strained as the Supreme Leader unhands our champion, murmuring some exceedingly dubious utterances about how neither individual has committed any act. As they reach Eugenie's edifice, Kim and the director are already stationed upright and formidable. Just as the head honcho unlatches the portal, our champion darts forth as if poised to erupt, swiftly assuming his position alongside his Cyrups, his protector. The administrator queries the S-tier individual his intent for appearing here, contending that it places them in a precarious spot when an invitee of this nature appears unannounced. Nevertheless, Song rejoins that he had previously notified him that an A-tier individual or higher would be accompanying the prized asset. Director Suk voices additional apprehensions, inquiring if the paramount chief has overlooked the extent of commotion generated when an S-tier individual calls upon a different syndicate. The top dog stays composed, asking if he merits such inhospitable reception. He elucidates that he has arrived to guarantee the security of their creature subduer. Advancing, he bestows upon our champion a floral arrangement, accompanied by B-tier adornments infused with a protective aptitude, articles valued no less than $1,000,000. He clarifies that he observed the adornment's absence from our champion following the event, so he resolved to bestow upon him a new set. After bestowing the tokens, he departs, aspiring to forge a stronger rapport with our champion. As the vista changes, our champion evaluates his recent adornments. He requests peace to employ its projectile burst ability, but the hapless creature is effortlessly thwarted, perceiving the dreadful odor his companion emits, as if it has not been cleansed for eons. He determines it is opportune for a laving, escorting his fledgling to the ablutions. He experiences elation that his protectoress lady So Young's stratagem succeeded, nonetheless recalling the uproar. Administrator Sayok created at the site of the supreme figure. He resolves to abstain from returning to that locale for now. He then remembers that he must sway 50 such S-tier individuals, and longs to seize their interfaces by the scruff to lament. Perceiving his proprietor lost in contemplation, Peace attempts to evade the laving, but is apprehended by Eugene. Our main character admonishes his companion, but when he meticulously examines the object in his grasp, he comprehends it is not his companion, but a decoy. Just as he speculates if Peace has acquired a replacement aptitude, Yun appears asserting that he is its conveyor. Eugene queries if he has returned from Japan, and if the effigy he conveyed originated thence also. Yun showcases all the lavish articles he procured throughout his sojourn, including a headpiece and a satchel. He presents the headpiece to our champion, urging his adornment, contending that it could evolve into a societal vogue should he sport it publicly. Eugene then addresses the crux, inquiring if Yun's entire endeavor there was mere recreation, or if he genuinely accomplished any tasks. Yun swiftly proffers a data slate, asserting he has finalized the assignments. Beholding the data slate, our F-tier individual feels captivated. But when he discovers the intelligence about the catacombs he interrogates it. Yun rejoins that for an unknown motive, he is unable to access a catacomb. Each time he attempts, he is repelled. Our champion adopts a solemn expression, implying that it could be feasible, since he himself wields energy originating from the catacombs. He abruptly considers that if Yun and the catacomb are akin to each other, he might succeed in reaching the interface via him. He embraces the fellow, urging him to attempt warping whilst maintained in proximity. Yun protests the notion, but Eugene contends that he shall not release until compliance. With no alternative means of evading our champion's clutch, Yun warps him to the summit of a structure. As he persists with his warping, our F-tier individual perceives the field, remarkably akin to traversing a catacomb portal, precisely as Eugene anticipated. The interface panel commences altering, much like it did when he was within the catacomb. He believes that he could engage in a meaningful dialogue with the system if he persists in utilizing Yun's abilities thusly. He exhorts the fellow to maintain momentum, but the hapless individual is already perspiring. Yun remarks that the sensation of embrace inexplicably compels him to grapple. Incapable of self-restraint, he hurls our champion upon the ground, but then promptly becomes apprehensive, pondering his deeds. Eugene's protective aptitude preserves his vitals. He swiftly accesses the interface display, aspiring to obtain some alerts on this occasion. Nevertheless, he discovers the script rendered perpendicularly, with abundant syntactical errors. He speculates whether the system is incapable of impacting this worldly realm. While reassuring Yun, he resolves to plunge into a catacomb once more. He dispatches Yun, informing him that he will contact him again as required. Unfamiliar to their awareness, Yun perceives a likeness between his matriarch and our champion, deeming them remarkably alike. Yun warps our F-tier individual return to his lodge. As the panorama alters, Eugene proficiently reserves an F-tier catacomb for himself. He swiftly dons his fresh attire for the occasion, endeavoring to conceal his persona, given he yet possesses shadowy aptitudes. Presently is the ideal juncture for him to access the catacomb, to engage in a parley with the interface. Our youth glides as if featuring in his personal Assassin's Creed chapter, incorporating some ostentatious, superfluous maneuvers en route. Ultimately, he arrives at the initial impediment obstructing his passage. Engaging his concealment aptitude, he becomes unseen and advances towards the lift he must penetrate. Sustenance materializes precisely then, and our fellow easily glides in, and with his dragon slayer panache, he eludes even the keen A-tiers with utter ease. However, then arises the subsequent hurdle, the feared chiming metallic scanner. Observing a magnate being detained for scrutiny, our chap snatches the opening. He dashes from the individual's rear and shoots with blinding velocity through the apparatus, gracefully proceeding along his path. Whilst the unfortunate fellow endures a thorough frisking, he at last reaches the edifice containing catacomb portals. He praises his fortune that the sentinels do not even trouble to survey the F-rank catacombs. Ere plunging inside, Our champion establishes his aim to contact the interface and abscond swiftly. He reconfirms his provisions, with particular attention for the portal gem bestowed by Eugene. Elated he procured it previously, our lad vows to come back unharmed, perhaps even halt his precarious maneuvers. Leaping into the sylvan catacomb, he is astonished by the absolute thickness of foliage. A contingent of 8 fiends detect him from an unseen angle. Believing its simple quarry, the caterwauling simians pounce upon it. Unfortunately for them, Eugene's draconic appendages decimate them. Our chap resumes his saunter through the catacomb, anticipating the interface to reach him once more. He persists in annihilating all the simians, veritably creating a tumulus of remains. Yet despite all his clamor, our fellow capitulates. Unexpectedly, the long-awaited interface dispatch materializes, jolting his very essence, articulating enigmatically via mathematical symbols. The interface conveys regrets, stating it is not its culpability. Perplexed, he scans the subsequent dispatch to materialize, which displays a characterization of the desideratum stone. Rubbing his cranium, our inquisitive F-ranker perceives the stone's confines begin to waver, ere the script mystically dissipates, supplanted by a feeble mea culpa. Still bewildered, our fellow inquires their motive for apologizing. Then, understanding dawns, he comprehends the grand fabrication concerning no revival. The colossal narrative gap of the epoch is at last acknowledged. How on earth is a temporality rewinding? Artifact incapable of restoring one solitary mortal. When prompted for elucidation, the interface replies its articulations are constrained. Incensed now, our champion pledges to vanquish any fiend necessary to obtain the verity. Yet instead of the confrontation he anticipates, the interface inundates him with alerts. The interface collective deluges him with dispatches and beseeches him not to be irate, as they will clarify all matters shortly. The cascade of script assures to elucidate everything imminently, but cautions grave peril exists if they're discovered conversing with him. They solicit a solitary 7-day for readiness, but Eugene's attribute enhancement will be long vanished by that time. He ponders how he could access the catacomb again as a feeble F-ranker. Even more dire, what formidable power exists out there that even intimidates the interface, just as he is absorbed in reflection. The expanse before him fractures. A blinding effluence of vitality engulfs his sight. Ere the dispatches fade, he perceives one final fleeting view. Steeling himself, he deduces. All the alerts will correlate to an equally fearsome fiend. Advancing his direction, a colossal ray of luminescence descends before our F-ranker, ominous for events forthcoming. Nevertheless, the dissipating particulate reveals a diminutive alabaster sphere of down reminiscent of mochi. He winces, observing the small puffball cavort about like a bewildered morsel. Despite the endearing spectacle, he conceals himself in the shrubbery from prudence. Upon scrutiny, garbled information shows that it is an F-class infant fiend. While our fellow deliberates whether to dispatch the tiny mochi, it endeavors to ingest a venomous sorcery gem. He plunges in like a champion and preserves the charming being, only to comprehend he's conceivably cradling mortality in his palms. But shortly his resolve softens, perceiving the downy thing weak. As he intends to nourish the mochi sorcery gems, which it adores, he is waylaid by a furious simian. Soon he's enveloped by an entire congregation of simians, instructing the minuscule puffball to remain steadfast. He embarks to gather some sorcery gems for it. Following a brief skirmish, our chap finally vanquishes the overlord and purges the catacomb. Along the journey, the diminutive mochi evidently devoured every sorcery gem that materialized, pondering if it can consume the overlord gem twice its dimension. Our fellow observes the gluttonous fledgling clutch for its existence. He detaches it until he comminates it to a governable proportion. Abruptly, the interface felicitates our lad with a resplendent S-rank appellation. Prodigy neophyte, it appears. Soloing the catacomb as an F-ranker secured him an incredible perquisite. Twofold acquisitions for perpetuity, his elation soars. But just as rapidly, He's devastated by the insight that his attribute enhancement will vanish, shortly rendering him incapable of accessing the superior catacombs, positioning the tiny machi upon its dorsum. He wonders if he can achieve comparable appellations by soloing E and D rank catacombs. So whilst he resolves not to squander his attribute enhancement, the machi, now christened Pippo, is completely finished with his gems. Now returned to the dormitory piece, consuming Pippo gives him a profound jolt. Trapped in a quandary, he bemoans his foolishness in introducing an avian into a feline's enclosure. He contemplates if it was judicious to bring the charm, yet enigmatic little fiend homeward. While his fiendish feline batters the portal, Yu materializes, discovering his sibling in a peculiar crouch beyond his personal chamber. Startled, our champion inadvertently flings Pippo, which instantaneously activates his younger brother's reflexes. When his sibling inquires if it's a fledgling, Eugene frankly concedes that it's a fiend. Eugene's mandible descends. He agitates his elder sibling for explanations, but our brilliant F ranker gropes for a justification, stating he accepted the creature in because it was forsaken. Ultimately, Eugene relents and declares they must converse, but Eugene snatches the juncture to solicit assistance. Pacifying peace down, the siblings approach the incensed infant Leonine, attempting to persuade it not to devour Pippo. With zero headway, Eugene proceeds to essentials. He states that he wished to deliberate the recent abduction episode, presuming Eugenie's affliction has subsided by, now exasperated by Peace's perpetual meddling. He nonchalantly retrieves the downy feline and propels it like a sphere across the chamber. Eugene is aghast observing. His younger sibling brushes his palms and reverts to their dialogue as if not transpired. That's when our fellow erupts. Exceedingly agitated, he queries why his sibling flung his charming companion. He attempts to elucidate to Yiyun that his action was improper, but his sibling guilelessly asserts there's no detriment inflicted. He indicates that the C rank possesses elevated attributes and is wholly sound. Yet Yiyun persists with the admonishment, leaving his sibling appearing bewildered. His younger sibling recommends he compose himself, but our furious F ranker instructs him to heed his pronouncements. He clarifies Peace's significance to him, employing so young from the Jupiter Guild as a paradigm. The gentlewoman stated she nurtures her associate like her personal infant, and despite their guild sovereign bestowing Peace a token, the creature's veritable proprietor is flinging it about like a sphere. Yu-Gi-Oh asserts that he unquestionably cherishes Peace. Then he proceeds and exacerbates matters by terming Peace indispensable apparatus for the guild. Eugene commences rubbing his cranium in vexation. He informs his blockhead sibling that this is precisely the reason Peace detests him. Eugene starts proffering justifications, but Eugene endeavors to emphasize the genuine predicament. His sibling has expended no endeavor to gratify Peace. Even Pippo, the fledgling, corroborates him. Then his oblivious sibling airs anew by responding that, at minimum, he defrays Peace's sustenance. Weary of elucidating, our Oni-chan queries if his sibling even condescended to assist when he's nurtured Peace entirely by himself. In conclusion, the guild master gazes downward and offers regrets, leaving our fellow pondering if he genuinely intends. His recollection reverts to juvenescence, remembering how Yiyun would sunder tree limbs without regard for regulations or repercussions. Composing himself, he instructs his sibling to attempt embracing Peace occasionally. Yiyun, appearing somewhat perplexed, gleefully advances for an embrace with his sibling, but under Yuyun's tutelage, he grudgingly acquiesces to an ethereal embrace with the downy Leonine. Experiencing contentment, our champion reclines upon the settee with an exhalation, and the pair of adversaries instantaneously disengage. Abruptly, Peace brandishes a forelimb and gazes upward with those doleful orbs, believing Peace misconstrued the reprimand and feels remorse for Pippo. Eugene endeavors to reconcile the two creatures. He gently requests Peace not to oppress its new kin, but the impish feline commences licking the puffball, observing his credulous sibling absolve the wayward little Leonine. Yuhuan is amused by the entire spectacle, considering the perils our lad resolves to provide them distinct chambers. His younger sibling reminds reminds him concerning a medical examination. But Yuhuan interrupts him, inquiring if he's unengaged the subsequent week. He proposes they embark on catacomb exploration jointly, so he can scrutinize his younger siblings' aptitudes and enhance synergy with peace. So Yuyun tacitly concurs, observing his nonchalant sibling. He deliberates over what his sibling is transparently concealing. Collectively, they assail 2 catacombs, an E-class grotto and 8 D-class reservoir catacomb. As anticipated, the interface contacts him each instance he enters. As a perquisite, purging the catacombs as an F ranker bestows upon him formidable S-class inherent abilities. But this vexes our champion, who possesses no offensive aptitudes to capitalize on the twofold multiplier. Still, his grievances yield results. Following the second catacomb, our champion acquires an S-class concealment state, rendering him almost imperceptible to pursuers. And his novel meme aptitude is not futile either. It permits him to impart an S-class state influence. When he's in proximity with an ally, return to his chamber. He mulls over how to maximize the offensive and sharing state, while peace is joyfully consuming its provisions. Pippo bounds in, an endeavor to pilfer the sorcery gem container from its proprietor. Evidently, owing to the singular conditions that engendered the little alabaster puffball, it's evolved into a veritable deviation. None of the subduers have managed to domesticate, and its maturation requisites remain an enigma. So Eugene resolves to persist, employing his catchphrase, which appears to possess some consequence. He then observes as Pippo ascends upon Peace's cranium, fashioning a flawless tableau moment. Cherishing the puffball's charming capers, the master subduer resolves to make this image his avatar picture. As anticipated, it's an instantaneous sensation with adherents surging in. The mystical interlude is disrupted by Yun Yun, who invites his superior out for an evening. Noticing the puffball recently achieving widespread notice, he feeds it an A-rank sorcery gem. Immense for its stature, Pippo's sire commences panic, chiding the voracious fledgling not to ingest every object that enters its maw. Unbeknownst to him, his reprimand evokes recollections of a long-departed matriarch to the Dokiabi's psyche, entirely due to the aptitude's collateral effects. Temporality progresses, and an undertaking to construct the Fiend Training Center is initiated, directly adjacent to the guild edifice. Substantial sums of currency are expended to expedite it maximally. As he's arranging his garments, our champion starts contemplating all the labor he will encounter, assisting Dr. White and Wu achieve success in their vocations, cultivating new fiends for major guilds and enlisting additional S-rankers. Eugene experiences a personal reassessment, recalling his initial ultimate aspiration to unwind and decompress. Following some moping, he designates conversing with the interface top priority. It's rather significant, considering how they altered the characterization of the Desideratum Stone, purely on a fancy, despite it concluding favorably for him. The Not My Culpability dispatch is particularly irksome. He wonders if it alludes to some irregularity in his rewind, especially since the interface commenced addressing him unexpectedly. In this novel continuity, all these reflections provoke some vexation, and he resolves to secure definitive clarifications during his subsequent catacomb venture. However, in that precise catacomb venture, our champion confronts his most profound contrition. Brandishing a blade at him is none other than his own sibling, with whom he ought to have had a sincere dialogue long since. His recollection reverts to Wu's magnificent fare at the refectory board. Desiring to assist, our lad attempts preparing ova, but Wu insists on managing the culinary tasks himself. He assembles his kin, intending to savor a sumptuous repast collectively and share some valuable moments. Yerim and our elder sibling initiate proceedings by lauding the sustenance, but Yuyun, perpetually the dissident, determines he'll only consume the ova he prepared, disrupting the convivial ambience, endeavoring to inculcate some decorum. Eugene admonishes his sibling to be somewhat more courteous, though Wu dismisses it, stating they need not be coerced companions, particularly since he's intending to depart the guild imminently. Astonished, Yun queries if the culinary artificer is departing with Eugene. This reminds our lad of the amusing spectacle observing director Sayok entreat Wu, who courteously declined him to emulate his companion's trajectory, illuminating Urium. is overjoyed to learn that his new edifice now hosts the premier subduer, an artificer in the municipality. Perceiving his siblings' eagerness to depart, Eugene commences brooding. It's rather remarkable the duration it took for him to recognize his deficit. To demonstrate how benevolence operates to their benefit, our fellow endeavors to elevate the atmosphere by proffering Wu his personal area. Still, Wu graciously demurs, stating he'd prefer being present to fashion apparatus for our lad anytime. Following some sportive repartee, he ascertains if Yoon has discerned anything, but the guild's sovereign taciturnly sips his aqua, with absolute gloominess emanating from him. Subsequently, whilst cleansing utensils with urea, Eugene jests that he couldn't even assimilate the sustenance with his siblings' peculiar demeanor. He comprehends him being vexed with Wu, but even perceiving the glad tidings of his siblings' grand triumph failed to enliven him abruptly. He realizes it's entirely concerning envy. Urium implies it could be associated with Eugene attaining autonomy. He perceives no issue with that being the senior sibling after all. Urium, however, nearly divulges Eugene's suspicions about Big Brother's reticence before retracting and feigning he's merely anxious about a safeguarding concern. This wounds Big Bro, particularly concerning his attributes, so Yerim endeavors to console him. Then he flashes back to blunder number 2. Not apprehending something was amiss in his sibling's disposition, despite him bestowing his younger sibling blossoms. Yuyen's response was more frigid than anticipated. He merely entrusted them to his aid for safekeeping. Our fellow hoped the unexpected floral arrangement might illuminate his sibling's day. Utterly oblivious to what's awry, he gazes to observe his perturbed younger sibling piloting silently. In the strained ambience, he contemplates at last having a candid exchange. Yet matters veer inside the catacomb. While our champion is engrossed conversing with his domesticated creature, Yuyun is on heightened vigilance suddenly. A contingent of alabaster simian fiends waylay them. Peace, once a charming feline, now metamorphoses into a savage creature, assaulting with vitality while our subduer is captivated. His sibling dismisses it as rudimentary creature reflex, elucidating that it's their inherent urge to predate one another. Subduers, he appends, merely permit the fiends to manage the menaces, while they repose on the vanguard. Accepting this nonchalantly, our fellow deems it ideal for elevating his companion's level, but in his most arid articulation, Yuyun reiterates their objective is to elevate the F-tier sovereign, not his creature vexed. Our champion speculates what duration his sibling's oddity will endure regardless. The pair ventured further into the woodland. A fiend assails Eugene from overhead. Thus he provokes it to assault him. Preceding this, his younger sibling snatches it in flight and promptly dispatches it. Every instance Eugene confronts a fiend, his sibling dispatches it quicker than he can react. Consequently, when Yuyun's azure plume ability strikes his visage, Eugene eventually erupts. He inquires why his sibling continually disrupts his regimen, merely to be admonished that it is excessively perilous for him. His patience now at its limit. He challenges his sibling, inquiring if a matter is vexing him. Yet Yiyun persists with his lethal onslaught, responding that conversing with an untruthful individual is futile. This strikes a raw nerve in our champion, who retorts that his younger sibling never confides in him as well. He recollects Moon Hyuna and Director Suk's demeanors upon their disclosure of Yuyun's prior transgressions. He laments now that his sibling perpetually conceals from him regarding significant affairs. Abruptly, Yuyun imparts our champion a jolt, while he vanquishes the fiend directly at his back. The syndicate leader adds that he desired to safeguard his sibling as he formed his faction, yet then concedes that Eugene's group expanded overly much. Acknowledging his envy, Eugene discloses his difficulty embracing his sibling's achievements. On learning this, our guardian finds it incredible his junior kin would perceive things thus. He reassures the junior guild chief that he does not require coddling anymore. Eugene asserts that he possesses sufficient safeguarding and sway currently. Vextian derides that such is not the core concern. On inquiry regarding the true issue, the younger sibling unleashes his exasperation via an incandescent eruption, ultimately yielding now The S-tier individual entreats his senior sibling to simply remain stationary. He beseeches him to refrain from any action or venture elsewhere, entrusting everything to him, displaying a solemn countenance. He beseeches Eugene to never again enter a catacomb hereafter, remembering his sibling requesting the identical matter previously. Eugene inquires if his younger sibling cannot confide a matter in him. Abruptly, an interface display materializes and summons him for conversation, startling the siblings completely. An aghast Eugene dematerializes directly before his sibling's gaze, observing him extend towards his cherished kin. His spirit fragments from agony during the bleakest juncture. Eugene remains solitary, oblivious to his sibling's possible whereabouts. Concurrently, our champion is engulfed within a vortex of catacomb vitality. Levitating aloft now, the F-tier individual is hailed by a cheerful emoticon, terming him its cherished darling. Abruptly, numerous icons materialize in ideogram form. Utterly perplexed now, our champion tentatively inquires if they are the entities managing the interface. Thus the elated, grinning ideograms convey their comprehension and greet him, terming him darling anew. Perceiving slight peculiarity, he petitions they address him by his designation. Yet ere he can articulate it, a colossal palm ideogram silences him, cautioning that designations are proscribed. The lachrymose ideogram interjects, elucidating now that divulging excessive data might disrupt their linkage. They murmur that designations bear weighty intelligence, which will make a mark of all individuals within the perception of a specific entity. Naturally, Eugene's subsequent inquiry concerns this particular power. Yet the endearing ideograms in unison maintain that their mention is perpetually forbidden regardless. The interface collective offers regret for deceiving him regarding the desideratum artifact. Yet our champion responds that everything it transpired quite beneficially for him and his companions. Content: the Crimson Ideogram advances the dialogue. Anxious regarding his former continuity, our lad inquires about its destiny and if any misfortune occurred. Following a tense interval, the collective counsels him concertedly not to fret over that concern, disclosing that temporality was solely altered for him, alas. I surmise this implies a reality exists with a deceased Eun nonetheless. The collective presents an analogy, portraying the realm as a woodland with numerous arbors, wherein one is Eun. They demonstrate using sorcerer's gems. That chronology exclusively regressed for Eugene's arbor. His reality, therefore, all matters disconnected from him, such as catacombs. Their arduousness and individuals' fortunes all persist unaltered. Nevertheless, they warn him that the catacombs shall only increase in difficulty henceforth. The collective reassures him they are laboring diligently to oppose this. Yet the endeavors from that entity are unyielding, manifesting his S-tier compendium. They insist that this is the reason their darling must act now. They implore him to sway as many S-tier individuals as possible, essentially anointing him as Terra's champion. Upon his query regarding the peculiar compendium akin to an annual, the collective clarifies its purpose is to induce recognition, such as attribute panels and gameplay systems drawing inspiration from Zelda and Street Fighter. They quip regarding nearly fabricating a complete prediction to align with his champion motif. Yet then they disclose an intention to eliminate attribute panels. It is logical they are beneficial for novices. However, folks commonly constrain their potential by the information they glean. They adduce Wu as an illustration, an F-tier individual who demolished the notion of being fated to an existence of futility. They aspire that additional folks akin to him shall forge ahead, demonstrating that naught is immutable and any person can transform. This spark of aspiration ignites a feeling within our fellow. He seizes the Crimson Ideogram and commences berating it for bestowing upon him an awful motto. The perplexed ideogram implores him to compose himself, as he virtually attempts to gnaw it in his sheer exasperation. Confronting an assignment to sway 50 S tiers. He jests whether they anticipate him to be some Siralio courtship simulation champion, courting each S-tier male and female with unceasing avowals of affection. The collective endeavoring to evade culpability elucidates that he can enthrall fiends as well. Subsequently, the lachrymose ideogram interjects, elucidating that he previously possessed the aptitude. They merely appended a designation and synopsis. Yet our chronic complainer remains unfulfilled. He laments questioning why he did not receive an impressive manual, territory, and the complete ensemble akin to his companion Wu. The verdant ideogram additionally descends, elucidating now that the aptitude previously contained data retained from a different realm, subtly manipulating his perception. It insinuates if he is aware of alternate realms currently. They disclose that the smithy originated from its antecedent proprietor, as it is infrequent for even an entire territory to be relocated between realms. They disclose that the final proprietor performed a renunciation. For the aptitude's subsequent recipient, they reiterate that they solely append characterizations according to the intelligence they possess, and possess no command over how abilities truly operate. The crimson ideogram vocalizes anew, enthusiastically lauding the reality that is flawless. Guardian aptitude is truly singular, with scarcely any specifics regarding its actual operation. They concede they were compelled to improvise as they proceeded. The verdant entity additionally appends that the guardian designation is a great distinction, exclusively for individuals recognized by an innate S-tier. For elucidation, he expounds that most S-tier individuals initially manifest at a lesser grade and solely attain their tier via rigorous condition. Nevertheless, one individual per million commences at S-tier. Akin to Eugene's sibling, these persons are genuinely remarkable, yet they frequently find it challenging to integrate with common people. Indeed, even their progenitors could experience difficulty nurturing them, as the crimson ideogram underscores the infrequency of his designation. Our fellow derides, indicating that he never perceived Eugene as problematic. Yet then the blithe ideogram becomes grave, cautioning that guardians frequently perish prematurely. Occasionally, instead of the S tiers, they safeguard. Conversely, the affection of their personal S tier could transform into animosity. This is the destiny of a guardian. Thus, the collective encourages their darling onward, imploring for his security on the hazardous journey. The ideogram champions unveil his principal assignment. He possesses half a decade to muster his defenders, subsequent to which they will assume control. Individually, they commence vanishing upon attaining the temporal boundary. Though he's profoundly apprehensive about how to confront you, the interface collective cautions him not to divulge all regarding them. Utilizing the final instance, he requests information on catacomb investigation. The ideograms elucidate that whilst the investigation persists unaltered, he ought to be cautious of catacombs from the morrow materializing. He commences to inquire concerning fiends, yet the ideograms silence him, assuring him that all shall be disclosed in due course, whether he desires it or not. Thereupon, our champion spirals from the dimension and reawakens supine on the ground. Consternation inundates him as he speculates how to pacify his younger sibling now. Surveying his environs, he's astounded to behold naught but disarray and ruin. His countenance contorts as he comprehends. The formerly familiar sylvan catacomb is currently a desolate expanse. His reflections screech to a halt when a colossal leonine fiend unexpectedly pounces upon him from his rear. His mandible gapes at the spectacle of an apparent superior tier fiend within the novice catacomb. Scarcely eluding its talons, he commences devising an evasion stratagem, as it's considerably beyond his aptitude tier. Nevertheless, he is astounded to perceive the fiend's attribute panel, disclosing it is his endearing little piece. Amazed to behold his fledgling, he hails it. Ere he can respond, Eugene whisks him from his footing and elevates him onto his shoulders. Dumbstruck, our champion inquires about the woodland, only to comprehend that his S-tier sibling incinerated it entirely. Despite his utmost endeavors to pacify Eugene now, he encounters vexation desperate now. He even summons peace for assistance. Yet the leonine merely sulks, exasperated by Eugene's meandering. He interrupts, cautioning that should his sibling not quiet, he'll become frenzied after a brief spell. Our unassuming F-tier individual insists that he will divulge all, yet Eugene has reached his limit, hurling him upon the earth. He directs his blade directly at his elder sibling's countenance. He discloses, stating that he was prepared to observe from a distance. Yet his sibling only ventured further and further into peril. He reveals his ultimate recourse to fabricate his sibling's demise, whilst attributing blame to the overlord fiend, entirely because our champion is embroiled in excessive turmoil to manage. He trusts that despite all the animosity and speculative notions, he concedes hell, even sever an appendage as testament, merely to ensure Eugene's security. Our guardian's recollection flashes back to crimson smileys, transforming into something more sinister, displaying a savage scowl. Eugene articulates his stratagem and requests his sibling to tolerate the discomfort, vowing to restore him immediately thereafter. Fortunately, at the ultimate instant, our champion's adornments fashion a bulwark. Thus he seizes the juncture and makes an escape. He comprehends the sole rationale for his evasion was Eugene's hesitation. Eugene cautions his sibling that should he act similarly again, the elder sibling shall never behold him unperturbed and brimming with disdain. Eugene retorts that it's not as if Eugene was candid previously either. Caught between immense difficulties, our champion commands peace to assail his sibling as a final measure. His savage companion bites profoundly into his sibling's limb. Yet the S-tier individual does not surrender and subdues the companion with a strike from his blade's pommel. Beholding his fledgling mistreated, Eugene laments regarding his sibling harming others, without compunction anew. Yet Eugene restrains his sibling and elevates his blade once more. Fortunately, the edge impacts the earth mere finger widths from Eugene's cranium. Eugene's articulation softens as he recollects how he formerly disregarded all the peculiar actions Eugene performed merely to preserve their amicable moments. Yet now he insists on knowing if his kin ever disclosed the verity. Such as did he genuinely acquire the subduing aptitude at tier 10, because he's not obtuse enough to nurture a fiend on mere impulse. Completely cognizant of the immense fiscal encumbrance, he appends the peculiar eagerness to assist Wu and the others likewise. The junior guild chief emphasizes that all of the matters back on Terra are endurable, yet each instance Eugene accesses a catacomb. A dreadful event transpires. Shattering his resolve, he scowls, recollecting his incapacitation when his sibling dematerialized. On the brink of lacrimation, he inquires how he's meant to tolerate such anguish. Perceiving his sibling confide, the pair share an instant. Yet Eugene immediately reverts to fabricating his demise, resolving to forego an appendage. He proposes merely excising some tissue. Our fellow implores him to relax for a moment. Yet his sibling is resolutely fixed on acquiring testament, insisting he will restore his cherished sibling immediately thereafter. In his concluding instance, Eugene bellows at the interface, questioning the lengthy delay. Abruptly, the siblings are segregated by an attribute panel. Astonished by the scintillating summons, Eugene queries what transpired. Thus our lad swiftly crawls to security and laments that this is what he wished to elucidate. He commences unveiling all concerning peace, his S-tier aptitudes, and the catacomb excursions. His sibling taciturnly hearkens in profound bewilderment. Our champion clarifies that he's performed everything for the interface. He desired to surreptitiously decipher its operation. Apprehensive Eugene is struck for inquiry why they would compel his F-tier sibling to undertake such perilous acts. Paradoxically, the blow to an S-class cranium inflicts self-injury. Regardless, our elder sibling vows that he isn't concealing everything, owing to a deficiency of confidence, in fact. He trusts his sibling paramountly. Perceiving Eugene calm, he ministers peace with a restorative. He then proceeds that the syndicate leader's safeguarding protocols were not deficient. He merely employed his concealment aptitudes to elude them. He continues to disclose a few additional aptitudes, eliciting a sardonic grin from his sibling at the peculiar assortment. However, upon the interface's counsel, he conceals his two most potent aptitudes, nestling with his mature, downy leonine. He He proffers to address his cherished younger siblings' inquiries anytime. Eugene concedes to his reticence and deems his siblings' apprehensions legitimate. Yet he likewise prohibits Eugene from fretting like an overbearing matriarch. He grants him authorization to intercede whenever, provided it does not entail placing him in isolated detention. Profoundly contrite, the younger sibling apologizes for being the one to violate their fraternal pact. Ultimately now, our champion learns that he ought to allocate more time with his sibling. Thereupon the pair share a touching embrace. Concurrently, an irritated peace is squashed between the two siblings, becoming overly affectionate and disregarding him. Peace abruptly reverts to its endearing infant state. Employing his astute deductive capacities, Eugene then swiftly deduces that the diminutive fellow must be acting thus intentionally, merely to appear more embraceable, held firmly in Eugenie's embrace. The charming creature bestows upon him the globe's paramount snuggle. Concurrently now, it appears that an individual is observing the siblings via display, as their darling compels his sibling to offer regrets for harming peace anew. The young gentlewoman speculates if the S-tier sibling is overly perilous. Yet a statuesque woman indicates that no individual could be a superior guardian, considering how ardently his sibling adheres to our guardian. Subsequently, an individual reclining on a throne interjects, mentioning Wu's remarkable latent ability. The statuesque woman exhales, noting they might lack the temporality to permit Wu's complete maturation and display his genuine value, an eccentric clad in wolf. Pelt implies they ought to relocate him to the subsequent realm. Assuming this current one collapses, from compassion, the young woman queries why they cannot relocate Eugene likewise. Yet the statuesque lady is pragmatic. She retorts that Eugene, then, would never absolve them for compelling him to abandon his cherished ones. Behind, thus, the interface collective crosses their digits, aspiring that their renunciations will be fruitful. The statuesque lady then produces a flask of peculiar, sparkling wine flask. Decanting some for the young woman, she proposes they alter Darling's chamber. The assembly of oddballs salutes, whilst they await to perceive how this realm's destiny materializes. Similarly, all on Terra has reverted to normalcy. The two siblings are associating harmoniously, and our champion is gladdened to learn that his companion's condition produced extraordinary development, even superior. Yun's intelligence has precipitated a revelation for our charming Dr. White. She cannot help but commend Eugene, noting that even the Federation failed to amass this quantity of data within such a brief interval. Eugene, perpetually the modest one, accepts her gratitude. Nevertheless, the physician indicates how arduous it was for her to obtain data solo, as she declined to permit its exploitation by any investigative collective. Perceiving her difficulties, our fellow proposes he can simply procure for her personal research facility within his subduing center. Hyun's optics illuminate with fervor as he enumerates the advantages. Perplexed, she queries why he would expend such effort for her. Thus he responds that it is rather evident to make her his Jiahem, the savant who will attain global concord. Naturally thrilled, Dr. White inquires if she may additionally bring her companions along. He's astounded when she displays a photograph of absolute paragons. Before him lies the image of future catacomb sovereigns, who shall decipher the principle of catacomb genesis. Following an interval, he gives her a resounding affirmative. The accord is finalized. Yet Eugene still frets concerning the expenditure of establishing a research facility, with the interface's admonition that catacombs will grow more prevalent. He's aspiring Dr. White can conclude her investigation as swiftly as feasible. In the interim, he employs his erudition to manipulate the securities exchange. Displaying a cunning smirk, he commits all his currency to the corporation, responsible for the inaugural alopecia remedy. Subsequently, it's a return to his primary objective, to domesticate as many S-tier individuals as he can. Yerim encounters him at a building locale, returning from a feminine excursion with Lady Moon. And So Young, the syndicate leader, boasts that she imparted some brilliant counsel to her junior, which the cryomancer enthusiastically showcases. It appears they are anticipating a consignment containing 3 infant fiends for our F-tier subduer to condition. Perceiving that they're about to be disembarked, Hyuna corrals our champion to the periphery. She inquires if all is satisfactory, thus he nods, whilst reliving recollections of Yuyen's obsessive stage, still dispatching a tremor down his vertebrae. Altering course, she embraces him firmly, endeavoring to inveigle him into loaning her one of the creatures. She insinuates that shall provide a gratuitous seasoning in combat, and prods him to lend it to her occasionally, merely perceiving it as an accord with a patron. Our lad concurs, solely for the other gentlewoman to take her turn engaging with him, displaying guileless canine optics. She inquires if he'll still allocate time for her fledglings, whilst forcefully gripping his palm, observing from afar. Our cryomancer savors the spectacle of her S-tier companions, harassing her delicate F-tier guardian. Concurrently, our champion contemplates how he will manage 50 S-tier mortals, let alone fiends. Then his younger sibling arrives to his deliverance. Eugene proffers him an amulet with a linguistic conversion attribute for managing international concerns in his subduing enterprise to secure the world's premier sibling accolade. Eugene vows unreserved backing. He additionally reassures him never to incarcerate him, as Eugene is the most cherished individual in his reality. The gentlewomen seethe in their envy, whilst he relishes the outcomes of his discourse. No artifice their poignant interlude concludes, when an operative proclaims that the disembarkation is finalized, as the receptacle unseals. Our champion resolves to exert his utmost to preserve this realm, for the welfare of his cherished sibling. An elderly gentleman presents our youthful sovereign proprietorship tokens for his novel companions. He engages in trivial conversation whilst his subordinates remove the enclosures. He grumbles regarding the arduous expedition they tolerate, yet abruptly a disturbance erupts as one of the fiends escapes. With a blinding squall, a feral griffin ascends to the firmament. Eugene gazes in wonder, beholding the legendary creature animated by the catacomb. Observing it ascend, Hyuna exhales, aspiring for a jaunt on the magnificent creature. The griffin shortly fixes its gaze upon the individual holding its token. Yet Eugene is overly engrossed to respond. It charges directly towards him. Yet Eugene displaces him aside, just opportunely, employing sufficient impetus to leave him somewhat battered. The goofy avian reposes on the ground before him, observing its proprietor rendered unconscious. Nevertheless, it is vexing to perceive an object conveyed by the operatives. It plunges directly at them, scarcely impeded by Hyuna's Aeolian aptitude. To her astonishment, it effortlessly glides from her assault, entering ludic disposition. Yerim comprehends it is impervious to wind and assumes command. She conceives a brilliant stratagem to seize it with her palms. Simian fashion, yet a blow from its pinions restores her to actuality. Irritated, she queries if she may simply congeal it, realizing that would probably dispatch it. So Young flings over a resilient catacomb fabric. Thus, as dusk descends, the feral griffin is enveloped like an infant. Following all that exertion, the three gentlewomen collapse, appearing like fatigued matriarchs. So Young jests that predation would be far simpler, speculating aloud if such a savage fiend is even domesticable. As they survey the devastation wrought by its outburst, it seems unfeasible to restrain the griffin's inherent predatory urges. From apprehension, our champion's siblings propose they dispatch. Yet Eugene is swift to arise and contest the proposition. He chuckles to reassure them that the charming, diminutive fellow merely lacks knowledge of how to restrain itself against a delicate sovereign, like himself, as validation. He requests that So Young liberate the fiend, and instructs his sibling not to meddle. He vows with an assured smirk to inculcate it some decorum. Terming it a virtuous lad, our master, subduer, summons the infant griffin with a most endearing minuscule roar. It affixes itself to his limb, splattering some gore. Abruptly his countenance contorts in agony, and he theatrically thrashes away, lamenting about the hemorrhage. This renders the diminutive fellow culpable for its transgression. Utterly resolute, our F-tier individual summons it anew following restoration of his injury, and thusly the three gentlewomen observe the cycle of agony and affliction persist, in dismay with elation. He instructs the griffin to comprehend how deplorably feeble he is, resulting in the other's uncomfortable gazes. At last it finally alights upon his flimsy forearm. Thus Eugene inundates it with commendations. Even those who desired its demise previously find themselves captivated by its charm. Yerim queries what course of action they should take should it run amok anew. Thus he responds that they merely need to obscure its vision, as the objects that agitated it are the other pair of caged creatures, the umbral unicorns. The other damsels immediately congregate towards the lustrous novel Pokemon, and he discloses that griffins cherish devouring equine fiends. Huna perceives her chance and brokers an accord, proffering her guild's equine flesh. Reserves an opportunity to mount the griffin. The damsels convey their astonishment at our F-tier subduing sovereign, who effortlessly compels superior tier fiends to acquiesce in. With a solitary utterance, he instantaneously domesticates the brooding unicorns. Sanctioning his aptitudes, Huna's confidence in Eugene strengthens. Concurrently, he speculates what to christen the infant equines, when he suggests Creamy and Sooty. Urium winces at his deplorable christening acumen. Naturally, Eugene reveres his sibling selection as customary. Elsewhere, within a somberly illuminated, dilapidated edifice, a ruffian interrogates some fellow. The fellow being throttled implores her that they solely falter, because the objective sundered their blinding covenant. Yet the woman with ostentatious adornments is unfulfilled, on being informed that even the syndicate leader failed to survive the event. At the inlet, the adornment lady feigns astonishment ere pitilessly crushing his larynx, deeming her incursion unproductive. She coincidentally treads upon a sanguineous accumulation of parchments. The woman then retrieves an image of our champion with her draconic talons, fixing her gaze upon the quarry as her subsequent objective. In the interim, our champion has already grown accustomed to his companions, even rechristening them to Pearly and Ebony, as Uriam persistently importuned him like a peevish spouse. Nevertheless, the genuine nuisance was unquestionably Azure. The azure-eyed griffin, the creature with the most uninspired designation, compels our lad to tidy, following it like a domestic perpetually, yet with a stern gaze from its senior. The charming yet fearsome downy leonine rectifies the avian simpleton. Eugene cannot help but experience gratitude that peace is preserving decorum, recollecting how it proclaimed its paramount creature status from inception. After a period, the creature settled for repose, affording him an opportunity to decompress. Fatigued Eugene collapses upon his pallet, grumbling over how he's expected to manage 50 companions. He commences enumerating the 5 creatures he is already tending, when unforeseeably, the interface alerts him of the advent of the accursed dragon. Dio balquises with a nebulous intellect. He dismisses it casually. Abruptly, realization strikes when his dragon slayer appellations trigger. He consults his handset for any intelligence on catacomb breaches. Unexpectedly now, an unfamiliar individual descends from a portal above him and seizes his handset. The gentlewoman directly from Jojo commences babbling in Gallic. It requires Eugene an instant to engage his linguistic conversion necklace. He starts assembling her utterances, still uncertain if she is the dragon. Inspecting more closely, he uncovers that Mademoiselle French Rita is an innate S-tier individual. Unfortunately, she fixes her gaze upon him. The woman smashes his cranium into the pallet. Having deduced, he's likely scrutinizing her attributes. Our champion notes the second instance, an S-tier individual perceived through him, knowing she can terminate his existence if he fails to play his stratagems correctly to alleviate the ambience. He jests that she ought to have arrived during designated visiting periods, and utters her designation amused. She resolves to liberate him, as he's backed by all the guilds and his notorious sibling now. She discloses that her intention was to infiltrate surreptitiously and depart upon acquiring her objective. Tapping him with her digit, she proclaims he's no conventional fellow. Petrified Eugene bemoans his impending demise, precisely when circumstances were at last improving. Following an uneasy interval, Rahita queries if he perceived naught. Ere he can respond, she rends open his garment and conducts a thorough pat-down, from cranium to pedal extremity, aspiring to locate a malediction immunity article, discovering not the impudent S-tier individual. deduces that her objective was concealing a malediction immunity aptitude, and must be the one who sundered her covenant. Perceiving his obliviousness, Rieta reveals her prosperous commercial undertaking. She discloses that she's the individual who has been vended untraceable covenants, which obfuscates the one who violates the stipulations closely. Scrutinizing him, she declares that he's exceedingly dubious. Yet our fellow feigns guilelessness. This inspires the cruel gentlewoman an idea. Rita seizes him by the carpus and coercively compels him to rend one of her covenants. Fortunately, his toxin and malediction immunity instantaneously negates the obfuscating consequence. Abruptly then, he's left solitary panicking in bed, whilst Reet suddenly readies for departure, following satiation of her inquisitiveness. Perspiring profusely, our fellow gazes at the woman who could have obfuscated him without a moment's hesitation, were it not for his immunities. Perceiving his infantile countenance, Reet emits a chuckle, elucidating that she harbored no intent of harming him, and merely wished to ascertain why her covenant faltered. She clarifies that she believed her aptitude, procured from a catacomb overlord that vanished, might be flawed. Intrigued, Eugene queries what she signifies by a vanishing catacomb. Thus, she nonchalantly discloses that the catacomb dematerialized directly after she purged it. As he falls into profound reflection, she observes him intently, wondering if he possesses any notion about recollections of the interface collective's admonition concerning future catacombs, infiltrating the present flash through his psyche. Eugene comprehends that his temporality rewind has resulted in this S-tier individual acquiring an ability she was never destined to possess. He recollects from his past erudition that the catacomb overlord she's described could solely be the accursed dragon, Dio Balcasis, when he voices his conjecture. Rita's optics scintillate with recognition, and she confirms it triumphantly, disclosing that she and her twin sibling received an SSS, rank appellation for vanquishing the dragon, and inherited its abilities. The fragments start aligning. In Eugenie's psyche, it is no marvel the interface warned him of a dragon, as Rita herself is a demi-dragon. He's peculiar, comprehending that the temporality rewind has engendered two singular deviations, possessing immense potency, yet the demi-dragon gentlewoman gives him a jolt, incapable of believing the extent of his knowledge. She queries if he's also a demi-dragon. Despite his disinclination, she discerns the aroma of something capable of annihilate. The twin dragon she vanquished, our dragon slayer recollects that he did technically vanquish the paramount sire of accursed dragons Raukutas, which bestowed upon him his formidable aptitudes. Ere he can articulate anything, our lad is restrained by her, following superfluous disclosure that she's no longer aroused by mortals. She cannot help but concede that encountering him has provoked some fervor. Our dragon slayer falters and attempts to feign guilelessness, yet perceiving that she harbors no intent of ceasing. As a final measure, he exclaims that she ought not wear footwear on the pallet. This genuinely disenchants her. Thus she sulks that he's a curmudgeon regardless. Our Sigma instructs her to depart if her affairs are concluded. Yet she remembers one final matter ere she departs. Our champion descends into despondency, perceiving yet another woman learning from Huna, and requesting him to nurture her offspring. Acting entirely girlish, she requests that he nurture a fiend she desires, still fatigued from the guild fiends. He declines ere she holds a blade to his larynx. Emulating her demeanor, Eugene smiles at her method of soliciting a favor, yet recognizes that it's a favorable proposition, considering she's an astoundingly rare S-tier individual. Despite her perilous nature, it's advantageous for him to maintain a beneficial infant nurture rapport with her. He seizes the opportunity to ingratiate himself with her under specific stipulations. The subsequent day arrives with our dependable Sung Han visiting him. Nevertheless, he is astounded to discover our patriarch reclining on the floor of his disheveled chamber. The robust fellow hastens over and queries what transpired. Our champion laments that excessive events occurred. Ultimately, his professional rapport with the demi-dragon gentlewoman commenced, encompassing slipping into her direct messages solely for clandestine communication. Naturally, despite recalling all the vexing actions she performed, he thanks Providence for not perishing while Sung Han tends to him. Akin to his patriarch, he's gladdened that he is solitary. Wu, or Yoon, would have encountered difficulty against her toxins and maledictions. In his post-revelry state, he bemoans not swaying her, particularly as it would function doubly on a demi-dragon like her, believing he ought to have simply articulated, "I cherish you." He promptly discards the notion as she's excessively erratic, interrupting his lengthy soliloquy. Sung Han calls out to inquire if he's all right. Our lad is caught unawares to perceive that his brawny domestic has rendered the locale impeccably clean. The ideal consort then seizes his palm and proffers assistance anytime. He's fatigued from conditioning his fiends, so gladdened to possess a scion like him. Our patriarch shares a wholesome instant with Sung Han and resolves to concentrate on those surrounding him, ere managing the dragon lady. At that juncture, an alert discloses that Sung Han is prepared for promotion to S tier. Eugene squishes his jowls in fervor and commences perusing the stipulations he must satisfy. Later that solar cycle, he notifies his younger sibling of the glad tidings.